What's up, everybody? Shot, 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 shot. Everybody. 3, 4. I don't know why. I just want to do like a, you know, when I'm like, them fist things. I don't know. What is that? That's a fist jolt forward, fist punch, air fisting. No, it's not anal fisting. It's definitely not anal fisting. What's going on, everybody? As you saw by the title, this war has continued on. Lord knows why, but we're gonna get into it. I gotta come up with a new intro card because obviously you guys have seen that I've changed this channel's name from Later with Lately to EG Lately Live. Because I think just it makes more sense branding wise. So, and since, you know, it's kind of been hemorrhaging subscribers, probably because I stopped talking about Modern Paul. That's where I'm guessing a lot of the subscribers are going. You know, since I'm hemorrhaging subscribers, I figured what better time to change the name than now. So for the last time ever, I'm going to play the official Later with Lately cut card, and we'll come back and get started.
EG lately standing for what's right.
That's it. It's out. That's the last time you'll hear that card. You'll see that card. We're doing a whole brand new one. So, you know, I have to figure out what it's going to be. It's probably just going to make EG Lately Live or with a jazzy little song next to it or something. But that one's been good to us for a very long time. Ruggiera actually made the music for the background using Suno. So thank you so much, Ruggiera, for making that song. It's been a big part of the channel for a long time. But considering we're doing kind of a big rebrand right now with not really so much the content's going to stay the same, but more of a rebrand with the imaging and the names and such. Yeah, that's last time I'll be doing that. Love the hair. Thank you. I just, you know, got out of the shower, took a quick nap, and this is what you get. I did comb it though after I got out of the shower. So now I do believe that TommyC is still talking about this right now on his channel. He's been going for a while. And I got a couple feelings about it. I think that I've kind of, you know, I was spurging out the other night. Again, I want to remind everybody that a lot of this is very performative. You know, it's entertainment first and foremost. So if I ever like refer to someone as a retard or something like that, which is not something I typically do, it's usually if I'm doing stuff like that, it's all coming from a place of entertainment. Fun enough, I feel like that's probably a lot about, you know, that's kind of what I feel like Tommy's doing. A lot of this feels very performative to me. But we'll get more into that in a little bit. So the title's not wrong. You are right. We are all going to be talking about that. But we got other things to do before that, such as roll call.
Let's take roll here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here? Yeah.
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Okay. So that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, that's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be today. Who we got in the chat tonight? We got Daniel's crew. Good to see Daniel's crew. Timey Wimey, New Moon Rising, the Daniel's crew, Phallic Weapon, Tina 911. It's an emergency. Everybody knows how cool she is. That's why she got 911 in the name. Rajajajira, are you removing my song then? Yeah. I don't know if I'm removing the song yet or not, Rajira. But I might come up with something myself that I write. So it might be coming up. It's probably going to be changing, if I'm being honest. Because if I'm, you know, I love that song. And you know, it's going to stay in all my videos that it's been a part of. So it's not like the song is going away. I might just create a new one for a new intro because the whole channel's name's changed. And that song's kind of associated with the previous name of the channel. So, yeah, so, you know, it's nothing. I adore the song. So, yeah, probably a new jam. Nomad, I'm scared and confused. So am I. Janie Minaj. Why am I not? I'm not getting no echo. I got no effects tonight, guys. I got no effects. What's that? Where's my effects at? Where's my effects? I ain't got no effects. That's the problem. That's the real problem right there. Is that there's no effects. But we'll live without the echo and the reverb tonight. I need to turn the fans down on this computer. They be loud. Who else we got here? E-Shift. I can't figure it out. Yeah, I think a lot of people are very confused about all this. It's funny. I'm covering this again, even though like nobody even watched my last VOD except for the people that were there. It's not doing very well. But this story is kind of picking up, so it is possible that video could still potentially do something along the line somewhere. But either way, I still talk about what I'm interested in, and I'm interested in this. So, whether or not people watch it is their business. Business-wise, it's not a smart decision. But, drama is something that we do talk about on this channel. We don't shy away from it. And that's a drama that's kind of picking up right now. And it's fun to be a part of a channel from the beginning of it to the end of it. And that's what we're doing. So we're going to talk about it. Plus, Tommy's been like name dropping people like crazy. But we're going to get more into that. I still got more people to go through. Timey Wimey, K-Huckcast, have a good stream. Thank you, K-Huckcast. Good to see you. Mr. T's 2 gold chains in the house tonight. And I think did I get everybody? Wait, I know I'm Kangaloope. I love Taking Back Sunday. Yeah, Taking Back Sunday is the shit. That's what I grew up on in high school. Was Taking Back Sunday. That was like that's like the soundtrack to my high school life is the Taking Back Sunday. They are great. They still hold up. Their music's just so good. Just so good. It's timeless in my opinion. I'm just looking. Sarah, there she is. I knew it. I knew she was here. Lurking. She's lurking. That's why she puts her name in there so she can be part of roll call. And I always forget it. But not tonight. Not tonight. I think Ishi should make his own. And I think that's what I'm gonna do, is make my own intro song. Maybe it'll be something that I sing. Maybe it's or I don't know. I gotta work on it this weekend. Next weekend I'm gonna have a 4-day weekend due to the Juneteenth holiday. So that's cool. Really, Suno is better than that now, and I've moved back to composing myself and only pulling some stuff as a tool. Yeah, you were really... See, the thing about Rajira that a lot of people don't understand is when she starts working on something, she just, like, really gets into it. And she wants to know how all of it works so that she can make it the best that she can. And she does a really great job. She's also been editing. She edits some of the videos for the the EG Live channel, I guess it's called now. I'm going to have to get used to that. Does put together some of the intros and stuff, so she's very helpful in that regard. I've been helping her out though because she's got her own things going on too, so sometimes I'll just do it because my job is really to focus on the main channel. I love EG Lately Live. I hope that this eventually flourishes in some way or another. Like, I didn't create it for it to fail, I'll tell you that much, but my heart is with the main channel, which doesn't do a whole lot of drama anymore, unless there's a story that's just so juicy that I can't pass it up. But it's mainly pop culture-ish, as where this is more internet culture-ish, e.g. Live. So, and that's where we're at. So, with that said, let's take a quick look at what's going on in the world today with a hot topics.
Let's talk about it. It's time for Hot Topics. Wake up. Nothing is out of context. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am.
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you for admitting it for once in your life. The funny thing is, this video has already been flagged by YouTube. For some reason, it's already like, it's not age restricted, but it's got limited ads running on it, which is funny. This is probably why I don't, pre-make my videos, because it's already got downvotes on it, which is crazy to me. I don't know who's downvoting the video before you even hear what I have to say. Maybe they just didn't like the thumbnail. Maybe they just did not like the thumbnail, and that's why they're downvoting it. But yeah. So let's take a quick look at what's going on in the world today. Where did that go? Spaceballs 2 has been officially announced, guys. I don't know if you know that, but Spaceball 2 has been officially announced. I'm really, really excited for this. I was a huge Spaceballs fan growing up, and now it's officially been announced. So this is the trailer for the new Spaceball teaser here. 38 years ago, there was only one Star Wars trilogy, but since then, there have been a prequel trilogy, a sequel trilogy, a sequel to a prequel to a sequel, countless TV spin-offs, a movie spin-off of a TV spin-off, which is both a prequel and a sequel, not to mention 2 Dunes, 7 Jurassic Parks, 2 Avatars, plus 3 upcoming Avatars, making 5 Avatars, 36 MCU movies with 2 different Robert Downey Jr.'s.
When my hair started
and then a
thinning,
freaking
I wanted
ad.
to attack
I was on
the
a roll
problem
there.
head-on.
I was on a roll.
I chose Nutrafol because it was...
Now I gotta pause it to catch up. That's not what I wanted to do. 36 MCU movies with 2 different Robert Downey Jr.'s. DCU is attempt number 1. DCU attempt number 2. Animated Lion King, a live-action animated Lion King, a live-action animated Lion King prequel, 8 Harry Potter movies, a TV series remaking the same 8 Harry Potter movies, a whole streaming service of Star Trek, 7 Alien movies, 2 of which were also Predator movies, not to be mistaken with the 6 Predator movies that are also not the Alien movies, 1 Prometheus, which is one-of-a-kind Alien movies, 4 Beatles movies, and Oppenheimer. But in 38 years, there has only been one. Spaceballs. Woo! I'm so excited. Until now. Let's go!
After 40 years, we asked, what do the fans want?
And you
But
know
instead, we're making this movie.
Yeah, I guess they couldn't get away with
May the Schwartz be with you.
hell yeah. He looks pretty good for his age. Mel Brooks is up there. Whoa, okay, we're not doing it again. Mel Brooks looks really good for his age, but I gotta tell you, I'm so excited for the Spaceballs movie. All right, guys. Do you remember when they're out? If you've seen Spaceballs, you know. Yeah, may the Schwartz be with you. I doubled audioed that. That's lame. That's lame. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. But yeah, I gotta turn off double audio. And then I need to fix the delay on that audio too. So let me do that real quick. But yeah, if you guys know Spaceballs is just one of those classic movies that just kind of doesn't really age. It's so funny. It's got Rick Moranis in it from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. So yeah, it's just really, really great stuff. And I'm pretty excited for it. So Spaceballs 2 has been announced. They were in the works with it before. So just to see an official announcement really just makes me excited. When the guys are out combing the desert with a comb, and then they pan over and it's the 2 brothers, and they're like, "Have you guys found anything?" And they're just there with a hair pick, and they go, "Man, we ain't found shit." And then there's of course like the "I'm surrounded by assholes," because that's the name of the guys. It is so funny, and it still holds up. I can imagine, dude, they have so much that they can work with over the Star Wars history with the prequel series and stuff like that. Mandalorian, little Grogu. Like, I feel like little Grogu is going to be not the guy who plays Yoda, who's the Yogurt. It's going to be like Yogurt's kid, I bet, or something like that. And he's going to, I don't know. There's so much funny stuff you could do with it. Mel Brooks is, I quote that line all the time. Yeah, assholes. I'm surrounded by assholes. It's so good. So if you guys haven't watched Spaceballs, I want to watch it again now that I'm talking about it. It's just so top tier movies. So that's exciting news. Spaceballs coming out. What else do we got here? Arnold Schwarzenegger wades in on the government response to ICE protests in L.A., which we're not touching today. I talked about that the other day. Judge dismisses a $400 million defamation lawsuit against Blake Lively, guys. So this actually happened 2 days ago. But this is actually interesting news because this was a big deal for a while. So if you didn't know, Blake Lively was getting sued by whoever this guy is and over like defamation. So I'm guessing that the lawyers were able to get it dropped. because she said he was like
A U.S. judge on Monday
inappropriate.
dismissed Justin Baldoni's $400 million defamation lawsuit against Blake Lively. Baldoni's lawsuit was in response to Lively's own lawsuit, where she had alleged Baldoni sexually harassed her while filming the 2024 movie It Ends With Us. Baldoni accused Lively, her husband Ryan Reynolds, publicist Leslie Sloan, the New
Oh my God, these damn ads. It's because I'm not logged into my well, I'm watching it off a news website too, so that's why it's doing this. Yeah, I fixed the double audio. Mel Brooks is awesome. I could talk about Mel Brooks all day. I could do a whole stream just to dedicate it to Spaceballs, if I'm being honest.
him. A U.S. district judge in Manhattan said Lively's claims to a California state agency about Baldoni's alleged harassment during the filming were privileged and shielded from the defamation claim. The judge also dismissed Baldoni's related $250 million
They were just suing
lawsuit
the crap
against
out
the
of
New
each
York
other.
Times for its article about the dispute. Lawyers for Baldoni did not immediately respond to requests for comment.
I don't know
The
why
judge
there's so
said
much
Baldoni
popping.
could try to file a much narrower lawsuit against Lively, focused on contractual issues. Lively is
Wait,
still
so the-
seeking unspecified triple and punitive damages, and a March 2026 trial remains scheduled.
Okay, so somebody could still get sued at the end of all this, is what I'm hearing here. But okay, if you're not familiar with this lawsuit, she claimed that he was being like inappropriate and sexually harassed her on the set of the movie, and it made her feel like she was in an uncomfortable workspace. And then so she went on like this press tour, basically. The movie called "It Ends With Us." It's about like a girl who's in an abusive relationship. It's actually a pretty solid movie, all things considered. You know, so it's weird that like a movie about being in an abusive relationship turned out to have her being sued by a guy named Justin Baldoni, who's the director of the film. But apparently Blake Lively's really hard to work with, and she self-admittedly said that she likes to, you know, get in there and change a lot of the attitudes of the films to make it fit her better. And so, you know, that'll be an interesting story to keep track of. Somebody might still get money out of it somehow. I think History of the World Part 1 is my favorite, but Spaceballs is very close second. Yeah. Both of them were really, really good. And my mouse froze. All right, it's back. But so what else do we got for hot topics? Anything interesting? Some computer. Gavin Newsom savagely corrects Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And the largest great white shark on record headed for a popular tourist spot. I guess the Jaws is about to become real. And yeah, I think that's about it for the hot topics. All right. Now it's time for the main event. I got to come up with a main event graphic here. So if you guys were here the last stream, we're going to talk about TommyC and Chud Logic. If you guys were here for the last stream that I did, we got into it, and I kind of was like very spurgy, but it was kind of more performative than anything, even though I'm kind of breaking the wall by even telling you guys that. I'm ruining the experience by being like, yeah, I was spazzing out just for entertainment purposes. But TommyC's still going strong. Now, I personally think that Tommy is just doing this for clout. You know, that's what my personal opinion is, because I don't think I've ever heard someone say more while also at the same time saying less. And I believe that he's actually still live right now talking about this. Let me check and see if he's still going. Is he still going with this right now?
Good. I want nothing to do with you. And you guys don't have to have anything to do with me.
So
And I'm fine
this
with it.
whole chat is filled with people from Chud's community
Come on,
just
Tommy.
lighting Tommy up.
Good
I
guy.
happened to be in there earlier, kind of shit posting.
Come on, don't run. Answer the question. What question? I'll answer the question. Let's do it.
But I still
No
am
question.
so confused about this whole thing. I'm just so confused about it. Like, I don't understand why Tommy's doing this.
Did you call him Peter? No, I didn't. Does
Yeah,
he
do you
want
wanna
me
play
to,
jump
does he
to-
want me to?
He didn't necessarily call him. He didn't flat out call him a pedo, but he did insinuate that Chud messes around with minors. Like, we can go back and watch that. It's in the video where yeah, you got to get into the Discord, Ravencast. I'm not sure if you got in there for when I sent you the invite before, but I can resend it to you if you want. Let me do that real quick. Because I don't know if you guys have Ravencast online name. So let me get this here. Taking our time. Making my way downtown. Going fast. Faces past and I'm homebound. Are you the radical Ravenclaw? No, that can't be right. You're not the radical Ravenclaw, are you? That's not what you go by. I don't want to be inviting some rando in here. Don't want to be inviting some rando. What? Okay. What is going on? I'm trying to do the mouse with my left hand. That's not going to work. I got to put it back in my right hand. I got to put it back in my right hand. What am I doing here? I would love to get some people's opinions on this. So if you guys want to, if you guys are interested in talking and you're in the Discord, hop into the request line, and we'll see what's what. Here, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take that there, come up here, hit this, and then there. Oh, you might already be in there. Okay, because it said that you joined. So let me see if you're chilling. Yeah, you're there. Okay, hang on. 1 second. Let me hop into my channel here. All right, and then I need to make sure that my stuff is set up real quick before, because I always have a habit of bringing people in and then they can't hear me or whatever. Let me check. Check. Okay, it works. It works. Beautiful. All right, let me bring Ravenclaw in, aka Lord. Nah, he's not Ravenclaw. He's Lord Triton. Mr. Lord Triton, can you hear me, sir?
Hello.
There he is. How are you,
Hold on.
sir, today? Can you hear me?
Hold on. What the it needs.
Well, that went really well. All right, we'll check back in with Lord Triton. Someone let me know if he goes back into that call waiting line. But in the meantime, we do got to talk about what's going on with this right now. Again, okay. So here's my perspective on it. This is my take. Is that I think that Tommy kind of felt like he was kind of doing like he wasn't really doing a whole lot. Maybe he felt like he needed a jolt to his channel. Who better to go after than Chud? Because Chud's doing really well right now. So yeah, he's got that going on. So let me pull this back up and let's take a look at this while we're waiting for Mr. Lord Triton to come back in. It's just like what the, and then he hung up.
They want me to play the part of the stream where I supposedly called him a pedo?
Oh, there he's back in here. Hang on.
I guess.
All right, hang on. Let's see if Lord Triton's ready to talk yet. Lord Triton, are you there, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I need to permit the permissions to change my audio output
What for this channel?
real quick.
You need permissions in this channel to do that?
Hold on. Fuck. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. All right, we're gonna. I don't know if he even realizes I'm live right now, but all right, we're gonna go check out this video again while we wait for him.
Like his response to it.
Is it this stream?
Yeah, it's this stream. I found the timestamp. It's 2:03:33.
2:03:33. Gotcha.
2:03.
33. Okay, we'll go a little bit back. Gotcha.
So he's been doing this since
it's what he's doing on the surface.
4 o'clock.
That's what it, that's what it is.
It's about almost 3 hours of Chud Logic content.
Chud mentioned, and this was, and
I
this is
missed
an
a lot.
example of
At least
just
the
being
past
deliberately
hour.
dishonest with context. Chud said, "Why don't you call me a pedo? If just come out and say it." I didn't call you one. I didn't say you were a groomer.
Okay, hang on.
There we
Did
go.
I say that?
Sorry about
I don't.
I had
did
to
say
change
that?
my audio output.
Maybe like if you could.
Yeah, no worries. What's
Sorry
up,
about
man?
that. What's up? So my whole take on the whole TommyC things, I think he's being irrational as fuck because he started all this because Chud Logic shit talk Nick, not even himself. Chud didn't even go at Tommy himself. He shit talk Nick's opinions, and I feel like TommyC's just doing it so he can cast out Chud from the group because he sees Chud Logic as a threat.
Yeah.
Because Chud Logic's having his own opinions, and he doesn't want to be called out by Chud in the future.
1 second,
Like he's
Lord. I see. I spotted with my little eye Raymundo 2112 in the chat. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Raymundo's got an amazing channel. Over 200,000.
Nice to meet you, chatter.
Yeah, Raymundo's makes great content. He's crushing it on YouTube right now, doing over 200,000.
What kind of content does he make?
He makes like deep dives and iceberg type videos into all kinds of different topics that he does. Finds random stuff. He's good. He's good. You should check him out. All right. Sorry about that, Lord Triton. You can continue if you want.
Not only that, but Tommy's arguments are stupid because he says that Chud Logic, he's calling Chud Logic a snake just because that Chud Logic wants to talk to people. And I feel that is stupid. He's like, oh, I can't trust Chud Logic. You can't trust just because he will call you out, attack you on the credibility. It's like, I don't think that, I think it's just stupid to say that you can't trust Chud Logic just because he has a different opinion than him.
Well, let's be honest. I don't feel like you can, there's certain people who I consider that I would trust in the space, but it's not like I'd come to them with like my personal problems or anything that they could use against me.
Yeah.
But I would say though that that you want to be very careful, especially in the commentary community, about who you tell and what you tell. And I would actually probably start off not trusting them until they earn your trust over time.
And someone you should definitely not trust is TommyC because he has a history of recording people without consent. In fact, he encouraged it when people did it to John Swan constantly. When Tipster and other Spurgs did it to John Swan, TommyC was cheering. So it seems like to me, TommyC supports people recording people without the consent. And I don't think you should trust someone like that.
Yeah, I mean, the Diorio's been known to do that. He's already kind of shared.
And TommyC's been known to defend Diorio for doing that multiple times over the years.
Who was that?
Diorio's done it to Keem. He's done it to Just Destiny. He's done it to several people. And TommyC's always been there to defend Diorio for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's crazy. And I know that there's a lot of people who are... Tommy's been around for a long time. So for that, I respect Tommy's seniority in the community. But I for this, I don't know, man. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
He was good up until like a few months ago. It's like something hit him in the head and he started just going on a downward spiral.
Some people are saying it was the Queeman debate that got him, that started getting him going to crazy. And maybe he wanted Chud to come and defend him, because I know Queeman's been hard on TommyC. Like, Queeman goes after him hard. So I'm wondering if that has something to do with...
But you think a commentary veteran like Tommy, who's been around for years and people went hard on him over the years, you would think he would be able to take it, Especially because he's been around longer than all of us, and he's been taking situations from Keem and a bunch of people bigger and more ruthless than Queeman, so you'd think he would handle it. But for some reason, it seems like he's softened up.
Yeah, and that's, again, if he's not doing this on purpose. Because, we're talking about a guy who was on the show Bait It, right? So if anybody knows how to gain a reaction or get a reaction from people, it's Tommy. So I do feel like it does feel like today's stream, which we're gonna take a look at the beginning of, because I'll show you. Like the chat has, like, I guess Chud's chat rated his chat, and has just been like crazy going after him. Even I was in there saying some stuff, but I was kind of just having fun with it, you know, because we had covered it the other day. I don't hate TommyC. I don't hate anybody personally, because I don't really, unless I know you personally and you've like slept with my girl or something like that. You know, I don't personally hate you.
Yeah, I don't personally hate Tommy either. I just think he's been going on a downward spiral with other situations he's done as well. I kind of think are kind of like related, like the same reaction, because he's went at technicals for like and done the same thing to technicals, like he's doing to Chud, saying, "Oh, you can't trust technicals," but he's kind of been way more ruthless to technicals because it's a more serious situation. I think TommyC went too far in the whole hacks thing.
Yeah.
Which I know you say you haven't really don't know much about the hacks thing.
No, I'm not familiar with that. I only got into commentary about it a year and a half ago. So I'm kind of if it hasn't happened in the past year and a half, and you know, and that's assuming I even covered it. Yeah, I'm not like crazy familiar with everything, but I do know Chud. I'm aware of TommyC, so I felt like this is right up my alley. But Chud's always been very, very, you know, treated me very respectfully, and that goes a long way with me. So in a way, you know, the reason I'm being hard on Tommy is mainly because, you know, I've dealt with Chud. I've talked to Chud privately. I'm not close with Chud, but, you know, my interactions I've had with him, he's always done what he can to be, like, helpful towards me. And that goes a long way with me. So, you know, when I see someone, and this would go for anybody who goes after somebody who I'm friends with, or somebody who's been respectful towards me. Raimundo in the chat says TommyC covered the whole slot problem video, and he said some really mean things, but the whole time he was complimenting my looks. So it was one of the funniest reactions that the vid I got. He even titled me the beautiful brony and advised that I stop YouTube and start modeling. You are a handsome fellow, Raimundo. I will agree. It's that one photo I used for the interview I did with you was you know, you're a handsome dude, handsome bro. You are him. You are the brony. Or the himry, or homie. You're the homie. But yeah, I mean, so if you're not familiar, so Ray dropped a video a while back, maybe about a year ago, that was kind of attacking the slop stuff, the just slop content in general. And Chud had reviewed it, and Chud was like ripping Ray. And then so Ray went on and spoke to Chud, as one does, you know, speaking to Chud, and Ray was just like the nicest guy. So like Chud was trying to be mean to him, and he just couldn't because Ray was just so nice. So, you know, and then Ray went back and revised his video, which, you know, shows somebody who's willing to have an open mind. So that's why I have so much love for Ray. He's such a chill dude. But yeah, you know, if you're somebody who lives off this content, and this content is what you make your money doing, yeah, you're going to be a little protective of it, right? You don't want anybody coming in and dismissing what you're doing. Go ahead, Lord.
Which I don't know, Chud, like, I mean, which I haven't added on Discord, but I'm not like friends with Chud, and I don't talk to him like every day. But I've talked to him one time because I got banned from his Discord just because one of his mods didn't like me. And when I DM'd him and told him the situation, he looked into it and he decided to unban me. He was like, "I'm sorry that you got banned," because he doesn't think that just because the mod doesn't like someone that you should ban him from the Discord. And he was actually like really fair as well.
Well, I've heard Chud is fair. Tommy doesn't seem to think that, but I do. You know,
I think he's fair because I think Chud was too fair to Just a Robot when he covered that situation, because I feel like Just a Robot was acting like a complete idiot. And Chud wasn't like sweeping for him, but I feel like Chud was kind of being. I understand why he was being nice, but I feel like, you know, he was just being like, I wouldn't have been that nice at all. Like Chud was just giving him fair platform, letting him speak, not interrupting, but he was being professional at the same time. It's like, I think Chud's like probably the most fairest person out of this sphere, because you don't see a lot of people giving people a chance to come on the platform, especially if they're controversial. In fact, didn't Chud like give that techno guy a platform as well? And that guy's like really, really controversial, like accused of like serious stuff.
Well, here's the thing that I've always admired about him is Chud will watch a video from a guy who's got like maybe 50 subscribers if he thinks that that it's covering the topic that he's interested in, and his chat will usually criticize him and be like, "Well, why are we watching this? Nobody." And then Chud will be like, "Listen, I don't care what their subscriber count is. What they have to say is what I think is important. It doesn't make what they say less because they have less subscribers." And I've always admired that about Chud is that. He doesn't look at subscriber counts and, judge how important a video is from that. So, because I think he finds a lot of people who are maybe being slept on by either the algorithm. So, I think that that's good. And I've always appreciated his want and preference to not be associated with a crew, if you will. Like in the commentary community, he's always seemed like he's kind of enjoyed being himself and doing his own thing. And he's definitely had a glow up, right? Like the past 2 years, Chud's really, grown a lot. And, he deserves it. Guy's been grinding for 4 years. He streams 9 hours a day, which is insane because how long, streaming can take a lot out of you. And
yeah, it really
9
can.
hours.
Like an hour just takes a lot out of me. But yeah, I don't have the time IRL. Like Chud has the time IRL, and he's using it to, grind and do what he likes. And he actually does make money out of it. So technically, you could say it's not really like a job. It's definitely something that helps pay his bills.
I think he does it full time. I think this is his job. That's why he does it. And I think he treats it like a full-time job. So he, comes in the morning, clocks in, and then works all day. And then that's what he's looking at it. This is his, his 9 to 5. And it shows and it pays off and he's consistent with it. What days he's off, but he's mainly streaming almost daily.
There's sometimes like he'll start like when I go to bed, and then when I wake up, he'll still be live.
Yep, that's Chud. And then he does like another channel that he's got called Chud Noir, where I guess that's where he kind of puts things that aren't as like maybe mainstream for his main channel. And on there he'll play games and stuff. So he, the guy loves streaming. That's for damn sure. But Tommy said something that I didn't like today about Chud. It was he brought up his kids, and I think that's a cheap shot to mention that Chud's kids are, that he doesn't like have his kids or something. Because Tommy doesn't. I don't know if Tommy knows if Chud's. I don't know what Chud's situation is with his kids, but bringing someone's kids into an online drama just seems cheap to me. Ray says,
and also it's like it's ironic, and I'm not supporting the people that have done this, but TommyC back in the day used to get so mad when people brought up his kids, and he used to rage off and fucking go on meltdowns on stream and scream and holler, especially in the OG Tommy days. So it's really hypocritical for him to do that to Chud, and it's like, yeah, I don't support it, but if people do that, it's like you can't really feel bad for Tommy because he's opening the door for people to do that to him.
Yeah. Raymundo says Chud is absolutely fair. He may have a bit mean. He may have been a bit mean to me during our call, but ultimately our conversation helped me a lot, and I've really appreciated that he gave me that platform. And that's coming from a guy who's got more a lot more subscribers than Chud. So it's that Chud is like the daily news of drama in the YouTube space. I feel like
he is.
And I feel like Nick's probably the nighttime TV show, right? That you'd go to find out what's going on. And they don't necessarily cover the same stuff, which is where this whole problem came from, right? Ray added, it's very honorable.
I think Nicholas Stewart is a cheap version. Like the cheap TV show that people like is overrated, in my opinion.
Oh, Diorio is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really heavy on that H3 stuff. So,
he's just been glazing H3 and fucking just milking the whole Hassan thing, and it's like he used to criticize people for doing that in the past. I feel like a lot of these creators threw away their values over the years.
I will tell you, being in drama it's very easy to become a version of yourself that you may not be very happy with, when you look back at it.
Yeah, like something just comes out of you, like the demonic version of yourself comes out.
Ray added, if it's a very honorable thing to do, especially in the commentary community. Yeah, it's rough over here sometimes.
It is very honorable.
And then he said I'd shake his hand if I ever met him. Yeah, and I think Chud would be
All right,
happy
well,
to shake your hand.
I got a show in 30 minutes. I don't mean to cut it short. Thanks for having me on, and I appreciate it. Make sure y'all hit the like button on the stream and subscribe to EG Lately. And I'm out. But yeah,
Yep.
you take care, G Lately. Have a good night.
You too, brother. Lord Triton,
All
everybody.
right, you take care, brother.
He's
Lord Triton.
There he is. He's got a show called Ravencast. Go take a look. They're small, but they're learning and they're coming along great. Solid group of guys. But yeah, so Ray, if you want, dude, you're more than welcome to come on and chat with me about this if you have an opinion on it. I know that you're I know that you're big enough though that you want to be you got to be careful sometimes about how you engage in any kind of drama, but yeah, I think that this is like, again, it's just one of those things where I think Tommy's doing this as a bit of a clout move. Or he's just trolling Chud's community. I mean, listen to some of the stuff he says. He's trolling the ever living crap out of Chud's community here. This is my live, so I need to go back over to where the other thing is. Let's take a look here.
Call me a nonce, call me a nonce.
Yeah. That's whatever. I didn't call you nuts.
Same thing.
I didn't call you nuts.
Not flat out, but you did insinuate it.
What's the original clip? No, I know what he said, and I know that he seems to be misunderstanding what looking the other way means. We'll get to that. But did I say that?
Yeah, everybody's got a problem with the looking the other way statement. Here's what I said, and I'm not going to pretend to teach you right now. I'm just going to teach the audience. I'm not going to pretend you didn't understand what I said.
Well, the problem is he said that people look the other way, and the way he presented it suggested that he had a problem with it.
No.
But now he's saying that he didn't mean it like that.
No.
I'd love to, but I'm currently searching for my missing keys. I've got a show tomorrow, and I need to find contact lenses. I can't find my mail key. You got a lot of stuff to find there, man. But yeah, I have it too. I appreciate it, Ray. Thank you for dropping by a stream too, because it's always good to see you, man. I did an interview with Ray. If you guys want to learn more about Ray, there's an awesome interview I did on my interview playlist on EG Lately main channel, and Ray's just a great kid, and he shows that sticking with it pays off. I think he had mentioned in our stream that there was a whole year where he was getting no love from the algorithm, but he stuck with it and eventually he broke through. So you can learn a lot from that interview. But yeah, okay, so I kind of want to go back to the beginning so we can get in here a little earlier. I have to, I don't know what Tommy's saying right now about it, but we have to go back to the beginning because we got to see where he's at. We got to see where he's at with this. Now, this has been going on for 3 hours, so obviously I'm not going to be watching this whole thing. Oh, crap. E-Shift. What's E-Shift? 3 months. I've got a burrito today for lunch, and my mouth is still on fire. Thank you for 3 months, E-Shift. That's awesome. And, yeah, you got to be careful with your burritos. You got to be careful which burrito you take. Also, I see Rajira, member for 14 months. Thank you, EG, for giving me more of my own time. Love you, dude. You're very welcome. I got to fix the alerts. I don't know why the alerts aren't going off. So, yeah, it looks like I got some stuff I need to work on. And let me just double check and make sure I didn't miss any other alerts that came through here. 14 months of membership. Thank you so much, Rajira. Rajira and Tina have been in the community longer than anybody. So much love to them. Anybody who's a member, obviously, you got my undying love. But everybody throw up some prayers for E-Shift and her burrito. All right. So we're going to back up to the beginning here and just, I want to kind of critique a little bit about what I see going on here. I will admit I was a little fiery earlier and having some fun in the chat. So we'll see. You'll see my name pop up a little bit, but I just don't get it. I don't get it why Tommy's doing this. It makes no sense to me, other than the fact that I think it's a clout move. That's it. That's all I can think about. It just makes sense to me that, he had like almost 700 people in his chat at one point earlier. which it's not like nobody watches Tommy. Tommy averages about around 200 200 live viewers per stream. But if that's been dropping, I wouldn't be shocked to see him do something like this. So let's take a look here. Earlier today,
where I was like, this is too retarded. I just need to stop.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, folks. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to do a supercut. Chud did 2 hours and 18 minutes on a 25 minute, 25
hey, Janie,
video.
You didn't miss it much yet.
Just answered what I said.
We're just getting into it now.
Over the place. Most of the time, just calling me names, which is fine because to me, the name calling is a call to kind of gin up the crowd.
You think he's just bitter?
Mauled, so to speak, so I'll just go away.
He might be bitter.
God, I can't believe I messed with Chud Logic. Jesus, all these people hate me. And that to me just means shut up. When I hear shut up, don't embarrass yourself, that's perfectly funny too. Because if you take like I saw it funny, Dicker said Dicker said something to the effect, you're getting totally mauled in your own Discord. Yeah, that's like winning. I'm paraphrasing Dickers. I apologize.
Dicker's always getting name dropped in here.
That I'm trying to win something. I'm not. I'm trying to provoke something.
Damn,
and I think I've done
Dickers.
it pretty much successfully. I'm trying to provoke a different view on Chud Logic. Through his pattern of behavior, I think he's a snake.
Oh, you did miss my guest, Lord Triton.
Many things. And one of the things that got lost is, I just got the phone with Kraut and T, who may have been bad empanaded. I can't wait to see Chud in that guy's court, which he's probably leaning towards, if I had to guess, him and Queeman. So,
is it possible that this is all coming from a place of jealousy as well? Again, all I can do is speculate on this stuff, but it's hard to not acknowledge that Tommy's bitter. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I just don't. It just makes no sense to me. Why is he doing this? Why is he going like Chud? Like it's a completely unprovoked attack. It's a completely unprovoked attack, which I think is why it's not a good look for him. And okay, let's say that it is an attack that is stemming from a clout move, right? So you might get a quick jump in viewership, right? Like today he had almost 700 people in his live, but that long term, I can't imagine that being a stable way. It's like, okay, yeah, you're gonna get a nice jump in viewership, but long term, is that going to be sustainable if this doesn't turn out to, if Chud doesn't turn out to be this? Dickers is in Tommy's thing now, saying, "Are you going to correct yourself and admit we have never DM'd on Twitter?" So Tommy, I don't know. I think he's just embracing this WWE heel mentality. He's playing the bad guy. I think that he's enjoying it as long as it just gets him some attention. But that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right. I'm pretty familiar with the situation. I've been watching. I guess Tommy's finally ending his stream because everybody on the chat saying GG's and bye Tommy coward. Except for, and then that sucked. Cringe chat though, GG's. Let Lumpy Willie in. Yeah, he wasn't taking any calls tonight. He's gonna take some tomorrow. I'm available. Or the next stream, he said, not tomorrow, the next stream. So I don't know when the next stream is, but I wouldn't mind getting on there and just talking to Tommy about this and just telling him what I think he's doing and seeing what he says about it. I know that people who I'm friends with are friends with Tommy, and I don't want to just not speak the way that I feel because of that. I think it's important for me to be true to how I feel, not only for my own sanity and for the way that I speak, because if I try to change my opinions on things, I don't know if it'll work. But I just, this makes no sense to me. It makes no sense.
He's under investigation by the Austrian government. The overwhelming odds. I mean, it's not 100%. It's probably bad empanada. And I think whoever made that complaint is going to be sorry, especially if it's an Austrian citizen. But Chud or Kraut told me that Chud was pestering him, and he thought it was weird. He did it once or twice about getting Sargon of Akkad's DMs. He said, "Can you give me his DMs? Can you give him his DMs?" I'm sorry, that's a snake move, even if you don't know the guy. That is snaky as fuck. Going up to Willie Mack saying, hey, buddy, why don't you come on the show? Oh, I see you're crashing out. Do you want to defend yourself? Yeah, Willie thought, yeah, you're trying to retard wrangle me. You're not my friend. I'm content to you.
I mean, he's not wrong, right? Chud is very content brained, but this is like what his job is. So I would kind of look at it no different than I would look at someone who is a reporter trying to get a story, right? Now, whether or not they come on is their choice, right? But you're getting a chance to be in front of 1,000 people. That's usually about where Chud's at, and Chud knows the game, right? It's content first, everything else second. But I think as far as like, who Chud is as a creator, I still think that ethically he's a little more transparent than I think a lot of people are on here. But I can understand people being disappointed that he's kind of pushy when it comes to getting contacts or things of that nature. I've seen Chud react to people who don't want to come on and speak to him, and he can spurg out and start like throwing a temper tantrum. So if there is a criticism I'm going to hurl towards Chud, it would be that. I remember there was a incident where there was a guy that did a slop video, and Chud wanted to talk to him, and then the guy came into the chat and then said, no, I'm not coming on and giving you slop. And then Chud just snapped, and it didn't make him look great. And then somebody in his chat called him out to make fun of him for it. And he admitted that, yeah, it was probably not a good look. And he agreed with the guy, but he was open-minded. He wasn't stubborn enough to not realize that he was being a little weird. But if the goal is that, if the big problem that Tommy has is that Chud prefers to be liked than disliked, what is wrong with that? It's a brand. At the end of the day, it's your brand, it's your business. This is how Chud depends on his money, and he doesn't want to be reckless.
Chud's content to everybody's content to Chud. And if you have a problem with that, that's fine.
But okay,
don't sit there.
Let's be fair then. Willie did kind of something similar with Destiny, right? So I'm sure Willie reached out to Destiny and said, "Do you want to come on and defend yourself?" And we'll do, we'll try to frame it in a fair way. And so everybody thinks that way, though. That's not snaky, in my opinion. That's just YouTube, right? If people work together all the time for different reasons. And let's be honest, being on Chud's stream is a good way for exposure to new people who may not be familiar with you. It's a chance to get to know who these creators are behind, like, especially if you're not like somebody who's a streamer or doesn't do live video and you only do recorded video. It's an opportunity to get a chance to see who those people are in real life, or give them a chance to be, interested behind the scenes of the personality behind the creator themselves.
There and lecture me on what a good guy is, how fair he is. Chud likes to live in the image of fairness. He doesn't want to be fair. He plays dumb, and he gets angry when you point it out. And
I disagree.
To all those people that say I got to go on and talk to him, may I point you to harmful opinions when he just screams and yells at them the whole time? No. And then from what I understand
Okay, Tommy, though, if you got on there and Chud just screamed and yelled at you the whole time, don't you think that'd be an opportunity for you to be like, look, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, look what you're doing. That would be an easy W for you. You would make them look silly. But that's, I think that Chud would probably be a little more like, what's going on, man? Why do you feel this way? It feels like an unprovoked attack to me. It feels incredibly unprovoked. Again, I'm not in the back channels of a lot of these commentary circles. I'm just an outside guy who kind of dabbles in drama anymore. I'm kind of more pop culture focused now. But, it doesn't seem like many people give a shit about my opinion on drama. So, maybe that's the universe telling me to stop covering drama. But I already started this story and I'm finishing it. And then I'll decide from there whether or not drama is still going to be something that we cover on this channel. Or if we're just going to stick with like in other topics that we could talk about. But, drama is interesting. It's an interesting thing. Like, this is an exciting topic to talk about because, one, it's like, why the fuck is Tommy going after Chud unprovoked? It sounds like, Tommy got upset that Chud hasn't reached out to him for 6 months. But okay, it would make more sense to me if Chud hadn't spoke to him for 6 months, and then out of nowhere, like Tommy got involved in something, and then Chud wanted to talk to him. Then you might be able to be like, and I don't even know if that's really snaky behavior as much as it is maybe opportunistic, you know. But again, my experiences with Chud, he's always been a nice guy, always treated me very fairly. Neon Trion, what's up? Says, honestly, even if I were in the back channels, I wouldn't say as much. It causes more grief than it's worth. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in the back channels, so I don't really got to worry about it. I have a couple friends in commentary, and, you know, that's about it. It's about as far in the back channels as I go. I'm not in any group chats. I'm actually in a group chat, though, with Triton. That's about it. And we just talk about stuff that happens on X. We don't talk about anything other than that. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not invited with any big YouTuber or you know, I'm not in anything like that. I don't stream enough to probably even be considered for one of those things. I stream 2 days a week, 3 sometimes, but I would love to add more. I'd love to probably do more. Neon says, at this point, I am on the fence on this one. I want to always see receipts before I make conclusive decisions. And I agree, and I feel like Tommy hasn't really provided anything. He hasn't really. You know, the one example he gave was the Willie Mack thing, right? The Willie Mack show thing, where Chud said, well, you know, maybe this guy's got a point, but I think he's being stupid. Like, what did you want Chud to say there? I just don't know what else he could have done to please Tommy's, you know, in his response. It's all speculation at the end of the day. Most of us are covering stuff that we weren't involved in personally and trying to give our best take on it. So I don't think that was fair, and I think it was a very poor example of what Tommy was saying.
Video, he wants me to come on the show, and then says to do it privately. And I guess at the point, I was like the 217 point, right? He says, "Well, I'm not talking." 218. I'm not talking to that guy anyway. So he's all over the place. So he's really fishing for a win. And I don't care how much you call me a pussy, especially like.
I don't feel like Chud's fishing for a win. Chud saved it for the end of his stream, I think, or the beginning of his stream, because people kind of forced him to talk about it. He wanted to talk about something completely different. That doesn't seem like a guy who's trying to get a win, in my opinion. I personally think that Tommy was hunting for a good battle, and he realized that Chud was a pretty popular creator who nobody's ever really called out, other than Noah Samson, and he did it very poorly. And I think that this is what he's trying to do. You know, I think this would be a perfect opportunity to mix it up with Chud. And getting on Chud's channel is good for, you know, it's good for exposure. Let's be realistic about it. It is. He's a popular streamer.
If it's coming from Beaker Queen himself or him, them calling me a pussy has like zero effect.
They do
I think
say that to
Chud's
everybody.
a sad sack of shit.
See, I mean, like, how do you respond to that? He's a sad sack of shit. Like that's I don't know. That seems that's mean to me. What has warranted that? If there's something in the back channels that I'm unaware of, I'll be happy to admit I'm wrong one day. But I don't see it. I feel like if Tommy had it, he would explain it. Again, you listen and you listen and you listen, and it doesn't feel like anything. He never gets to anything. He never makes a point.
I think a lot of people in this business, it's really a revenge of the nerd situation. I mean, what is Chud? Is he a left-wing intellectual that is really sharp commentary on drama? Or is he really just a pathetic guy that doesn't live with his kids?
See, that's the kids comment I talked about. There was zero reason for Tommy to say that. And as a dad myself, if you said anything about my kids, I'd be pretty pissed off at you for saying that. There's zero reason to add that. Why did you have to bring up his children? I would think that you're doing it just to get a reaction out of him. I think at this point you're trolling the shit out of Chud, and there's no reason to do it. I don't think there's a reason to do it, personally. Yeah, I will say if they are back channel things, I am also unaware. Yeah, I don't, you know, I don't know what goes on. Like, Chud might be a different person behind the scenes, but again, I've spoken to Chud behind the scenes. He's always been very fair. He's fair. I gotta come up with a new word. He's always been very cordial, very civil. Treats me like a human being. He doesn't treat me like a content to him. This is all and again, I want to point out that I do think that everything that Chud does is very performative. It's very performative. When he's spurging out and doing that, it's for views. It's for, entertainment. He's got 1,000 people watching him, and they all want him to spurg. He knows it. He can see it in his channel when they call him out and say that. And if Tommy had the chat up, you would be seeing a lot of people saying a lot of mean shit to Tommy during this. So, and he'll bring it up at some point. But I personally, right there, I think that was a dick move, bringing up his kids. I don't care who you are, leave their kids out of it.
Is trolling for Bussy on his time, on his off time, and that's what I think he's trying to cover up. I mean, I think you'll see in this video.
Okay, so you're gonna say he's the first creator who's ever tried to get laid from their popularity online? Is that really something we want to talk about? Because I feel like there's a lot of people who do that, especially men. Always leave the kids out. Yeah, that was a cheap shot, and I think that makes Tommy look really, really bad. I think it makes him look absolutely terrible. Has Eminem not taught us that? Yeah, I know. Chud's gonna drop a diss track on Tommy. Yeah, what if Chud did drop a diss track on Tommy? That would be insane, dude. That would be insane.
He looks like a kid that got caught. And when he gets caught, he says, well, so what? Who cares anyway? And I want to point out, too, in his first response, I mean, you would think that he came out the night of the New Year's stream and said, oh, yeah, fuck blowbacks.
Was it salvo move? Yeah, it was a salvo move, it feels like.
Okay, there's nothing I could say about that. You might say, yeah, now he's saying fuck blowbacks, but that was the second response. And I am really happy with that second video did. It got exactly out of him what I wanted to.
I will say Bo Blacks unblocked me on X, which I don't know why he did it, so I was nice to him today, and I wished him happy Pride Month. But then I also told him that Tipster was right.
Can I win this war? No. Who thinks I can win? It's just simply a numbers game. It's a popularity dick measuring contest. But what I can do is plant a seed. What I can do is get the commentary community as far as commentators, because I'm a YouTuber, to look at Chud. And when somebody wants to work with him, they can go back on everything that I say and check out, like, this guy might not be trustworthy. Yeah, TommyC is a water.
Okay, but you're friends with Diorio, and Diorio's obviously snaky. Like, if Chud's snaky, he's much better at hiding it and not as, but I don't think that Chud's done anything snaky. I just want to be very clear about that. But you're friends with Diorio, who clearly does a lot of very, ethically questionable shit on his streams. Hard to, to see you be friends with him, but then all of a sudden call Chud a snake. I just don't get it. And he says he wants to plant a seed, right, to get people to just question whether or not they want to work with him. I don't think I don't think it's gonna work, dude. Because at the end of the day, people want to get in front of Chud's people. They could care less about whether or not Chud's gonna fuck them over. Chud doesn't have a history of fucking people over. I haven't seen it. You haven't provided a single piece of evidence yet that would suggest that that's the case. Again, if I'm ever proven wrong down the road, then I'll admit it. But it just doesn't feel like that's who he is right now. The biggest scandal that he has is involving the whole Gawk thing, and that happened almost 5 years ago at this point. And he had 2,000 subscribers at that point. That still of Chud looks like he's singing opera. Yeah, or he looks like he just like stubbed his toe real hard. Some people will only love and support you when it's beneficial. And let's be honest, Tommy's familiar with the game. Tommy knows how this game's played. I don't know if he's upset that Chud might be better at playing it than him right now. But, I mean, he's putting Diorio in a weird position, too, because Diorio's still friends with Chud, from what I understand. So now Diorio's got to be like, okay, well, and people are going to want him to stand by one of these guys. He's probably just going to say I'm Switzerland or something, but this guy, Tommy's putting Nick in a very weird position right now.
Brain conspiracy theorists. But he did drop the thing on Bobax. And Bobax is a complete piece of shit, but maybe that's why he did it. So if I tell him something personal, or he's told to keep quiet about something, and I am no more viable to him, I'll just drop it on
him. This is probably the only thing that he's got where Chud's fucked up. Chud dropped the Bo Black's dress thing. No, I don't think that Chud mentioning it is the reason that Bo Black's got exposed for his Manchi account. But I mean, this is it's pretty obvious that this is probably the only thing that Tommy has is that Chud was told something in confidence. Chud, brought it up on the biggest stream of the year, and then it became a big thing after that.
I remember I saw somebody saying I was defending Bobax. Nobody's defending Bobax. Nobody hates me more than Bobax. He needs his pills. But I think what other people will see and probably will humor him and tell him, oh, no, it's no big deal. Yeah, you could have leaked on Bobax. I'm telling you shit, bro. That's what I think is going to happen. So,
but you're fine being friends with
There's
Durio.
nothing wrong with looking for bussy on the internet or man pussy or whatever it is. There's nothing wrong with it. But it really makes him look like a sad sack of shit.
You just said yourself a minute ago that that made him bad. This is my problem. I feel like Tommy's not keeping up with the things he says. I mean, a minute ago he said that he was, he looks like a sad piece of crap because he's like, cruising for bussy, whatever. I guess that's boy, lady parts. Now all of a sudden he's like, oh no, it's fine if that's what you want to do. So I don't know. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It just does not make a whole lot of sense to me.
Something wrong with snaking your friends and pretending publicly that you're all right with them. There is
again, I don't think that Chud's ever snaked his friends. I'm sorry, I'm not being a Paul Zanny, but like I have to just bring this up. Criticizing your friends is what friends do, right? You should not be above criticism because someone is a friend of yours. I don't think that's how that should work. If you fuck up, you should be called out for it.
There's something wrong with saying nasty shit about people and then turning around and hiding. Hey, come on. You can't take criticism? You can't take the jokes? Well, how come your jokes are no different from before and after I fucking called you out? Simple. You never liked me. You never respected me. And you don't respect anybody else.
Which is fine if that's where you want to come from, Tommy. If that's the way that you want to approach this and be like, I don't like Chud because Chud treated me like shit. I think that people would have more respect this route. They'd understand where you're coming from because I feel like everybody's met someone in their life who they thought never gave them an opportunity, or just didn't like them off the bat. But I don't think that it's worth all this, I don't think it's worth all this.
This is a climbing job for you, and it always will be.
It is for everybody, though.
Buckle up, buttercups. We got a long night ahead of us because I'm going to go over, was it 2 hours? It's almost 2 hours flat, right?
I'm going to speed this up a bit.
It's about 2 hours. 2 hours.
Obviously,
flat.
we're not going to watch this whole thing.
Yeah.
But
Dude, just call Chud. And all right, I'm gonna say this just like once, maybe later in the show. Green, I would look like the biggest hypocrite in the world. I just called this guy a snake. I just said he was Chudworthy. What do you think? This is some kind of communication problem? He said he didn't want to call me because he doesn't have a problem with me. The only reason that he'd want me on the show is to pull a harmful opinion stunt. This is all about getting the win. If I talk to him in any capacity, that would mean like I would get criticized by, wait, you just called the guy a snake and now you're cool with him? Look, what are we going to debate? Character? I think you're a bad person. No, I'm not. What do you think we're going to get to the bottom of? Now, I know I might be robbing you of your content, but I don't really care about that.
Then, Tommy, you should have Chud come on your stream so that you get the juice. But I feel like, again, it wouldn't go well because Chud's going to ask him, what have I done? Tommy's going to bring up something, and then Chud's going to probably dismantle it, and then we're going to be back to square one again.
This is unresolvable. I think he's a snake, and I'm going to stand by it. And something tells me, what was the word they were using last year? Vindication will come one day. I don't think that you can continue to be this kind of snake and somebody snitch on you eventually. Somebody's going to snitch on you. Look, he's going to blow himself up. He's blown himself up before.
Let's be honest. Everybody's done it. Most people have done something that gets them in trouble online at some point.
And it's going to happen again. So I really don't care. What I'm going to be doing over the next coming years is I'm going to look out when he does a Willie Mack. When he says, this is ridiculous, but there's a good point here. But you don't understand because this is really good nuance. You don't understand nuance. The YouTuber's word
She's lurking,
to deflect from explaining anything. This is really nuanced commentary. I mean, are you kidding me? This is a guilty pleasure. This is not, Chud reminds me of a lot of these sports guys that didn't get into politics, so they have to settle for being a sportscaster. Chud has to settle for being a drama tuber.
Well, Chud still talks politics, though. Like, if Chud wanted to change his content up, I think that he's got a dedicated crowd enough that he could do it. I think that he genuinely likes the drama, though. I think he likes looking at the elements of all the people doing ridiculous things on the internet. He doesn't want to get laughed at. Who does? I missed that. But I think that Chud could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted to switch his content up, he would. But I think that he likes the drama. He does. I think he does enjoy it.
I mean, I feel like the guy in Taxi. He's the first episode of Taxi. They asked Judd Hirsch. I'm the only cab driver in this place. Everybody else is a boxer. They're an actor. They're a painter. Something. I'm the only cab driver in this place. Well, I'm the only drama tuber in this place.
See, I think that's a little narcissistic to say. I'm the only true drama tuber. Why? Why are you the only true drama tuber? Everybody does drama. Moist Critical did it for a while. Mudahar did it for a while. Everybody covers drama at some point. If it's a hot story, people are going to talk about it. By the way, Mudahar has covered drama again after he said he wouldn't. So, everybody comes back at some point. Everybody acts like they're too big for drama until a hot story drops, and then they want to cover it because it's, the trending topic of the day.
Because I have no plans to move up, and I could give a shit how smart you think I am or I'm not. So here's what we're going to do. From what I understand, to the Willie Mac part of my 25-minute video, it takes over an hour. Over an hour. That's it. That's amazing. In this time, we got him to address the points that he deliberately avoided in the first video, and we got him to admit to a lie. So, what else are you lying about? Yeah, it's a little fib. Yeah, it's about a bad person. And what was the lie? I know what the lie is. I didn't know. There's a pattern there. I didn't know. Everything comes down to, I don't know. What's going on?
It's crazy, mate. It's fucking insane.
I don't know. It's like, maybe, hey, no, that's what you do. You say, yeah, Chud, I think you do know. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're waterbrain. You're crazy.
You're raped, mate. You're fucking raped.
I don't know much about the Stardust drama. I don't know anything about it. But from what somebody told me today, that was the initial excuse there, too. I didn't know. Chud never knows until he's forced to talk about something.
Well, to be fair, if he's not looking at something because he's waiting to be able to address it online, it's possible that he just doesn't know,
Take harmful opinions. Take anything where he's actually challenged on. Then it goes into meltdown mode. And then he hopes to fucking God that his audience tries to chase people off the internet. Well, look, it's just fucking mean tax to me. I really don't care. It's going to happen pretty much now for a long time to come. I'm actually encouraging people to come in here and hate. Bring it on.
See, that's where I think that this is a clout move. If you're asking people to come, I mean, he's probably reading the chat though, and the chat was lighting him up at this point. I was in here at this point, but yeah, I mean, it's like, come on. It's hard to not. I think he's just being the heel. He's playing a character. He's using this for an opportunity to get his name back out there, and it's working for him. He had almost 700 people in his chat earlier, and I haven't seen Tommy with those kinds of numbers ever. At least in my time online, he's probably had it at some point, but I don't know. It doesn't look like this is something that he's doing because he truly feels this way. I mean, he probably hates Chud. At least he's convinced himself that he hates Chud.
I'm also encouraging people to find, because here's what I think with the seed I'm planting, I think you're going to start to see it over time. Chud is not going to change his ways. He's going to snake people, say rotten stuff about him, and hide behind bants and jokes. He is going to he's going to continue. He's going to see if he has enough clout capital to go after somebody and then turn on them. He's going to continue to do that.
It just feels this feels like absolutely nothing to me. It just feels like there's nothing here. There's nothing here. I want to fast forward to when he starts reviewing reacting to Chud. Again, I feel like there's absolutely nothing here. There's nothing here. I peaked over 1K. Good luck. Yeah, it peaked at over 1K. I went on his stream earlier. Yeah, and I feel like that was all Chud's people, probably. If I had to guess, it was all Chud's people. Because if there's one thing that Chud's audience likes more than watching Chud, it's watching people that they can go make fun of for Chud. I will admit, his audience is incredibly aggressive. They are incredibly aggressive.
Worse. Over a 20-minute video.
I mean, I don't really have much to add.
Okay. Oh, that's one hell of a way to start.
First, I'm cool, calm, and collected. I don't care that much. Now, actually, if he'd have just said that, probably the whole thing would go away.
But no, it's not going to go away because I don't think that's the reason you're doing it, Tommy.
That's wonderful.
I know that you spoke about me again. Thank you for the membership.
CEO of Hell became a member. CEO of Hell celebrate.
Yeah, you said it peaked over 1K. I was asking. Oh, 3 hours in. Okay, so that must have been when Chud ended or something, because Chud usually goes pretty late. Damn, 1,000. He was probably loving it. He was probably fucking loving it.
7 months of membership.
Again, I want to be clear. I have no right to fucking talk. All right, I have, you know, at any given time, maybe 20 people in here, and that's decent, right? For me, I could have really milked something to keep people here around 100, but again, I'd rather people come to see the different shit I talk about instead of coming to see one topic, because then inevitably they're not here for me. They're here for that topic, and I'd rather build an audience of people who are here to see what I'm talking about.
Thank you for the membership. Whoa! I disavowed it.
Does he get right into it here?
He said you're a coward if you don't watch it. Well, then is he a coward for not watching my video? I mean, how does this work exactly? Like, what the f?
He said I'm a coward if I don't watch it. No, I said you specifically didn't watch it, so to avoid the issue.
Dude, okay, you're gonna fuck.
Boy, it worked on you better than me.
Yeah, it makes sense, Neon. Except everybody in that chat was like ripping him a new one. Again, like he's probably gonna get a nice jump while this is going on, but I can't imagine that he's long term. This is gonna be a good thing unless Chud fucks up. That's it. That's the only way that this looks good on Tommy is if Chud fucks up at some point. But I don't buy the whole. Tommy mentioned at one point, you know, he might not fuck up in the next couple months, but he might fuck up in a couple years. I don't buy that you can give yourself credit for that. That doesn't make sense to me. If you fucks up in a couple years, that's just playing the roll of dice, you know. But it depends on what the fuck up is too. Chud does good research too. Yeah, he does. He's very thorough with his investigations into things. I totally respect wanting the audience for you and your content, not other things, and get it. Yeah, I mean, if you're good, you're gonna get an audience eventually. That's the way I look at it. Streaming is incredibly hard to grow on. Streaming is incredibly hard. If I was just if I was just focused on the edited content, I feel like I'd grow my channel a lot faster than I would just being a streamer. Because streaming is one of those things where you gotta first convince people that you're worth watching. Secondly, you have to have good takes, entertaining takes, the right takes, the right topics, and then you're asking people to sit down and listen to you for 2 to 3 hours, you know? So that's why streaming is so hard to do. That's why it takes so long to build up an audience when you're streaming as opposed to when you're somebody who just makes videos where people can come and watch when they want.
I haven't given into this shit yet. You should have ignored it.
Why is this new fucking paradigm where it's apparently noble to not talk to someone now? What the fuck is that about, dude? It's fucking deranged.
If the person, I mean, like I said, I would look at total hip.
True, Neon. That's a good point. Remember, Tommy's audience has seen keen hate audiences, keen hate audiences, salvo hate audiences, and flame hate audiences. They're used to it. Yeah, they seemed like they were fine with the people that were ripping Tommy. They handled it pretty well. None of them were spazzing out. I will give credit to Tommy's regulars. They handled the massive amounts of hatred incredibly well.
If I called you a snake, disingenuous, not trustable, and then I trusted you with a private or public conversation. That would be just stupid. It would actually mean that I don't mean what I'm saying. I do. There's going to be no resolution here. I absolutely mean I am absolutely sure in the coming years that this is going to be undeniable.
How am I running, bro? I've said I'll have a conversation. Bro, I said I will have a conversation with you. I said I'll have a conversation. How is that running? Yes, Tommy's got.
I don't want one. I never. Because I don't want a conversation. I don't care what you do with the video. I don't care if you watch it. He said you're a coward. He's completely and totally captured by his audience. He said you're a coward. Who cares if they called you a coward, Chud? I've been called a coward for the past 24 hours in near hundreds of tweets.
I will admit, Chud wants to make his audience happy. If the majority of you guys in my chat, like the 20 of you that are here, wanted to see something particular, right? And I wanted to do something else, I would do it for you because you're my audience. That's why I'm here. Without you guys, I have no audience. Maybe this is where Tommy has fundamentally messed up over the years. You know, maybe not listening to to the what the audience suggests he covers. Chud does, and now look at Chud. Chud's raking in the cash. So maybe that's something that people need to pay attention to instead of criticizing Chud for it. Being audience captured in a political way is much different than being audience captured in a we want to watch you cover this. It's much different. And I can disconnect my creators I like and not consume when I'm not comfortable. I like you or I wouldn't come around. Thank you, Neon. I appreciate that. We try to keep it chill here. It's a very small community. I'm not a big swinger. I'm not Chud. I'm not Diorio. I'm just me. And I'm fine with being me, I'm trying to get into this mode where I'm less worried about the repercussions of what people think and just really give my honest opinions on things, and not worry about if people are upset about it or not. And I will admit though, when I did the Jordan Peterson thing and I defended him during that Jubilee episode, it got like dislike bomb like crazy. And ever since then, YouTube hasn't pushed out my videos on my streaming channel. And I feel like that's probably due to the fact that it got so many dislikes on it before. Because typically I would at least get over like 100 or something, but this is a still developing drama, so who knows? These videos could pick up if Tommy keeps going, and I think Tommy's planning on keep going. I think Tommy's a man on a mission right now, and his target's set on Chud. I don't know what he expects to gain from this in the end, but he's really after him.
Who fucking cares? You're insecure.
Going fucking insane. He's done another stream, and I'll talk to him right now. I'll talk to him right now. Bro, why am I going to react to him talking about me?
So he doesn't want to do it. That's how he started?
Yeah.
So the first video he reacts to, he deliberately avoids the major talking points, the Bobak's lie, that turns out to be a lie, and the Turkey Tom thing. He concentrates deliberately on why didn't you call me a pedo, which I never did. I basically said you came along with baggage, and
I don't know, Tommy. You did insinuate. You just insinuated that he's a deadbeat dad in the beginning of this, and you did insinuate that he talks to minors. That's what I got from it.
People you're snaking now are the same people that were accepted your baggage. Now, my now famous quote, "Look the other way," which has been twisted 100 times, but fine, that's fine. I'll live with that one. Why are you mad?
Also, like, why would you want to talk to someone that called you a pedophile?
Yeah, that's a good
according
thing
to
too.
you, according to you, Chud, Tommy called you a pedophile. Yeah. So why the fuck would you want to talk?
Let's be fair to Chud. I inferred that.
Inferred.
You're not a pedophile. Why would you want to talk to me? I'm completely bad faith. Or are you bad faith?
To me talking about him after he spoke about my content. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. I'm not afraid to fucking talk to anyone, bro. I'll talk to him if he wants. I'm just not gonna watch his.
So he got totally trolled by the fucking. He got totally trolled by his audience.
His eyes were.
How did he get? I don't know what he's talking about. How did he get trolled by his audience? What? Am I missing something here? Can anybody in the chat explain to me how they feel like Tommy got trolled or Chud got trolled by his audience? I'm failing to see it.
I never asked him for a debate. I specifically said there would be no debate because you're bad faith. Well, actually, the first one is just in case you are. Now I'm 100% sure. I never made this demand. I don't want it now. And from what I understand, it flips back and forth. I'll do it now to the end. I'll never do it.
I'll be honest. If I had an opportunity to talk to somebody I hated, I'd want to talk to him. Like, so I could be like, what is your deal? Like, why you, what does this mean to you? Why is this so important to you? It feels completely unprovoked. That's why I think it's a clout move.
Okay.
His video.
Never do it. I don't care. I don't like you. I think you're a bad guy. I think you're a snake. And I'm going to keep watching your content to find out when you get a similar type Willie take. When you speak out both sides of your mouth. I hope to make a big supercut of that one day.
It feels
because
very
it's
obsessive.
Fucking ridiculous. What are we doing here, bro? This fucking reacception shit. Just have a conversation with me, bro. Just have a conversation.
But you're bad faith.
This is content though for both of these guys. That's the thing. It's content for both of them. And Tommy picked a good target because Chud's doing pretty well online right now. Although I will admit, Chud, the last couple times I've been in his. Although when he talked about Tommy, he had like 1,600 people in his chat. But I don't know. Again, it just feels like it's a clout move. Yeah, always talk to your haters. You guys know my position on this, right? If I feel like I'm in the right, I should have no problem talking about what I believe because I stand firmly on what I believe and I don't feel like I get knocked over so easily. However, if you do feel like you can get knocked over so easily, or it's not going to go in your favor to talk to a person, you're better off not talking to them. So I can understand why Tommy doesn't want to talk to Chud, because I don't think it would, what's he going to say? Chud's going to be like, what did I do? And then Tommy's going to be like, the Willie thing. And then Chud will probably break that down, and then he's going to say, what else did I do? And then, he's not going to have anything. So what was the question you wanted an answer to? I forget what I asked. Was it me or him?
Dude,
I go to conversation and I have Queen and J Stock there.
Oh, dude, how am I the one that's fucking scared when he's there with this fucking retarded parasocial audience, desperately fucking
I got to be honest with you. That is the pot calling the kettle back. I'm sure I have some parasocial people, but holy fuck.
Fucking out about me, refusing to talk to me because he thinks I'm a snake.
Yeah.
And also, apparently, what was the other thing? He didn't like how I spoke about him in a video.
I didn't like, look, like I said before, I don't really care about the way he spoke about.
I think that what would help Tommy out a lot is if he just really broke down, other than just calling him a snake. And I'm trying to do better at the whole squirrel thing, Blue Jay. I'm trying. I don't understand. It just makes no sense to me. None of this fucking makes sense to me. I don't even know what to say about it, to be honest with you. I just don't know. Old school commentary take as audience captured means you are tied to your audience. Once always H3 is an example. They will all put up as well. Yeah, so H3 is a good example of an audience capture. You're right, because the minute Ethan said anything they disliked, they all turned on him. Not all of them, but a majority of, like, a good portion of his audience turned on him, especially when he didn't when he started backing Israeli people. So yeah, that's a good example of audience capture. I don't feel like Chud is audience captured in that way. I think Chud says whatever the fuck he wants. And if people disagree, he spurgs out. But again, I don't think he does this because he's insecure. I think he does this, it's because it's performative. I think this is a performative thing to Chud. He's done this long enough to know what people like to watch. And he knows that his chat likes to watch him spurg out, so he spurgs out on purpose. And then he calls it the Finny Rage or whatever. It's not hard to figure this stuff out. I don't know where Tommy's coming from. This is I wonder what other people are saying about this. Like, I wonder what Dickers and Queeman and all them are saying about this. I don't know how many people are on Tommy's side here. If anybody can find somebody who is like Team Tommy in this, I'd love to see it, because I'd love to hear what they have to say about this, and get their opinions. Because Tommy's not giving us much.
He spoke about me because we were fucking friends. And again, I defy you to watch that particular video and come away with, is that the way a friend talks about you? He says the same things then that he says now.
So he doesn't want to talk to me. I mean, it's fine, but it's just pathetic. It's totally pathetic. Just fucking have a conversation. What's your problem, bro? On stream, off stream, he can record it. He can record the whole thing if he's worried about me snaking him or something like that. It's ridiculous.
I just don't want to talk to you because I think if it's online, we're just going for the W. It won't be a legitimate conversation. You showed that you can't have a conversation with harmful opinions. You just started screaming like an idiot. You're the gay Riddler. You're the gay Riddler. When you had a minor difference of opinion to you. And by the way, I see this all the time in your chats as well. You'll bring up a political point, and if one guy in the chat, you're like, "What are you retarded?" This is a pattern with you.
All right, I will agree that is a fair critique from Tommy. Chud can get pretty one-guyed pretty easily, but again, I don't know if he's doing it because he's genuinely upset or if he's doing it to give his audience like some energy. Like, is he really hurt by it? But people watch Chud for him to do that. It's part of his shtick. I would understand if Tommy didn't know Chud, so he didn't understand how Chud acts. What he does, so he should understand that it's basically a persona, and that's what I think too. But I think that what Tommy's doing is a persona as well. I just don't. He hasn't said anything, provided zero evidence. I don't think that what he said about Willie was that bad. He was still at the end of the day defending Willie. Neon Trina says, I really don't know many who don't put some errors when they go live. I can think of a couple creators, but one, they're building, and two, most of them game. Yeah, I game on member streams. That's about it. But mainly I'm here just chatting with you guys.
You can even go back to one of my old interviews when I bust his balls a little bit and he gets super defensive. I don't want to have a conversation with you. I never asked for one. I think you want a conversation so you can make this kind of content farm thing. I'm not going to help you content farm. I didn't help you do it when Queeman was fishing.
They do
around
feel
Slasher
weak.
stuff, and Willie didn't help you do it. I'm not going to help you do it now.
I won't bring anyone else on. It will just be me and him. That's it. I'm not going to fucking dogpile. No one else.
And here's another thing. Ask yourself something, chat. What are we going to talk about?
I don't know. How about, okay, so air your grievances. What do you got? And then go from there. That's a good spot to start. What is it that you think I do? Okay, well, why do you think I do that? Okay, this is why I don't feel like I did that. I don't know, like this isn't like really complex shit. This is not complex stuff.
I'm not having a conversation that you're a good person, I'm a bad person. No, you're a bad person. No, I'm not. Okay, who cares? That's boring. That's boring. And then, if you want to go with this, like everybody's going whether there's a win or a loss. When it's really, I just want to provoke. I want to provoke a new vision on Chud Logic. Even if it's a minority. If it's 10 to 5%, I'll take it.
So when I hear him say that, I want to provoke him. That just means like I want to troll him. That's what I feel like that sounds like. That sounds like I'm going to troll him, right? Doesn't that? If I was like, you know what? I'm going after Bill's YouTube because I don't like him because I think he does shitty research. So, whether or not I got anything solid against him, I'm just going to, sit there and provoke him so that I can get some good stuff. That's what I hear when I hear him say that. Am I wrong for that? I don't think so. That's what I hear. I'm going to troll him so I can show everybody who Chud really is.
Take it, right? All it is a numbers game at the end of the day. If I have
they are personating each other. You're right, Blue Jay.
Right, whether they're right about me or not, and everybody goes after them. It's just a numbers.
It's a persona war.
Game. You're a commentator. Commentate.
So coming to the call. It's ridiculous. I got nothing to fear. I got nothing to hide. I got literally nothing to hide. Nothing to fear.
Neither do I. I just spit it.
But if you didn't have anything to fear, Tommy, why aren't you going on and talking to him? Like, this is what I don't get. Like, if I knew somebody was a piece of shit, and I could get an opportunity to get in front of them and show everybody how big of a piece of shit this person was, I would take that opportunity 9 times out of 10. It makes no sense to me that you would just kind of not want to do this.
It's all out there. All my comments are out there in the open that you can see. I don't understand this, I don't understand why you can't just have a conversation about it instead of this stupid, talking about each other on our stream.
I think it's a really snaky thing to do to go and try to get Sargon of Akkad's DMs. I think it's a really snaky thing to do to kind of like, hey, Willie Mac, you're crashing out over here. I think it's really snaky to content farm him. Content farming your friends, I think, is like the worst thing.
But Willie, does Willie not do the same thing though, Tommy? I mean, does he not? Does Willie not talk to people and get information from them? If Chud reaches out and says, hey, do you have a connect for me? What's wrong with that? I don't get it. If Willie's not down for it, Willie's a big boy. He can handle it himself. He can tell you, I don't want to talk. Okay. And then if Chud spazzes out about that, that's on Chud. But Willie does the same stuff in his videos when he does interviews with people. The Destiny thing's a perfect example. Destiny was content for him. Destiny was his friend at one point. I think probably still are friends. But, that's the same. Is that not the same thing? Is that not the same thing? Is it only different because Willie's your friend, Tommy? I just don't know. This just seems so odd.
I think it's a real snaky thing to do to present Queeman and Jay Stalk's version of William Mac's video and say, hey, they have a point there. And as soon as Nick DiOrio tweets that Willie did a good job in his 5-on-1 debate, that you completely shift gears.
Well, maybe people's opinions can change. This whole rule that people can't see a different perspective seems stupid to me. If someone convinces you that something probably isn't what you first assumed it was, why is that bad? Why is that a bad thing? Typically, that means that person has an open mind. And they go, you know what? I never really thought of it that way. I think I'm kind of leaning towards you. I'm seeing what you're saying. I'm seeing what you're saying now. Why is that so hard for people to put together? You know what I mean? Oh, you're a flip-flopper. Now, if somebody has a perspective on one thing, and then someone convinces them that their perspective's wrong, and then they switch to something different, then but then they switch back, I can see that argument being made. If someone's constantly moving with the trends, then that's probably a bad thing. But switching once, there's a lot of times where somebody will like I'll be doing something and somebody will be like, dude, what are you doing? And I'll be like, you know what? I am kind of being a little like ridiculous, aren't I? Sorry, I got carried away, right? That doesn't make me a bad person. That makes me be like, you know what? You're right. I don't know what I don't know what the hell I'm doing over here.
I don't want to talk to you. I don't even know why are you listening to these people? Why? Who cares what they think? I don't care what's going on right now. I wish I could get my I can't get this fucking working for some reason, my chat. I wish you could. Why would you care? I know you're insecure.
Backwards and forwards. I'm sure he's going to do another fucking 30 minutes about this as well. Just have a conversation, bro. Just have a conversation with me, bro. Just have a fucking convo.
No.
What is going on, dude?
No.
That's what men do. Men talk about shit. They talk shit out. That's what adults do, Tommy. This isn't a hard concept to understand. Like, okay, it's fine, but Chud has the right to say if like. I think it's also a fundamental difference in how they approach things. You know, if anything, Tommy should say, Chud, I'll have a conversation, but you got to come on my show. Even though Chud's chat will just take over Tommy's show. But, I mean, I don't think it's wrong for Chud to say that. People who have disagreements talk it out. That's what they do. That's what adults do. But, again, I think that that's why I think that this is, like, nothing more than, like, you know, a clout move. Like hey, look at me, guys. I'm going after your boy. Suck it. I'm trolling Chud's whole crowd. I don't like you guys. I don't like the way you talk. I'm coming after you. We're going to have a good time.
What's going on? I don't understand what has happened.
Oh, no!
You can't just have a conversation anymore.
He's never done this before. I have no idea. I don't get it.
Snake shit.
Nobody gets it, though, Tommy. That's the thing. It's a completely unprovoked attack. It's a completely unprovoked attack. You just targeted Chud out of nowhere because you said that he didn't message you or something. Yeah, most of us don't understand where the fuck you're coming from, bro.
I have no
I'm a
idea.
snake, so I can't be spoken to.
I don't get this. I don't get why he said what he said. I don't get why people are complaining. I don't get why everybody's upset. He never understands. So at what point do we sit there and say, that's bullshit? You're a fraud. In fact, the whole blowbacks thing, I didn't know. Play dumb, have somebody call it out, get angry.
It's all in the public. It's all in the open. Stop playing silly buggers and pull up the... Okay. Okay, so a bit of time start. We'll watch it. Fine, we'll watch it. Creeman wins.
Creeman wins.
They just got fucking one guy.
Yeah, he got fucking one guy.
See, that doesn't look good for Chud, though, unless he's doing it on purpose to get a reaction out of Tommy. What is this beef even about substance-wise? I don't think anybody knows, Janie. Tommy thinks that Chud is a snake and a fraud, and Chud is kind of confused because there's not a history of that. Like with Diorio, you could point out, okay, well, Diorio's gone through people's inboxes constantly. He's recorded people's calls, you know, whether they knew or not. You know, he's turned his back on a lot of friends that he's had over the years. Like, that makes sense. Like, that's snaky behavior. I can't remember a situation where Chud has done that. Take Raymundo, for instance. He was in the chat earlier. Chud was being rude to him. That was a bad look for Chud to be so rude to Raymundo. But once Chud realized that Ray was kind of like actually a really nice guy, Chud stopped doing it and was being a lot nicer to him. That's somebody who's like if Chud desperately wanted to use him for content, he would have just kept going and would have been like Moreau and or Morale, whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know. I call him Morale. And he would have just done something like that where he would have just been like absolutely over the top and got a clippable moment, right?
By his own stream.
You got one guy by his own stream.
Actually, got one by his friend Queeman.
Maybe he didn't.
And they're UK people.
Oh, I wait to see that one develop over the next couple months. Maybe he didn't. The smartest thing for him to do is like, I was nice to that guy. I'm not a fucking snake. I don't like. I think his points. Although he would have had the
most of us, dude.
He deliberately didn't.
Don't have answers, Blue Jay.
Right. He deliberately did it, and then he felt the pressure here. Because I said, I think I pretty much didn't care if he covered it or not.
There had to be a situation, Blue Jay. Okay, just so anybody who's just listening can know the question. Blue Jay wrote, I honestly wonder what happened that made Tommy express his opinions now. Why? What happened? I have so many questions, and I'm not getting answers. Yeah, and I feel like you're not alone in that because there had to be a situation that happened where either Chud said one thing or Chud did something, and that started the clock on Tommy to be like, I don't really like that. I didn't like what that guy did. and then it's probably festered over time. And then there had to be an exact moment where Chud said something that made Tommy go, "Oh, that's it. I'm going after this motherfucker," right? But I don't know what that is because Tommy's never said it, right? Unless they've been shit talking Chud behind like Chud's back in one of their group chats or something. And then, Tommy was like, I'm going to go after this guy. I feel like Willie Mack does not like Chud. From what I've seen on Twitter, I guess Willie's not a fan of Chud anymore because of what Chud said in regards to his Destiny stuff. But here's the thing, too, is like I don't think that blind loyalty is valuable in a niche like this. If someone fucks up, they should be called out whether they're your friend or not. If we're letting people get away with specific things because they are your friend, then what are we even doing here? We're not getting anywhere, right? And I think that Chud's been very good in the past of being critical of people who deserve it, and regardless of whether or not that person was their friend, Chud stays honest with how he feels about shit. If he feels like someone fucked up, they fucked up. But this is just so very strange to me. It's very odd. I'm gonna keep saying that. It's just very odd. This whole thing is very odd. I don't think I've ever come across a drama like this before, where someone is so dedicated to their convictions without having any kind of real solid proof of their convictions. It's like we just gotta, I don't know, trust him on it. It's a trust me, bro. That's exactly what it is. In my opinion, Tommy being performative just to poke Chad. So Tommy can get view count, increase his audience. I think that's all I can think of. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense in this whole situation, is that Tommy did this so that Tommy can get his name out there and do the rounds. Maybe Tommy was feeling like he was stale. He was tired of doing something. He was tired of covering other people's drama. I mean, drama's great for your channel. Let's be honest. When I had that stuff going on with Mod or Paul, how many people were in our chat? We had like 130 people in the chat, right? And I could have milked the shit out of that. But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I knew that I was just continuously going after a guy when there really wasn't a reason to keep going. Janie says, I don't know. I call out my friends the most and expect them to do the same. Those are the people that you surround yourself with. It's strange that it's happening now and online as usual. Yeah, I mean, this isn't like Tommy holding Chud accountable. If Tommy was like, listen, I like Chud. I think Chud's a decent guy. But I do have a big issue with Chud when he is overly aggressive at trying to get a contact. Or he, is critical to people that may not deserve it, or he calls people retards because they have a problem with something that he says. I think that Tommy wouldn't be out of line with that, but Tommy's not doing that. Tommy's going like, Chud is the worst motherfucker on the internet, point blank, period. Fuck Chud. That is not a very reasonable take, not a very reasonable approach to this thing.
So everybody's like, hey, go answer these questions.
Freeman's won again. Go on, send it through. Let's have a look. Go on.
He's going to be the death of you.
Go on, send it through. Let's have a look.
Ishif says, I've seen Chud go on about something before, then find out he was wrong and he actually acknowledged it. Not a lot of drama creators do that. Yeah, and that's important because if you don't correct the record, right, then you're contributing to misinformation. Your ego can be so big that you're like, you know what, I am... I need to admit that I'm wrong here. It takes a lot of balls to admit you're wrong.
By the way, blame me for this because I knew he was going to show, and he'll cover me again. I promise.
But I'm not doing this again.
Yeah, he will cover you because his chat's going to make them.
It's done after this. I'm not watching. I'm not doing any more of this stupid fucking reacception shit. Okay? I'm sick of it, bro. I'm sick of it. After this, if he wants to talk,
so sick of it. 2 hours and you're sick of it, really?
Yeah.
We can have a
Being
conversation.
wrong is nice because you learn.
Chud, let's make this here. I think you are a disingenuous, bad faith, backstabbing loser that trolls for boy pussy or whatever the fuck it is you do. It's okay to be LGBTQ. I just want to make sure of that. And this is your entire identity. And I pressured you into this when you could have just went, fuck off.
No, his audience pressured him into it because they wanted to hear him respond to you, Tommy. I think you might be taking a little too much credit here because I was in the chat when Chud's chat did this, and they wanted him to talk about it real bad. They called it Tommy 10, and they were pretty much up his ass until he finally did it. And he was saving it for the end because he knew that people would want to see it, so they stuck around. It was a smart move business-wise. But, you know, he was talking about this, which is what I was interested in, and then he ended up ending it so that he could talk about pirate software, which he said was the real news. Which, again, in my opinion, it's just Chud being, you know, a bit humble and being like, oh, I can make myself the main story. This sounds like fun. But no, he doesn't. He wanted to talk about other people. He could make it all about himself, but he doesn't. Tommy is making it all about himself. And it's hard to not ignore that, that aspect of this.
Because you're worried.
Queeman has won again. Queeman's secret tricks against me have worked.
Yeah, it might have. Probably more than you think.
And of course, Queeman sent it to me. This must, dude. This is probably the what?
Does that look okay? Tommy keeps saying Chud's afraid. Look how giddy he gets when he brings this up. Like, look how giddy he gets. Does this look like a guy who's afraid?
Queeman has won again. Queeman's secret tricks against me have worked.
Yeah, it might have. Probably.
Look at that face. He was planning on doing this the whole time, right? I don't think that people really understand just how performative Chud actually is. I grew up as an actor, okay? I was in theater. I know when someone's playing a character. Chud is playing a fucking character. Like, this is not a hard thing to figure out. Chud is playing whatever Chud's real name is. It's not Chud, obviously. Chud Logic is a character that he plays online, and it works for him. I wish that I did it. I'd rather be like this over the top persona. I just tend to be a little bit more me than I probably should be.
When you think.
And of course, Queeman sent it to me. This must, dude. This is probably the what?
Maybe one day we'll cover a Blue
Tommy's
Jay.
content to react to, Queeman. Something like that. Is that right?
But I already started on this, so I gotta
All those
finish
things
it.
you sent me about him. You know what I'm talking about. Obviously, you know. I know you downplayed it on stream, but obviously, you know, we know what's going on, don't we? We know what's going on, dude. Oh shit! I shouldn't.
By the way, I'm probably not taking calls today. I don't want to lead anybody on. This is going on for a long time.
Yeah, Tommy did it on purpose because the call. If he started taking calls during the stream, it would be like a bunch of people in the calls waiting to go after him. So maybe it's a smart move for Tommy to let everybody calm down before the next, before he talks to the next people. What's up, DSB? I'm gonna name my kid Chud. That'd be a cool kid. It's easy to be real. People make it difficult. Listen, again, I don't want to seem like I'm overly glazing Chud, but I do think that Chud sets a good ethical standard for a creator online. Like, if everybody was like him, there probably wouldn't be nearly as much drama, at least between creators. Chud approaches a lot of stuff very ethical, and again, I've had interactions with him, and he's been very kind to me. I was a nobody when he reacted to my pierogi video, and he could have easily been like, "Oh, this shit sucks," but he told me that my channel was criminally underrated with subs, and he said that and then. I adjusted the video because he gave me some pointers on where he felt like it was too long and it was dragging. So I adjusted the video, and then he told his chat, I really like that EG guy. Like he was very open to feedback. He's not an egotistical guy. How can you dislike a guy who's like that? This is why I'm being so. I've never had an interaction with Tommy. So I don't feel like I really owe Tommy anything. I don't really feel like I owe Chud anything. But if I'm gonna base off my personal feelings from my experiences. I don't feel like Chud is what Tommy has said he is. If I've never interacted with Chud, maybe I'd be more open to it. But I'm not. I've interacted with Chud. I know how Chud is. He's a very nice guy. Very fucking nice guy.
Oh, I've let the cat out of the bag. Oh, I've let the cat out of the bag. Oh no, shit.
I will take calls on this next stream. No problem. I'm not just. This is good. We will be here all fucking night.
Fuck. Forget the links. It's the novels of psychoanalysis he should be worried about.
Let's go!
Let's go!
I forgot I had this on 1.25 and it's still so slow. See, I feel like Tommy's getting a little nervous. He started being a little. That's like a side of a guy who's like a little bit like, okay, here we go. He's gonna react to my shit.
Quick. If he's so fearless and not a coward, why hasn't he criticized Ethan Klein like he said he wanted to? The chains were broken, right? But what happened when he did that? He got in a huddle with Nick and said, I can't talk about it because it will only create drama. And I'm a coward?
Well, you get a bump. I mean, probably got a bump in viewership, and they didn't want to just kick him out right away. Like, you wait to criticize him until you lose, until people will like realize that you're not like such a bad faith guy. If like I picked up a lot of subscribers from a specific topic, and then I immediately was like criticized what everybody was in agreement with me, I'd probably lose those people right away. You got to build a relationship with these people where they trust you first before you could start criticizing stuff. That's a human dynamic that I don't think a lot of people understand. I mean, I'm by no means, again, have any idea how this internet shit works. All right? I still consider myself to be pretty new at this shit, right? I fuck up all the time. I do things impulsively. I'm ADHD. And sometimes I'm lucky enough to have people who reel me back in and just say, yeah, dude, probably not a good idea. Okay. You're right. But I listen. I listen and I'm open to I listen and I'm open to perspective, right? I don't just cut people off because they disagree with me. I hear what they have to say.
I thought you had some real nuanced commentary on how Ethan Klein isn't the greatest person there. Has he covered that since?
But hey, Tommy, he said it's boring, so it's fine.
Oh, it's boring now.
Yeah, he doesn't care. It's
after
boring.
his little sneak disc of Nick, now it's boring. Well, didn't he tell me in that same video if you don't like covering this stuff? Which, by the way, he's correct.
The chat
cover
squirrel,
something else.
Stay on topic, chat. By the way, chat, when I repost these motherfucking streams, all right, I need you guys to go over there and comment there too. That's actually the more important comment. Although I'd like to get to a point where these streams are just, the stream. I could just do the stream, go through the whole show, just leave it as it is. That's how I feel. That's probably what I'm going to start doing in the future, is just leaving the streams as streams. I'll probably take out the beginnings of the streams, like the stream waiting, and just start it from my intro and then go from there. I think that's probably the best way to go about it.
I'm TommyC. That guy's got a great radio voice. That's Mean Genie. I know Mean Genie.
Now, if you notice that Tommy's kind of glazing himself a little bit extra, that's because the chat is absolutely like grilling him hard right now. So I think he's being a bit provocative towards the people that are watching, because he knows that there's a bunch of people in the chat going, what the are you doing, Tommy?
Yo, so look, I am not going. Actually, if I would have got this.
Yeah, got a comment. Engagement's important. If you guys even leave a comment, like repost a comment that you guys post in here, and it helps the algorithm, and the algorithm will be like, oh, the people are engaging with this video, let's push it out a little bit more. Because I really think that the previous video I did on this was pretty good. I listened to the stream back and I was like, oh, it's good energy. You know, I cut out a little bit of me talking with you guys, which I'm probably going to do in the future, so that it stays on topic, so I can fight my ADHD a little better. And you know, I think it was a pretty good stream. I wish I would have went back and put an intro into it though. But yeah, if nobody engages with it, then and I count on you guys to at least get that jump start. You know what I mean? If you guys can't, if you guys don't feel like it, it's just I'm asking, right? I'm not telling you have to. Obviously, yeah, I can't make you. But you know, as a you know, if you want to be able to help out the channel, it's the best way to do it. Like and leave a little comment. It doesn't have to be like a deep comment.
This way, I mean, I would have got that.
Just like, oh, this story's weird. That's a problem. Something like that. Helps out majorly.
Of 50 minutes of going, I don't know.
What? So he doesn't even watch my video.
You didn't watch mine.
That's not like that's not what you said though. That's like not what you said.
You didn't watch mine.
Nobody watches anybody's.
Like, how can you use that? I literally start the thing and I say, start the thing.
I command it. I request of you.
You didn't even watch it. You cherry picked what you wanted to pick, and now he's like, you didn't even watch mine. Which, how many hours was that? Holy shit. It's the same thing.
And by the way, don't forget, not on EG Lately, right? Not on EG Lately. You have to go do it on EG Lately Live now. That's where I need you guys, because that's where this stuff goes. It doesn't go on EG Lately. It goes on EG Lately Live. So that's where you guys need to help the engagement out. Just to, if you guys decide that you're going to be helpful in that way, that's the best way to do it. I find it harder to come on a video than a live stream. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a deal with that. I'm commenting in the moment and not in general. Yeah, I mean, I get it because your comment's there, and if anybody disagrees, they're gonna give you shit. I understand. It makes sense. That's why I said, like, if you don't feel comfortable like making a hard stance on something, just maybe post like, "Oh, this is very interesting" or something like that. Like, do a bot comment. It's just that YouTube really pays attention to that shit on whether or not they're gonna push it out.
What is all this shit? What is all this fucking bullshit about me running scared, right? Because I'm not going to watch his fucking retarded video.
Then don't watch it. Don't watch it. I told
Especially
you.
since I got like
don't watch it.
My Jordan Peterson.
Oh, your
video
audience
got
captured. So I was right about that too.
Like crazy.
And I've been fucking pressured into it by retards in chat. And he's not even going to watch my response and go over my arguments. Dude, this is what is so...
Why I didn't? I'll tell you why I didn't. Because you didn't go over mine. You actually avoided the ones I made it. The Turkey Tom, the Bowbacks. But now you have to do it.
It is cherry picked.
Yeah, now you have to do it.
Fucking ridiculous about this whole thing.
Gotcha.
Right? He has sat there in a fucking drunken rage, probably, presumably, right?
Sure.
Banging on about...
Isn't that what he used to say about me when we were friends?
Well, that was just banter, man.
It's kind of just the banter. But now it's literal, right? now it's just the banter. Before it was just the banter. Okay.
Credibility attacks, okay, right? Because I fucking said Nicholas Diorio was sucking off Ethan Klein, right? All he's done is make fucking credibility attacks against me. All he's done...
Yeah, and I actually provided evidence for it.
No, you have not, Tommy. I hate to say it, man. That Willie video is not good evidence. It's not. It's not. Let's be real.
Yeah, I do. The evidence is your pattern of behavior. You don't attack. Like, look, I think Ethan, you don't go, Nicky Diorio is wrong about this.
But the only pattern of behavior that you've pointed out, Tommy, is that Chud will be a little aggressive when he's trying to get a contact from someone, and that's about it. And he chases women, chases Gawk, which that's his fucking right to do if he wants, right? We can comment, wow, that EG is extra. Yeah, you could put that in there if you want. People might disagree with you though.
You say he's sucking off, and you don't give an example. So I said you dropped the Bowbacks thing, and my example was it didn't make any sense that you didn't know. And it doesn't make any sense. We even tried to defend you, but we find out later that it's a lie because Aiden said, I specifically told him, I remember telling him that this was private information. Then I don't know for sure. I think Nick told you we're leaving that part out. Alex Gekmo, the guy who was A-logging Bowbacks, let that out. So you wait for the New Year's stream, the biggest one, and drop it. And then when you're called on it, you say, I didn't know. Nick immediately says, that wasn't supposed to come out in the video, in the stream.
Yeah, but if you're like just sitting there chilling and talking, right, and you forget, especially if you're drinking, which Chud might have been doing because it was the New Year, it's very easy to imagine that it could have slipped out. But if he did it intentionally, I can understand where he's coming from. But, again, nobody knows that whether or not Chud did it intentionally other than Chud, right? And it ended up being an interesting story. Bo Black's kind of just received a bit of his own medicine there because Bo Blacks was doing way worse shit. If you do snaky shit in the background, like against other creators, eventually it's going to come out. It's not worth it to get involved in that kind of shit. Like if someone confides their trust in you, your best bet's just to, be trustworthy. I would never, ever share my DMs with other creators, with anybody, because first off, it's none of anybody else's business, right? Two, it's going to set up a precedent that you cannot trust me. I'm not trustworthy. But I've never seen Chud leak a DM. I could be wrong. I don't watch there's a lot of Chud out there, so I could be wrong, but particularly he reads other people's leaked DMs. But I don't see him doing it constantly. I do see Duro do it constantly. You'll see Tommy do it in this stream. So it's not a good thing to do.
6 months later, who gives a fuck? Well, that's my allegation. Point one for me.
Is say I'm a fucking snake and acted like I'm some duplicitous fucker with no evidence, by the way, no evidence, right? It's fucking...
No matter what you say, no matter what you provide, there'll be no evidence.
Obscene, bro. I'm not making the fucking credibility attacks. He's making the credibility attacks against me and not addressing my arguments. And not addressing my...
Can you believe the balls of this guy saying not addressing my arguments when his first reply literally avoided mine? The balls of this guy. That's, by the way, that's like the whole joke right there. We're going to pretend... We know you watched the video. We're going to pretend not to watch it. Like you pretended not to see mine.
I will say, this is entertaining as fuck, though. I will say, this is very entertaining. So, for anything else, Tommy at least has given us some pretty interesting content to look at. I mean, he might not have too much of a leg to stand on, but it's still interesting shit. Even if nobody cares about it.
Fucking
at least they don't care about what I have to say about it, because who the fuck am I?
Bro, the bridge is already fucking gone. The bridge is already gone. You know?
Good.
Tommy C got fucking mind raped by Queeman so hard.
Yes.
He's put about fucking 75% of that onto me, right?
By the way, I just want to point out, when we were friends, that was the bands. He said that too. So what's the difference? Now he's angry. He said that before. So what about now?
Or like no JK?
And
no JK. No, that was Queeman mind raped you. He said this several times before. JK. Now there's no JK. So
okay, so the difference is Chud says the same thing now after you guys are beefing that he said when you guys were friends. I could understand where Tommy's coming from here. Like, you wouldn't want to hear someone say that about you. But again, this is the game, right? This is the game. And Queeman's obviously closer to Chud than you were. I don't know, man. There's those things. Tommy's got a point. Tommy's got a point there. If Chud did say that, you know, but you can't, I guess you can't get, it's just a reason why you can't get away with saying everything you want. I will give that point to Tommy. I'm going to give that point to Tommy. If Chud did say those things when he was friends with him, and now again when he's after being friends with him, that's fair. That's a fair point. Point for Tommy.
Well, so I was right. You meant it.
It's like he's been seething. He's been seething about all these different issues for months and said nothing to me. And said no.
Yeah, because I thought you were a snake. I was right. You're a duplicitous snake.
I don't think that's enough, though, to get Chud labeled as a snake, though. I do think Tommy has a right to be upset about that, but I don't think that it's enough for Chud to be labeled a snake.
What?
You even framed this. You even snakely framed this.
A
video.
bit crude, sure.
You didn't cover what I talked about. You avoided what I talked about.
Hear me, bro. We last spoke 6 months ago, and I said to him that the slasher stuff was overblown and to look over my coverage, and if he didn't fucking agree with it...
Let's go over what he said to me. If he hasn't blocked me. I actually want to check that out.
So this is where he's going to leak the DMs, which I never think is a good idea. Never a good idea to leak people's DMs.
Let's see.
Because you're setting the precedent that if you guys ever have a disagreement...
Hey, man, I hope you had a good Christmas. Aiden and Queeman were talking about the statements in regards to Slasher and Brittany Ventney DMs. Huh? Some inconsistencies came up in regards to the order of the DMs and has some impacts in regards to what happened. So he's already made a decision on it. He's not even saying Aiden or Queeman are talking about the statements in regard to Slasher and Brittany Ventney. Some inconsistencies came up in the order of DMs and has some impact in regards to what happened. Would you be interested in hopping on the stream? Well, here's the thing. He didn't say they said that. He said he said that. So it's definitive. And I knew. I knew right there and then. Now, this is coming right off the Kinetic Hell stuff and right off the stuff like, Tommy, don't you have a wife? You should be talking to Kinetic Hell. So I knew I was.
Yeah, and this is where Tommy's mic cuts out, which is not Tommy's fault. I know a lot of people gave him shit in it, but these mics here have these weird wires here that if I were to play with it or jiggle it enough, you would lose. It would cut out. So that's not Tommy's fault. I'm trying to be as fair as I can here. I still don't. You know,
so here's the part that he's leaving out. The next day, I called Nick DiOrio and I basically said, "Is this?"
You got muted for a second.
Did I?
Yeah,
you did.
For a bit.
How long? How long? And what muted me?
Like 25 seconds. Yeah.
25 seconds. All right. Let me start.
No,
I'll start again.
Yeah. You start.
I'll start again. So we'll go over the DMs that he's talking about. Hey man, I hope you had a good Christmas. Aiden and Queeman were talking about statements in regards to Slasher and Brittany DMs. Some inconsistencies came up in regards to the order of DMs, which has some impact in regards to what happened. Now he's saying that definitively. He's not saying, hey, Aiden and Queeman are pointing out.
Anybody who's ever done a stream knows how annoying that could be.
Would you be interested in hopping on stream tomorrow to talk about this at some point or in the next few days? Or are you busy? I didn't buy this. I didn't buy it at all. A couple days later, I saw, good thing I didn't go on there. Here's what he writes later. Hey, looked it over on stream today. It was overblown criticism. I don't think we need to talk to you on stream about it, but if you look it over, it has any issues, let me know. Here's what he didn't tell you. I called Nick and I say, is this guy fucking with me? And then the next day I get the message. Nick told me that, look, because I was like, is this guy trying to fuck with me? And he's like, look, I don't think so. I'll talk to him. And then the tone change came and then we were done. So he's leaving one thing out. Hey, I checked into this thing and it was totally overblown. I shot it down. Yeah, when Nick called you and I smelled a rat. Hence why I won't talk to you. I don't think you're good faith. I think.
Okay, this is an interesting point. But if Nick reached out to him and said and went to bat for you though, Tommy, wouldn't that, you know? Yeah, I guess Tommy feels like he was being set up by Chud, but you know, if you felt like confident in your the best way to not have audio issues than not have audio at all. Good point. I could see where Tommy's coming from here. If but Chud might have also just been looking for the truth, you know, and why. If he was trying to, I guess maybe Tommy feels like he was trying to point out that Tommy did it purposely, but then Nick came and talked to him, and then Chud changed his tune. But if Diorio went to bat for you with Chud, and Chud was like, all right, yeah, you know, I'll leave him alone, then I don't understand what's the problem there. It was a friend going and being like, so I guess Tommy feels some type of way that Chud even wanted to talk to him in the first place. But I don't know. Again, this is very, I guess, you know, I don't know. Tommy's not wrong. You know, it does seem like, but the conversation never happened, so we can't see what would have happened. Like, this is all just speculating. Whether or not this was going to be Chud setting him up. We're trying to take him down. But, you know, Chud likes to get to the bottom of the whatever the deal is. And if there's inconsistencies, he wants to probably know why.
You were fishing. This is a very similar conversation that Chud had with Willie Mack. Hey, you look like you're crashing out, buddy. You want to come on and talk about it? It's content farming. He's content farming his friends.
We all do it, though. We all do it.
My argument, he's not trustworthy. He's not a very good friend. And considering, again, that he's saying the same fucking shit about me that he said when he was my friend, I'm kind of thinking he meant it. You know?
But are we all like actual friends, though? Or is it more like, I'd like to think in a perfect world we'd all be friends, right? Not me including, but you know, I'm just talking about my relationships with other creators. There's people who I hope are my friend, right? But if push came to shove, would they, you know, stick by me? Probably not, because a lot of times we've seen through experiences that if you fuck up big time, people will have no problem bailing on you. So I feel like a real friend is someone who's going to stick by you even if you're fucking up. But I guess it depends on how fucked up you get. I don't know if Chud looks at these people as friends. Like, I could tell that Tommy's friends with Willie. I know Zali's friends with them guys. So it makes sense to me that these people would want to kind of look out for each other. But how many times has Diorio been friends with someone and had no problem turning on them? You know, let's bring up Bo Blacks, for instance. John Swan. Tommy himself, the green M&M. You know, online friendships are different. Take, for instance, what just happened with us, right? I had somebody very close to the channel. Turns out they weren't my friend at all, right? So I don't feel like online friendships are the same as like in reality friendships, but just like in reality friendships, things change and people get mad. So, you know, I'd wish that people would stay friends, and I think it's cool that they have a circle where they can all like go to bat for each other. But if you're gonna sweep for them, but then hold someone else accountable, I do think there's a bit of a issue there. But you know, again, I don't know. I haven't been around as long as these guys, so I don't know where they're all coming from. I'm still very new to all this shit. I have no idea what I'm doing half the time. I just do what I think is funny or entertaining, or but I don't try to do that by hurting other people. I don't. I will say that much. And I don't feel like Chud is intentionally trying to hurt other people either. I think Chud cares about his show, right? That's the most important thing to him, is his stream, it's entertaining people. And if he's willing to hurt people to do that, I can understand why people would have a problem with it. I don't know. Yeah, relationships are difficult, point blank. That's about where I'm getting at. Yeah, relationships are complicated, especially online, because you don't. It's like, do you like your job more or do you like your friends more? Well, I need my job to live, So I'll probably take my job over my friends. But if there's a way that I can have my friends while I keep my job, that would be the preferable outcome. But again, Chud is probably thinking a lot of these people a lot harder and a lot more used to this than they have been.
Okay? And that's fine. I just don't want to be friends that talk. I don't want to be fake friends. I don't want to do this mean girl shit. I like what Queeman does. I like Queeman just comes out and spits it. He's a bad faith fucking bastard, and he'll fuck over anybody get by YouTube. He's never going to help his friends, and he's never going to look as ridiculous as TommyC, who bends over backwards for him. That's a quote, all right? And here's what I want to tell you guys right now. Sub to Queeman right now, because here's the thing. He's going to give it to you straight. If that's the kind of stuff you want, if you don't want the fence riding bullshit, if you don't want somebody to sit there and beat around the bush, sub to Queeman 100%, because he's a fucking honest liar. And if that's what you want, Chud is a dishonest liar.
No, I disagree, because I think that it's important to look at both sides. If you always go into it with just, I personally think Queeman tends to be a little bit overly negative. So I remember I watched him just a little bit one day, and I was like, Jesus, this dude is like, it's too much. Like, this dude's calling everybody a retard, that's just not the case. Not everybody's a retard, right? And that's how he is. So what's up, Side Glass Bottle? I just I don't know. I mean, I don't recommend subbing to Queeman, because he's probably gonna depress you if you watch him and make you hate everybody. But Chud tries to approach it logically. I really think he does, and he looks at both sides. Doesn't fully condemn someone, which you should never do, like, unless they do something atrocious.
Chud is a phony. So that whole thing is like, hey, I saw it on stream. You were trying to trap me on stream with Queeman and Aiden. I'm not a fucking moron. Hence why I won't talk to you. Let's go on.
Right? Then he could talk to me about it. That's the last time we spoke. He's not said a single thing to me since, and apparently he's got all these issues with things that I've said. It's fucking deranged. It's fucking deranged, bro.
No, it isn't. Having issues with it, that's deranged to have issues with what you said? Isn't that what you do all day?
It's totally ridiculous.
I see your comment, DSB. I'm just trying to digest how I'll reply.
And apparently there's others that have got problems with me. I don't know if it's group chats. I don't know what it is. Maybe people venting. Maybe people...
Well, you know that's not me. I hate group chats.
Shit talking me, whatever. And obviously, it puts me in a difficult...
I don't shit talk you in group chats. I go right to the source and I say, this guy's no fucking good. And here's why I think it. Just be clear cut.
So Tommy's basically saying that I've gone to Diorio and I've called everybody else and said, I hate this guy. I'd probably end up there too, because I kind of approach a lot of things the same way Chud does. Maybe that's why I feel so passionate about this. You know, I think it's important that you look at both sides. Yeah, but it is a good comment, DSB, but I don't know. I think it's a very complex response. Honestly, I want to know what he disagrees about specifically. Well, he says that he's a fence sitter, and I think that bothers him. But why is it so bad to be a bit of a fence sitter? Like, why is it so bad to want to appeal to more people? Why is it so bad to not want to just completely disavow one whole group? And to be honest, I think that Chud only does this on occasion. It's not constant. Like, if there's a drama that he's really passionate about, he goes all in on him, calling him every kind of name. But he's also open-minded. It sounds like Tommy wants Chud to be more closed-minded. And I just don't think that that's the right way to go. Tommy has made better points in this particular outing. I will say that. He has made better arguments into why he believes what he believes. But I still don't think that it's worth all this. I mean, I'm glad he's doing it, though, because now I got shit to react to. But I don't know. It's it's just too much, man. It's too much. Exactly. He sits on a lot of words, and I don't think he knows what he's even saying half the time. I think he's doing his best to try to explain how he's feeling, but I don't think he even truly. I know he hates Chud. I'm starting to believe that maybe it's not as trolly as I first thought, because now he's actually giving better examples than he did the first route he went around. Is it really fence sitting if we don't have both sides? Exactly. I don't think so. I think it's important to have both sides. Both sides deserve to be heard. That gives everybody all the information they need to make a educated decision, which is why I'm even reacting to this. And I'm picking this part particularly because I want to be able to hear what Chud says too. But Chud's not wrong. Chud, it's, if Tommy would have laid out, listen, okay, this is my issue. I feel like Chud tried to get a gotcha on me at one point when he was supposed to be my friend. I don't think that's cool. And that's why I feel the way I feel. Here's my example. Chud tried to email me and tell me that, he wanted me to come on stream one time. It wasn't until Nick reached out to him and then Chud completely changed his point of view and then told me not to worry about it. So obviously Chud, on his left to his own devices, was kind of taking an opportunity to try to make me look stupid, and I take offense to that. Bam, done, got him. That's it. You make Chud look bad. You don't look completely obsessive the way you are, but there's so much of this other stuff that's it right there. I summed up the whole entire thing, right? Point blank done. Stream over, right? But that's not where we're at now. We've had to make fun of his kids. We've had to make fun of something that happened to him when he was a smaller creator. It's just too much. It's just too much.
Position, because I'm not a snake and I don't want to start leaking DMs. Unlike fucking TommyC, who decided to leak a bunch of Nicholas DeOrio DMs over a fucking green M&M fucking woman or whatever it was.
Wait, bring that up?
How many DMs have I leaked of any of the commentary guys?
By the way, I got the inside scoop on that M&M thing. I'm not going to tell you who gave it to me, but it was somebody who was close to them during that time. And they don't feel that Tommy's being honest in this portion.
How many DMs have I leaked of anyone?
About the M&M
How many?
Chud has proved without a shadow of doubt that he is a better person to me because he hasn't leaked DMs. Well, I guess they didn't help. I guess they didn't give you tons of content like the Boback stress. I didn't leak any DMs. Yeah, because it wasn't plugging in for it. Yeah, I leaked Nick's DMs. Everybody knows why I did it. He told me he was gonna make a video on me. I took that as a threat, and I acted accordingly. And you know what? I stayed away from him, and I didn't bring up his name after that.
God, I wish I could read to you guys what I found out about this, but I can't. All right. I don't do the whole DM thing. I like people to be able to trust me with what shit they want to say to me. But let's just say that Tommy's not being as transparent about this. But I'm sure this has gotten around to Diorio. So Diorio's going to see this, and if what I've heard is true, Diorio will address it, I'm sure.
Because I wanted nothing but the best. After a couple months, we made up. I think Nick got mad at me and overreacted.
Good morning, Kim.
I think I overreacted, and we patched it up. I don't think you're overreacting. I think you're shit.
How many times have I leaked DMs from any of the commentary guys? How many? How many?
You're a better person than me.
How many? Zero.
What a hero.
What a
fucking hero.
A hero. Everybody, give
fucking beating his chest saying, I never broke the golden rule. I never broke
the golden.
See, I think this makes Tommy look bad. Makes him look petty. Right? Because I do think that ethically it's not good business to leak people's DMs. It's not good business. And if you look at the way that Chud's thriving, right, Tommy probably could pick up a few things. But, unless he's doing I'm going all in Diorio style and I'm going to go for those 6,000 people watching me, but then you'd have to really cup the balls of Ethan Klein.
It's funny you bring up the Golden Room because that's Keemstar's thing. I'm hearing the same thing. Conspiracy theorist, you're stupid, you don't know what you're talking about, you're lying, and all this other stuff.
Alcoholic.
It's almost like breaking up with Baden all over again.
Zero. The answer is zero. How many times in the future at this time am I planning to leak DMs? The answer is zero.
You're a better person than me.
I've got no plans to leak any DMs.
Great.
And obviously when this fucking drunken
I want somebody's going to tell Chud how many times Nick has leaked DMs. Probably more than me.
Oh, yeah, that's obvious. Nick, DMs burn holes in Nick's pocket. He's got to put them out.
By the way, I'm glad he did. By the way, I'm glad he did.
But Tommy, Nick recorded a call, man. It gets worse.
Yeah, that's right. Nick just called him several
multiple calls.
Yeah, I know.
Several calls. Whoa.
So what? I don't get what the point of this is. Like, you could hold the opinion that leaking DMs is bad while also holding the opinion that you're not going to do it. And why does that mean that Chud has to disavow Nick now that just because he doesn't leak people's DMs? Like, does that mean that now, Nick has his way of doing things very questionably. Chud tries to be more ethical about it. Both are thriving in their own way. I don't get what the point of this is.
I don't know, Chud. You may have to disavow Nick on that one.
I don't know. I mean, don't give me this good person. He would leak something on anybody if he thought it benefited you, which, by the way, is my whole argument and my first title. I don't trust this guy. I don't trust Chud Logic anymore.
See, but you got no proof of that.
That's it.
You have no proof of that, Tommy.
Yeah, now you're sitting there virtue signaling over.
Because if he could have got something from it, he would have. I'm sure he would have leaked the DM, but he didn't.
I don't leak DMs. By the way, I don't think there's one commentator that have it. I don't know who's leaked more than Nick.
Yeah, he's very.
And we're talking
He is
full-on
proud
phone
of
calls.
leaking.
By the way,
seems like.
I think you should. I think there's a time and a place. I'm not this golden rule guy. I know you're going to play Keemstar here. The golden rule, and nobody's going to trust you. And that's what he's doing. No one will trust Tommy. He leaks DMs.
Yeah, that's not a good thing to do. It's not a good thing to leak people's DMs because it's just a dick move. That is in my opinion, snaky move. That's true snaky move is leaking people's DMs because you're having a private conversation between you and someone else. So the minute you make that public, you're just pretty much announcing, hey, you guys can't trust me. That would make me not trust Tommy. If him reading out Chud's DMs is like, okay, can't trust that guy. Got to watch what I say around him. As where I'd have no problem messaging Chud and telling him what I really feel about something. You know, that's the difference in this situation right there. Sure as hell would not tell Diorio anything.
I didn't even know Chud when I leaked those DMs. And what did I leak on Nick? I went on stream and said, look, this guy threatened me. Here it is. We're gonna have to split up. That's it.
And now you're back to being his #1 fan.
And by the way, I didn't follow up.
So anybody with a logical take on this, anybody with a big picture take on this, can see why this is making Tommy look so bad. And it's not just because everybody loves Chud, right? It's honestly because it is what it is. You got one guy who's doing all the things unethically, and another guy who's doing them ethically and getting attacked for it.
And then we cooled off.
Why are you talking about Nick?
You know what it tells me?
Brought it up.
You know what it tells me too? That he's fucking panicking right now and he wants Nick to weigh in. I don't think he's going to.
Veteran moron is sat there.
What did he say, veteran moron? Yeah, here's something. This is something I absolutely can't prove. I always thought he had a problem with troops. I got that vibe playing Fortnite with him one night when he made just a couple weird comments.
Retarded.
I got a problem with the
fucking
troops.
veteran moron is sat there.
I did. I vibe. Look, I'm not gonna get my feelings. So you don't have to fucking. I don't care if you respect me because I'm a veteran or not. But I did get. I have gotten the vibe a long time ago. That he has an issue with vets.
Okay, but can you prove it? Can you prove it, Tommy? You could say it all day long. Where's the proof? This is just trust me. This is trust me, bro. 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 Trust me. Just trust me.
Absolutely. Like a veteran. What's that got to do with anything? Did the army do it to me? Did the army make me a moron? Or am I a bad person because I joined the army?
Roping in other people into this, right? And it's talking about what this person is saying or what that person is saying. It puts me in a difficult position because I don't want to start leaking DMs.
Leak my DMs. All right, I'll leak your DMs.
Oh no, Tommy, don't! You're breaking the golden rule.
I'll leak your DMs.
Leak my DMs.
Here you go. You don't care about leaked DMs. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Stop the, calm down, dude. Really. There we go. Discord.
I think it's like he just brings up Nick.
Here's all Chud's DMs.
You're showing the wrong.
Oh, the wrong fucking one. All right, I'll probably read that up there too. There's Chud's DMs. Here you go.
Zoom in.
No, fuck it. There's Chud's DMs. Fuck him. I think.
What's up, Bobbit the Hobbit? He mentioned teenage girl shit. Hang on. He mentioned teenage girl shit, but that's what's happening here, and it's giving me the ick. Are you talking about Tommy? Tommy mentioned teenage girl shit. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
That's the biggest fucking weirdest thing to kind of cry about when like Nick, he blinked your DMs. Nick's like.
Well, I don't like that there's a lot of stuff that he said, specifically about Chud's kids that really rub me the wrong way. I don't like that he's sharing DMs. I don't like that there's a lot of shit that Tommy's doing where he's just being very, very petty. No worries.
The ultimate DM.
Welcome to the stream, by the way.
And by the way, I don't got a problem with it.
You actually don't need to interact.
You tell me something. Here's my golden rule. You tell me something in private and something different in public, I'm leaking your DMs. 100%.
Content, DSB. Content.
Dishonesty. I am so tired of pretending has fair.
Thank you. That's what I want people to understand. I want people to see Chud in a different light. I do not expect to win. I know what's happened to me over the past 24 hours is Chud's ultimate nightmare. It's Dick Decker's ultimate nightmare. It's Queeman's ultimate nightmare. They don't know that I've done this before. And I'm perfectly comfortable with it. It's just text. It's just text. I don't like
thank you for lurking.
Or people purport to be my friend or allies with. That's when I don't like it. That's when it pisses me off. Otherwise,
we're a small channel, but we have fun.
Or whatever you want. I don't care. It's up to you.
I don't want to start leaking other people's DMs. I don't know what involvement other people have got in this.
Did I say Decker's name wrong?
Yeah, it's Dickers.
Dickers.
Well, like Dickers.
Oh, Dickers. Oh, yeah.
Dickers catching strays left and right in here. But they're all the guys that hang out in Spicy Chat, I think. If I really wanted to try to appeal to Chud's chat, I'd probably just hang out in Spicy Chat. But when I'm not doing this, I'm usually editing, so I don't really have time to hang out in there. But you know, streaming is not my #1 priority, though. I like doing it; it's super fun, but it's not my #1 priority. Making videos is.
Deckers, by the way,
they got you on that one.
I want to throw this one at you. I seen you riding both ways to see the way it's going to break. Whether it's good, like you were a little nervous, it might break in my favor. And I saw you saying nice things to me about the technicals thing. And I don't know if you're being sincere or not. I'm pretty sure the community come from pretty much demands that you are being serious. But let me tell you something. If for some magical fucking reason this breaks against him, and it won't, because I just simply don't got the numbers. It's a math game at this point. I still will fucking have nothing to do with you, Dickers, forever. I don't buy your shit one iota. I think you're a wave rider. And if I was on top right now, and I had more people in my camp, you would be sucking my dick, Dicker.
I don't know if, I don't know Dickers like that. So I don't know whether or not he would or not. But, you know, I take unpopular opinions all the time. I prefer not to go after people who I like, but, you know, I've taken stances against small people, against big people all the time. But it's all in the, you know, Tommy's not wrong. The numbers game definitely has Chud favored. But at the same time, even if Chud was the small creator and Tommy was the big creator, I'd probably still have the same opinion. I just don't feel like Tommy's really bringing a lot. He's not bringing a lot. Like, he's brought some stuff tonight, which I think good for him. He's finally done something to point out that Chud's come online. But again, I think if we're looking at the big picture, Chud as a creator, 10 times more ethical than most people in this space. He tends to be, I don't want to keep saying Chud's fair, but he tends to be fucking fair. It's the only way you can really describe it. Tends to be fair.
Just wanted to let you know, buddy.
I don't want to leak DMs. But obviously, if people are characterizing my interactions in certain ways,
you don't have a fucking DM to leak from me.
I eat shit, don't I? I just kind of have to eat
you
shit
poor
because
thing.
I can't leak the DMs because then it's like, look.
Oh, so he's sitting. Oh, he's saying he's got DMs on me. Then is that what he's saying?
And he's leaking DMs, but then I've just got to have.
Well, he's got nothing on
my
me.
interactions mischaracterized.
I don't think that's.
So what I'll say is this.
So what is he saying?
Oh, he's saying like he's a better person.
Oh
like,
yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay. So what?
You're trying to grandstand about that?
I do feel like people who don't leak DMs are better people. I'm just gonna put it out there. That's my opinion on it. Because I think that's truly a snaky move, and that shows that you're not somebody who could be trustworthy. Pretty much point blank. Period. You share DMs often. You're kind of a shitbag.
I'm happy to have a conversation with people on stream if we've got a disagreement about something. I understand my community can be fucking obnoxious and shitters and annoying, and if they don't want to do that,
I don't care about your community. I encourage them to do what they're doing now and into the future.
They're spamming the chat right now.
I don't care. We're not.
Oh, the community. Yeah, that chat was ruthless. I was one of them too.
Game.
I'll be honest. I was one of them, but I kind of got a wake up call that I probably need to chill the fuck out a little bit, and that's what I'm doing now. That's what I'm trying. Sometimes I get overly zealous because the performative side of me wants to be like, blah, 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 blah. But then sometimes I get a little bit of a slap to reality. It's like, okay, you're right. I need to reset. Need to reset the system and look at it from fresh eyes. And that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm not just sitting here like attacking the shit out of Tommy. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to hear what he's saying and not just lash out at him and give this a fair perspective. But with that said, I still I don't know. It just seems like all this is a reach so far still.
Policy over here. We really don't. I mean, somebody did N-word towers or something like that. Yeah, probably there is a limit. But I mean, it's just text, man. I know it's not text to you because you're kind of a pussy.
I will offer to have a conversation privately,
text,
and I will even say that the other party can record it.
It's not just text, though, is it?
What could come with that conversation?
Apparently that I've been participating in. Reaching out to someone and going, if you want to talk privately, we can do as well, and you can record it.
But I don't like you.
That is the fucking length.
I don't believe you. Why would I do this? Oh,
People fight. People talk all the time who hate each other.
You know, you're trying to frame me as a coward. I don't care if you do. If fucking Beaker Queeman or any of those guys call me a coward, really? You guys? Me? It's this. Look, if I was lying, if I was being the water brain retard, that's the next word you're gonna hear. Obsession, right? That's what's coming next. I would be like I am now. Like, oh, I'm
the smug toe Tommy has isn't helping either. Yeah, I think he's painting himself in a really bad light here. You know, there's mild times where he's made a solid point, but the majority of it just feels like self-glazing.
Coward. Oh, fucking great. That's not you. You're freaking out, Chud.
So my snake.
I absolutely raped you.
No, see, when you say stuff like that, that's just stupid. That's just fucking retarded. I'm sorry. That's. There's no point in this at all that you've graped him. I don't like using that word personally. I think that people are a little too loosey goosey with that phrase because that happens and it's fucked up what happens to people. So I don't really like using that word too much. Doesn't make me better. I'm not trying to tone police, but I think it's bullshit that this word is taken on like such a crazy meaning. But no, I don't feel like at any point, Tommy, I think he's being delusional. I think he's being delusional here.
Behind the scenes interactions directly to the person involved.
Oh, now I'm getting
Finally,
Edward
a
Towers.
single example of me like going ham on a third party.
That's kind of funny, I'll be honest.
That is funny.
Where's that then?
Good job, guys.
If I'm such a fucking snake, where's that happening then? Where's that happening?
That's in the video. Once you get there, hit play. I haven't even started yet. I'm just making. Look, I'm still making fun of him.
It's fucking ridiculous.
We're
bro.
still getting into the intro.
I am one of the least fucking snaky people out there. It's absurd.
That's a bizarre.
I don't hate fuck.
That's a bizarre. I'm one of the least snaky people out there. He is. He sounds like a kid that got caught.
Because content, Bobbit.
What do you mean?
Content.
What do you mean, Mom?
That's
Are you
why.
saying I'm a liar? Yes.
In DMs, I'm not on other people's. And by the way, it's not like I don't speak to people that fucking,
But how do I make
Thank you.
off depressed people?
I feel really relaxed today, guys.
I like that Lumpy Willie's calling me insane, and I have like almost 100 tweets from him.
Check every time when stream starts.
Thank you for the
That
super
is
chat.
crazy. Lumpy Willie's doing a bit too much. I don't know Lumpy Willie personally. I know he's like a huge Chud guy though. But yeah, I mean, aggressively, all you need to do is write one thing. That's it. You don't need to spam the X attacking Tommy. Just give your opinion and leave it there. I'm too employed for this. Yeah, I feel you. This is like unemployed dream drama right now.
Obviously I've spoken to people who, don't fuck, not recently, but like over time, people that don't like, say, TommyC or other commentary people.
Oh, thank you.
And I never shit talk them. I never, even when they say things that to me are a little bit like, oh, I don't like them and da-da-da-da, I don't say anything. I don't
she's such a good
I just say,
person.
yeah, they're my friend and that's the end of it. So I don't understand
What a
where this
hero.
fucking narrative.
Well, that's the thing. I'm kind of doing the same thing. That's my friend. That's the decision that I made pretty much in February, right? That's not my friend. That's a narrative. But here's the thing. You're in the game. You're open to criticism.
Is coming from, but I'm some sort of fucking snake because I genuinely take efforts to not engage in snake-like behavior. So it's so fucking obnoxious.
It's not. It doesn't take an effort, Chud. It never takes an effort. I like what's so hard about not being disingenuous? Do you have to go through like a check system in the morning? All right, don't fuck this person over. Don't fuck that person over. Don't fuck this person over. I have to make an effort. Nobody has to make an effort not to be a snake. It's just some kind of sociopath wants to hide it.
You're not alone, Bob.
I'm not saying you're so.
It's just like it's so strange. I don't think I've ever had a drama quite like this since I've started doing YouTube. This one's definitely out there.
Sociopath, but who does that? I don't wake up in the morning and say, I don't need to. I gotta do everything I can to not fuck my friends over.
But this fucking wretch can talk about how I'm some snake with no evidence.
He's just repeating himself.
Right?
And you won't watch the
And
video
then
to find the evidence.
apparently that's just accepted by. Well, I say
I will agree because when I watched this, I felt like Chud was saying the same thing over and over again.
people. I don't really see them as people. It's low IQ commentary viewers.
That's the way I feel about Lumpy Willie. How ironic.
Right?
Oh, he's
Someone that
47
thinks
seconds
TommyC
in.
is the voice of reason,
47
right?
seconds in,
That
yeah.
fucking agree with this fucking analysis.
And that's
It's fucking
with
absurd.
intro.
It's obscene.
That's with intro.
It
We
does
haven't
come
even
off
read the
over the
intro, that's
top.
what I'm
Where's
saying.
the evidence of me being a snake? What have I done exactly? I certainly haven't leaked any fucking DMs. Okay.
Watch the video.
I certainly haven't. spoken
Watch
to
the
my-
video,
He's playing,
Chud.
he does exactly what I accused him of. He plays stupid. He's playing stupid right now.
Facts and third parties. I certainly haven't talked shit about any of these people.
See, this will be a perfect opportunity for Tommy to call Chud and be like, so Chud, when you called me, you weren't like trying to fuck me over when you called me and wanted me to come on to clear up any inconsistencies in my story. This would be the perfect moment, Tommy, for you to go on there and do your gotcha moment with him, but you're not. So we're kind of just gonna, at this point, we're just gonna be dragging this out, and yeah, the power socialness. Yeah, sometimes you gotta check that shit. But it's probably because I'm an avid Chud viewer and thought Tommy and Willie were chill. Yeah, Chud, he's successful. He's thriving. He's doing great. And he kind of deserves it. He works really, really hard. But But as I was saying, I think, Tommy, this would be a perfect opportunity for you to call out call me out. Call me out, Tommy. God, I'm getting scatterbrained over here. It's perfect time for you to call out Chud and get on the phone with him and be like, why were you trying to do me dirty? You know, and hear what his perspective is. If you had him so dead to rights, it would be like such an easy way to point out that you're right. Like, he wouldn't have a response to it. Or you could call it, like, if you knew he was lying about something. This is why people don't, like, feel like you're doing a very good job. One, the smugness is just, it's very heel. It's very WWE heel. Like, he's kept, like, in the wrestling, they call it getting heat. And getting heat's a good thing, because the more people hate you, the more reaction you get. And that's the same way online. And I think that's what Tommy's doing here. He knows that he's going to piss off Chud's community. He knows they're going to get angry, so he's going to lean into it. He's Ric Flair. He's doing the Ric Flair thing right now. I'm the nature boy, you know, styling and profiling. Woo! And I don't, you know, it's going to work in the short term. He's going to get a lot of attention short term, but he's not going to get a lot of attention long term with this. Like, and people are always going to bring up, like, down the road, like, unless God gives you a gift that Chud fucks up big time somewhere down the line, which he might. I don't know. He's human. It happens. I don't expect it's going to happen, though, anytime soon. And Chud also has such a dedicated community that I think that even if he did mess up, you know, they're still going to ride with him. But his record's pretty clean so far, and he's been doing this for about 5 years.
People in group chat somewhere. So where is the snake-like behavior? Everything else is publicly on stream, or me reaching out to a concerned party, an individual, saying, hey, disagreement, we can talk, you can record if you want, on or off stream, up to you.
Okay, that's
what is snaky? Where's the snakiness? Where's the snakiness?
Did I call him a snake for wanting or not wanting to talk to me? I called him a snake for Willie. I called him a snake for the crowd situation. I called him a snake for the Boback situation. I called him a snake for the Turkey Tom. Turkey Tom and Boback he didn't address until apparently at some point in this video.
Where's the snakiness?
Where is it? I don't know. You're a lot madder than I am,
Thank you for
Chud.
super chats. Thank you.
What do the kids say nowadays? Cope.
This guy.
Seething.
I don't think that either of them are truly mad. Again, Chud's performative. Tommy's playing a character. We're both playing a character. Let's be realistic about this, okay? I'm watching this because it's content, but they're both playing characters. It's pretty evident that the characters they're playing are angry at each other right now. I don't think personally each one of them are angry at each other, but they're angry at each other right now.
Coping, seething.
This is why I didn't want to fucking get into this.
Yeah, don't do
I
it.
wanted to try and
Don't
be
do
nice about
it.
this and just
I'm not going to call you. You don't have to get into it.
He decided to have another fucking deranged meltdown. So he couldn't be right the 2 times out of 10 that he is, and then in months to come go, oh, I was right about that guy.
Yeah, no.
Chud's
Are you worried about getting nailed one day? Are you a screenshot away from me being right? I don't know.
In a disagreement with Nicholas Diorio in 6 months' time. Oh, looks like I was right about him. It's so fucking transparent what's going on here, dude. It's so fucking obvious.
Sound like
bro.
you're freaking out,
It's so
man.
transparent.
No, but that's true, though. That's a good point by Chud. Like, if 6 months down the line, he has a fallout with Diorio, and then there's a big war between those two, Tommy's going to be like, see, I told you. Or if it's, 3 years down the road, see, I told you. Like, that's an unfair thing, because you never know. I have a feeling that Chud and Diorio are going to have a different, they're going to have a fallout at some point in the future. They're going to have a disagreement on something. Someone's feelings are going to get hurt. It just seems to happen, especially around Diorio. And they're, Tommy's going to do a victory lap. Either that or Diorio's going to get mad about what's happening here and choose Chud, and Tommy's going to be left behind. But I don't know what's going to happen. Diorio's in a weird spot right now. Nick is in a strange situation to be in at the moment.
And again, I will speak to Tommy. Why is he fucking running from a conversation? What is he, some sort of fucking pussy? Is he some sort of fucking pussy?
Is why.
There we go.
Oh, there's the man.
This is it. This is why I'm doing it.
Let's let him fight. Let's let him fight.
All of his points. I do feel like I covered all of his fucking points. Okay, but fair's fair. I didn't watch his video.
Did he admit that he lied about Boback in the first place?
What?
Did he admit that he lied about?
Yeah, no, he admits that he didn't address that. It just takes him a bit to get there.
He's lying right now.
What?
Your mic kind of got Tommy. Your mic got quiet out of nowhere.
Oh, I wonder if I have a fucking loose cord or some shit. Boom, boom. So he's lying right now. I feel like how could you leave the Bobacks and the cornerstone of the whole thing? And the major thing I got out of the first one is why don't you just call me a pedophile? And I didn't call him one.
But Tommy, come on, you insinuated that he was. I mean, when you bring up the 17-year-old Gawk stuff, I mean, isn't that you insinuating that he's, has a fun time with minors? Yet you didn't really go into it. You just threw it out there. You took a shot at his kids in the beginning of this, basically insinuating he's a deadbeat dad. Tell me you didn't do that, because I'll play the clip again. You definitely did. I mean, so, and as like DSB says, Tommy's classically insulting Chud when Chud is making a valid point. Yeah, Chud is like approaching this from a much more well, I don't know. I think Chud is really fucking flabbergasted by all this, to be honest with you. And Tommy's just kind of playing the troll, and he's enjoying every moment of it.
Suggested. I didn't say he was a groomer. I said none of those things. All right, there's another example why I wouldn't call you. When you pretended to watch my fucking video and pretended to answer the major points, you twisted it into I called you a pedophile when I didn't. When I said somebody catfished you, and that's fucked up. So saying you came along with a lot of bad baggage, and the people that you're trying to snake now, I don't want to repeat myself for the next 2 hours. The people that you're trying to snake now are the people that look the other way. I know that everybody hates that I said that, or accepted your baggage. Is that better?
That's essentially what he's doing, Bobbit.
Okay, but
he hasn't. Aside from the moment where Chud tried to get him on an inconsistency thing and then changed his opinion when Nick reached out to him, that's probably the best thing Tommy's had this whole time. That's about it. That's about it. And the Bo Black thing. But then again, none of us know, other than Chud, whether or not he did that on purpose.
He's not going to watch my video. I'm now going to watch his fucking response here. And he's also not going to have a conversation. Why not?
Why do you need one?
Because I said some mean things about you in a video, or you're a complete. I don't fucking know. I didn't watch all of his fucking, response to me. Which was good.
Somebody didn't watch it. Is he really bitching? Can anybody hear me? Is there something wrong here? Is he really fucking bitching about me not watching his video when he didn't watch mine? Are you fucking joking?
He just fucking admitted to it.
I mean, like, what the fuck? It's fucking Are you kidding? I should pay somebody to edit this.
Oh god.
Are you like I even said I don't care if you watch it or not. When he didn't watch it, then I pointed out, we're going to pretend to watch your video like you pretended to watch ours. That's a joke.
I don't even
I feel like they both watch each other's videos. There's no shot they didn't. They're both too invested.
think we've gotten to that part.
Yeah.
Like I think we're still so
Well,
early
actually,
in the
Tommy's
video
way
that
more
he hasn't
invested than
heard
Chud
that
is.
yet.
Yeah. So then he'll change course. He'll change course like he normally does.
Yes, to be fair, Tommy has points of why he doesn't trust Chud, fine, but I feel like most people wouldn't care otherwise. Yeah, and if you look at the grand scheme of things too, Hobbit, Chud is still way more ethical than the majority of people in the space. And if his biggest problem is that he tried to get you on something, that's, that just comes with the territory. If you have a bad take, people call you out for it. That's why they have those fireside chats, right? If you're spaced out, you're doing some fucked up shit, you're gonna get called out for it. It doesn't make you evil. And Chud, compared to a lot of the other people in the space, he's pretty tame.
About to watch now. I watched a few clips and a few bits and pieces, so I guess we'll find out.
Okay, that's wonderful.
You actually don't need to interact with real people ever.
Chud, this is insane. You're receiving.
Chud donated $30. This US
Thank you, Chud.
I'll have you know my IQ is double digits, so there.
Thank you very much for the super chat.
I can't believe I think I said, did I say a full sentence?
No.
And it was 20 minutes?
I think I just said heart of Europe. That's it.
I said heart of Europe? I don't know what's going on.
That's
What's
it.
going on? And then the next thing what? Go ahead.
Yeah, the way they didn't watch each other's
minutes
shit.
in, like because
Tommy for sure did.
There's Chud's intro and music playing, so we're about 15 minutes into him actually being here.
Hey, that's called commentary, bro.
I'm seating. Okay, I'm coping and seating.
No, but Tommy, his excuse is that it's fair use.
I gotta
Come on, man.
he can do whatever he wants.
Be fair.
I gotta be honest with you.
I mean, this is what Tommy wants, right? He wants people. I mean, I'm nobody, but he wants people to react to this shit. He wants it to be like the news of the week. Tommy's good at this. He knows what he's doing. He's been in the business long enough to know how to get some attention, and this is how he's getting it. Again, I just don't think long term, unless Chud fucks up big time, and then Tommy's gonna look like a genius. Which I just don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. This is what he wanted. He wanted people to react to it. I'm helping out. I'm reacting to it, but at the same time, I'm invested in this drama now.
I might do this again. I thought it would kind of end here because he would probably have the strength not to respond. But I got to be honest with you. I may do this again. This is fucking funny.
Yeah, he's going to do it again because if you guys saw his numbers were very high during the stream. He almost had 1,000. I think somebody said he had like over 1,000 people at one point.
Anyway, we're 47 seconds in, so let's continue.
If I had 1K people watching me, I'd cover that shit again and again and again until I lost half of the audience.
Okay, there is one aspect that I didn't respond to from his original video. I feel like I did a fairly decent job.
Exactly, I'm invested in the drama. What can I say?
There's one aspect that I apparently missed. Okay, I think it's going to come up here.
Guilty
so
pleasure.
We'll address it when we get to it. But, you know, I think even though I didn't watch it on stream, I did watch it off stream, and I feel like I did a pretty reasonable job of addressing all of his points.
I don't, and that's why I made a response. I don't. In fact, I think I forced you to respond to this. I think you tried to get around it, and now you can't.
I think the chat forced him to respond to this, because if you were in Chud's chat, he was all over. They were all over him. Tommy 10. Give us Tommy 10. We want Tommy 10.
Thanks, Queeman.
Just quite funny.
Let's see. Chud viewers are here right now. Your game is weak. I expected far better from you, cockslobbers. Okay.
That he's now
Thanks for
saying,
Dodo.
like, I'm not going to subject you. It's like, bro, it's so fucking pathetic, dude. I'm not going to subject you to the 50-minute video, but then he's also not going to have a conversation. So what is going on
get
here?
the popcorn out.
These people cannot handle.
How could he be this defensive and also be so fucking confident that he's not a snake?
Being challenged.
Tommy, you've been in the game a long time. You're acting like this is kind of sad. Well, keep crying. Keep crying.
Okay, this was wild to me. To donate, just to insult someone is blows my mind. Let me give you some money so I can insult you.
You're literally dragging for views. No, I think he's behaving like a child that just got caught.
I think there's a bit of a mix in there. I think Tommy genuinely feels betrayed by Chud from the thing he's trying to get you on, but then he's also like, this is a perfect opportunity for me to get some clout. But if you don't think views play a portion in this, you're crazy. You're crazy if you don't think Tommy's doing this for a little bit of views.
Body language is stuff that he's nervous. Most people would just blow this off.
He doesn't look nervous to me. I'm sorry.
Covering the most important parts that made my argument, his pattern behavior being a snake. I think I'm just fine.
I like a good classic extra butter popcorn.
Upper right hand corner.
Salty
click.
butter.
If I'm being that dishonest, I'm being the snake. Make a choice. Don't donate.
Friends or owe them favors. You and Queeman have said far worse about each other. Lol.
Yeah, dude, bro. Yes, I talk a lot of shit sometimes. It's fucking funny to me, right? Yes, there's like I said, there's like a third serious, third banter, third Finny rage, right?
Yeah, here we
there's
go.
a serious point in there. But I feel like it's getting taken way too seriously. And also, by the way, yeah, obviously, as I'm sure you can imagine, there was a bit of tension between me and Big
it's
Nick
not just
off
one
the back
thing
of
or
me fucking
another.
talking a bit of shit about him, okay?
But
But we're fine. Me and Nicholas are totally fine. Like, maybe there's some tension, maybe he's fucking vented to someone. I don't really care about that. Whatever, you vent to people.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Right? But like,
how do I
there's
make
no issue there.
money off depressed people?
R&K TommyC.
You know, this is the problem. I don't want to get into fucking the nature of it behind the scenes conversations. We spoke briefly about an unrelated topic yesterday, very briefly. No issue at all. Nothing, no problem. Didn't he?
Well, that's funny. I talked about same thing. It's probably the same thing we were talking about too. You know, him getting striked. So what?
Oh yeah, by the way, Nick got striked by Australia court. Good luck trying to get that one taken off, which I think is kind of messed up, because it was fair use. What Nick did was fair use. So I don't know how they have a right to do that. But
If you have a good conversation with Nick, I don't get to fucking point out that you're a sneaky move. Here's another thing, Chud. Why haven't you come out and made those legitimate criticisms of Nick instead of just calling him a glazer? Or, if he is a glazer, how come you haven't explained yourself? Well, I know what you told Nick. You told him because you were afraid it was going to cause drama. And you call me a pussy? Maybe you're just sort of like their dickers, just trying to get in the wave. Because they won't say anything.
Dicker's
in case it
catching all
doesn't work,
kinds of
in case
strays.
they get mauled. I don't care.
Yeah, that was for the Carl Job stuff.
I think you're absolutely audience captured, absolutely riding the wave. 100%.
All of us
I don't
are a bit
think-
audience
I don't know
captured in a way.
if you're actually.
If you were someone who was like, you know what, I don't give a shit what my audience wants to say, like, you're probably gonna have a harder time trying to make it on this. You know. Now, granted, I got 14 people watching this, so it's not exactly the hottest topic at the moment, but I'm invested in it. I like talking about it. I think it's interesting, so it's whatever.
Really disingenuous, and you have like really radical views that you want to hide, which is my guess, or you have no
It
opinions
sounds
at all.
better this time,
And
though,
YouTube's the game.
than it did last
That's
time.
Thank
even
you,
fucking
Ghost.
come up. No
But he
issue.
has a mic.
So I don't really understand what this narrative is. that,
You
like,
never understand,
I'm some
Chud.
snake, and I'm gonna fuck over Nicholas Diorio. So fucking stupid, dude.
I think you
It's like
already
people
did.
are mad at me for something I might do on the basis of like.
And
no,
here's another thing: if he does pull some stunt, Nick, he can't do it now. He can't even talk about Ethan now. So I'll take the W there.
Yes, he can. He can talk about Ethan if he wants. He'll just be like, you know, well, I know I said this, but just deal with it, motherfuckers. And then he'll just talk about it.
Tommy, it's boring. That's why.
That's boring. No.
Blue Jay, me too.
He totally shifted gears here.
It's an interesting
I
drama.
pointed it out. He ran to Diorio and said, I want to talk about this privately so I don't get in trouble with the audience because he's such a pussy. Well, I'll take the audience trouble. I'll make them mad. Sure. Nothing's going to change my life one way or another.
Yeah, but you're doing it intentionally. You're trolling. Yeah. I feel like you're trolling Chud's crowd, and you're having a good time doing it. Yeah, I think if you're going to be successful, you have to notice. Yeah, you can't just ignore what your audience wants to see. It'll just never work out for you. I mean, maybe that's why Chud's doing so well and Tommy not so much.
Evidence. It's
change his.
Fucking absurd.
Thanks, New Moon. Take care.
I don't understand. That was 20 minutes before he got in there. Understand? I watch absolutely everything on YouTube that I can, but I'm not going to watch his video so I can say I don't understand. Well, I
addressed the substance of his points in my response.
No, he did not.
And
How
now
could you possibly come? That's a lie. How do you come away if you don't mention the goddamn Turkey Tom, the Bowbacks thing, for me calling you a snake? If you don't mention that, how could you possibly say that was the substance? You avoided it. Come fucking on.
I will. Tommy's fair. I got a point. He's got a point here. If Chud didn't specifically mention the Bo Black stuff or the other stuff, like the independent details, then yeah, he's got a point.
Give me a break. You're such a fucking liar.
I am going to watch the video. We will fucking address every point there. But I addressed the substance of what he was talking
No,
about.
you didn't.
Which, we'll see if he does it here, I guess. But I've heard it's not particularly good.
Solution, Chud. If you watch the video,
Which
you might have understood.
I did watch the video. I watched it off stream. Go and watch my fucking video and tell
Wait a
me.
minute. Didn't he say before that he didn't watch all of it? Now he's saying he did watch the video?
Yep. This is a different video though, so there was a gap between the last time he said it and this time, because there's a whole beginning of Tommy's thing. So, maybe he did say he watched pieces of it though. Tommy, he didn't say he watched all of it.
Just not on stream.
Oh, just not on stream. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't believe you. You know, I don't care. Who cares if you watched it or not? You're a disingenuous fuck, and you're nervous right now talking about both sides of your mouth. You do when you're not nervous. Now you are.
I didn't fucking address the points that were made.
But the problem with that is you might have had some uncomfortable questions. So I understand. So in truth, shot from the point, passion, and we're gonna be totally fair here. We're gonna pretend not to watch your video too. That's what we're gonna do. That's our plan. Oh, right? You see that? Oh, watch Chud's reaction. Oh, I do that when I'm pissed the fuck off. Watch that again. We're gonna pretend not to watch your video too. That's what we're gonna do. That's our grit the teeth.
Yeah, he's
that's
mad.
a cope and seethe if I ever saw one.
I don't know if it's a cope and seethe, but it's Chud's getting feisty, that's for sure. But I would say Chud has a balance of listening to his audience and doing what he wants, and it's been mentioned. Chud says he doesn't talk about the Ethan Hassan stuff because it's boring. Yeah, plus Chud knows that it's oversaturated too. Right now, a lot of people are talking about it, and Chud wants to, get into a part where there's not as many people talking about it. Yeah, if he was audience captured, he would never cover anything he wants. Because he did end this, which is what the people wanted him to do, and start doing the pirate software stuff. So, he had 1,600 people watching him when he was talking to Tommy, and I think it dropped off when he switched to pirate software. So, if he really was that audience captured, I don't think he would have switched.
Yeah, I do that. I have that same body language. I get really fucking mad. Yeah, I do the same fucking thing. All right. So, adjust your chair. Everything's gonna be all right.
He just said
Everything's
that.
gonna be all right. You're not a
did
snake.
not watch the video.
You're not a snake. This guy took you out of context. You're not a snake. You're all good. Don't worry. Everything's gonna be fine. You'll get through this in another 2 hours. I don't know. I don't understand.
Bro, this is fucking obscene.
Wonderful.
I've only said thus far, I don't know. I don't understand imitating him. And he's just saying it's obscene over and over again.
Address the points that he made. Every single one of his fucking retarded points.
I thought you didn't, Chud. Wait, pause.
He's out, yeah.
He just said
He
that
just said he
did
did every one
not.
of his points. He panicked online. Thanks, Queeman. Thanks, Queeman.
Made every single one of his fucking retarded points.
Segfault celebrates
didn't,
5
Chud.
months of membership. Sad to see Tommy struggle so much.
Bro,
with
this guy's
dementia.
fucking lost it. I'm
Wow.
telling you, it's deranged. It's totally fucking deranged.
Yeah, I
Thank you
know.
for the fucking membership. Dude, watch the video and tell me that I didn't watch it. The only point I didn't address was the stuff about the New Year's stream. Okay, which will...
That was literally the heart of the fucking thing. That's why I finalized the snake thing.
Well, see that particularly right there kind of tells me that Chud avoided it on purpose. So I want to hear if Chud addresses it this time, or if he's got a reason why he specifically didn't address that part. Because I'd like to know. The only thing
I didn't address was the evidence of your behavior in why I'm saying you're a snake. The pattern of behavior. The other thing is, like, you pretend not to know everything when you're in a drama. You play ignorant. Put it all together, circumstantial, I admit. That's the evidence.
We can get into and I can explain further. But it's fucking deranged and that stream is still being litigated.
Tommy, you don't give a fuck about Josh. No, I don't. Fuck his face. That's not the point. The point is he was told and he didn't keep his word. And if he didn't keep his word on that, that means anything's up. No, I don't give a shit about Josh at all. You're absolutely right. I don't care that he fucking leaked it. I don't care that he made money.
Okay, he does talk about it. Good.
I care.
I'm interested to hear what he says.
And he didn't keep it. But yet, oh, you leaked DMs and I didn't. That's what I care about. And let me tell you something. Other YouTubers care about that as well, whether they hate Josh or not.
Most people don't like Josh.
And it's absolutely fucking obscene that apparently now, all of a sudden, Bo Black's privacy is super fucking important. We got to keep respect for it.
That's not the point. Now he's not. I've never said that. I never virtue signaled on Bobax, not once. So there he is. That's a mischaracterization.
Bro, Blowbacks has been raped from every conceivable angle of the fucking internet.
So it's okay to fucking not keep your word? I don't know. I don't trust you. I think I said in this video. I watch how people I know treat people I don't like. Because you know what you're in for.
And I'm the bad guy for bringing up in passing of this fucking dress picture. What the fuck, dude? It's fucking ridiculous, bro. It's fucking obscene.
He hasn't even let me the stream go all enough to know that that's not what I said. He's doing it on purpose.
Dude.
Yeah, he got told not.
He's doing it.
He leaks it.
He's doing it. You got told to, and you did. And you came out and you immediately said on the stream, I wasn't aware. I thought this was already public knowledge. And you were told right there that's not the case, and you played stupid, like you usually do.
My wife and I say
more audio issues. Is that real, or are they fucking with?
No, that's real. Yeah, I thought that was me for a second.
No, I think you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, we gotta keep. Yeah, because I'm seeing it. You gotta keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I'm keeping my
here's if you see somebody repeatedly saying the audio is bad over and over and over again, and you think they're just trolling, now cut them.
Okay, so now you're gonna ban someone for pointing out a legit reason, like who I don't know who his co-hosts are, but are they that afraid of him that they couldn't be like, no, you were scratchy there for a second? No, but instead he's gonna start banning chat members for pointing out when his mic starts fucking up.
Just kick them. If they're gonna do that over and over again, I don't have to deal with that. I'd rather them call me names and fucking try to fuck with the stream like that.
It's easier.
Thank you for the membership.
You don't have alcohol-induced dementia.
Bro, it's fucking deranged, bro. Every motherfucker is leaking every single detail.
It's funny how he's tried to tie this leak thing into me.
Bo Black's personal interactions with them, right? And I mention a dress picture on a stream and I'm some terrible person. It's fucking obscene.
It's that you lied about it. I don't care. Yeah, see, he's deliberately avoiding it. And
you got told not to leak it.
You got told not to leak it. It's that you lied about it. They told you not to do it and you did it. That's it. I'd fuck Bobax in his face. Nobody virtue signals about Bobax.
Did he just say I'd fuck blow? Maybe Tommy's in the guys.
Nobody says, you fucking hurt Bobax. You added an LGBTQ person. Nobody said that, Chud. And you know it.
Bro, why are you getting upset about that, dude? What is this? Okay, dude, we'll get to it. It's so...
Yeah, they do seem very beta. They seem very beta. Yeah, and I think it's weird that he needs people on there to be his yes men, too, at the same time. Like, Chud's doing it by himself. That shows me more confidence from Chud. But Tommy needs people to be there to be like, yes, Tommy, you're so smart. You're right.
Absurd to act like Bo Black's privacy is some sort of prestigious thing that we must...
Nobody said that.
Respect when his privacy has been run roughshod over by every
so it's okay to do if other people do it. Boy, I trust this guy because his privacy's been run over in the past.
This is so crazy to me, donating money to him just to insult him. I feel bad for your wife. She deals with this daily.
I don't have to keep my word.
Probably.
Okay.
It's his useful,
there's a good reason not to talk to him. There's not a good reason not to be his friend. And there's a good reason to avoid him. Right there in one sentence.
Single commentary person that he's associated with. It's fucking insane, dude. It's fucking obscene. And I wasn't even friends with Bo Blacks. I had no fucking loyalty to Bo Blacks ever.
No. Neither your word either.
Anyway, we'll get to that when we get to it.
Yeah. I didn't watch. I was just like, oh my god. Like, where is this coming from? Want to know where it's coming from? Watch the video. But I promise you I won't do this either. I'm not going to pull the Eats and the Zon thing over and over again. Well, he doesn't look relaxed at all when I'm talking, does he? Watch his eyes.
He looks.
Yeah, he looks. Watch my video. He looks shook.
I don't think he looks shook. Being pissed and being shook are two completely different things. He keeps saying this again and again, but it doesn't make it true. You could say, I could sit here all day and say that my desk is a different color than it is. It doesn't make it true.
I don't give a damn if he watches or not.
I did.
I don't care if he does.
I did watch it, bro.
Clarify. Yeah, you watched it and then you left the best parts out. And now you're telling you being honest about it. And some things, and, you know, they were cute.
I didn't want to watch it on stream because I knew I'd just have to fucking tear strips out of it.
You didn't want to watch it on stream because you would have had to address the Bobaks and the Turkey Tom thing, which I made you do with the second video.
Bob says, okay, if that was Tommy's point that he had about leaking the pic on purpose, I can give him that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sitting here and ignoring it. Like, it's not like the last stream where Tommy didn't add anything and the only thing he had was the Willie thing. Tommy's made at least a few solid points to where he ended up this time. Last time, not so much. But this time, you know, at least he's got a couple reasons that make it as a little less insane than it was before. But again, I still feel like it's like making, like, I don't know, a good saying, a mountain out of a molehill. I do feel like that's still the case here.
He's a fucking retard. But now we're going to do it, I guess. I've been Queeman mind raped into it, okay? Queeman has mind raped me into it. We're here now. We're doing it. We're doing it.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
You know, I think there's a certain amount of people in Chud's crowd, maybe a minority, that wanted to hear him answer this.
I do.
That they watched it. Maybe even people that said, Tommy, I think, one guy particularly, this guy Phoenix, I think you're jumping the gun. I think they wanted to hear your explanation. And I said in that first video, if you avoid this or play dumb, it's going to leave an empty taste in your audience's mouth. Well, it did, because a follow-up made you follow up.
Became a member.
Thank you for the membership.
They were cute. They tried to do. They basically did everything I thought. And the fact that he's playing stupid. Watch the lips. Watch the lips. Watch the playing stupid fence rider bit over and over again. Didn't shock me all that much. Grinding his teeth. And I'm going to show you why I don't like this guy, and I have more reason not to trust him.
Brick and Blue became a member.
It's about, like, I don't trust that guy.
It'll be interesting to see how Chud addresses that part.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Stardust TV became a member.
I also, dude, bro, I love the fact that he's mad at me saying I didn't watch the video. I did watch the video, and I addressed this.
I'm mad at you for not watching the video. I have to repeat myself. See, I guess I have to do this over and over again because he's being dishonest too. I'm not mad at you. I think you were a disingenuous prick that you left the most important parts out. And only after I make a reply did you address the most important parts of the video that makes you a snake, in my opinion.
Points.
I think
and
you're
now
mad
what
at
he's
him.
doing
I definitely
is
think you're mad
he is
at him.
characterizing my video whilst not watching it totally erroneously. That is not what I fucking said in my video. I addressed pretty much every single point that he made.
Pretty much. No Tom,
So
no
either
Bobaks.
it is,
No Tom,
or is
no
it
backs. It's gone from I addressed them all until I addressed pretty much. He has changed it, I think like 3 times.
The only thing I
10
didn't
times at this
substantively
point.
address
We
because I
should have kept the counter on how much he changed this.
didn't think of it because of the other points I was addressing.
And I haven't even started. I've only opened the show and made a bunch of jokes. He has gone 40 minutes straight of freaking out before he even heard what I said. This is the longest period of time where he allowed the video to play. The longest period of time.
Was the New Year's stream.
It's more like
I addressed
20 minutes because you got to remember he's got that opening of music for 20 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. So 20 minutes. It's like okay. Hold on a second. You're right. Let's be fair.
I mean, like,
so
like
from
your video.
1833,
How long is it?
From 1833 to 3857. Oh my God! And I literally, the intro played. I said, "What? I don't understand." Because I think it's funny that you pretend that you don't know anything all the time.
Everything he fucking said in his video. Go and watch it if you don't believe me, bro.
Now he just said everything. Hold on a second.
The only thing I didn't substantively address because I didn't think of it because of the other points I was addressing was the New Year's stream. I addressed everything he fucking said in his video. Go and watch
The New Year's stream's the most important. That's so funny.
it if you don't believe me, bro.
That's the crux.
That's the crux. The crux is the New Year's stream, and if you watch it, you would have known that. So let's not I didn't know it was the crux of your argument. I thought.
Yeah, she pointed out. Well, I think she's just trying to make sure he doesn't look stupid.
You were calling me a pedophile. So if you're gonna pretend not to know what's wrong by not watching the video, we're gonna pretend we didn't watch a video. That's pretty much. Now he's realizing the pretend to watch a video was a joke. Now he can't grandstand. You didn't watch my video. We're going for it because you can avoid the. By the way, we're going to be taking a break in 10 minutes. All right, because we were already going an hour. We'll be taking a break in 10 minutes. There will be breaks in this one. We're going a whole night.
They went for 3 hours. I'm already past that, and I haven't taken any breaks.
No, you didn't bring up the Bobaks thing.
And I'm doing it for 10 people.
The fact that you spilled on Bobaks. We had everything on Bobaks.
You had 1,000 at one point.
What? You spilled on Bobaks. I think you need to have a conversation with your fucking other commentary mates because
what is he talking about? He's going to cut me off constantly so he could just yell over it. What I'm about to say that he's going to probably talk another 20 minutes over. We had everything on Bobox. We didn't need the dress. And my accusation is twofold. You did it just for content. Yeah. So
no, yeah. During his last video, I don't know what he was saying half the time. So, you know, it wasn't easy to follow. This video is a little better on Tommy's half, but the last video, yeah, he just seemed like he was just spurging and saying a bunch of random shit.
So what? I don't care so much about that. And you gave your word.
That's right, DSP.
And then you pretended you didn't know, which we
shape.
clearly know now is the case. You've admitted to a lie. That's it. I admit it's not that big a lie, but you were perfectly comfortable with people believing the last 6 months that you did it by accident, and clearly you didn't. When you got caught, you said, "What's the big deal?"
Yeah, that's why I'm trying not to derail, because I can
what's
be
my first video
meandering
call?
too.
I don't trust Chud Logic anymore. It's not because you hurt Bobax. Fuck Bobax. He could fucking get hit by a car. I don't care. It's
dude.
That you gave your word. And if you're not willing to give your word on this, if you're willing to let a lie sit for 6 months, you're willing to lie about other things. It's quite simple.
They were spilling fucking tons of beans. I spilled a little fucking nugget, a single fucking.
So the whole thing is I spill more than him? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? It's not like I'm leaking on everybody all the time.
Yeah, but you did though. That's the point though, Tommy. If you're gonna hold him and criticize him for spilling something one time when you've done it several times, isn't that you just being a hypocrite?
And I'm getting shit for it now.
Wah.
Bro, are you fucking serious? Who is taking this seriously, dude? Who is seriously taking this moral...
You.
That's a good point, Bob.
Frogging over mentioning the Bo Black's dress picture.
As long as I just say enough, maybe one or two of them will make sense to people.
In a stream, seriously. There were dedicated streams. And by the way, it's fine. I fucking made content out of it because it was funny. I just don't understand why now we're super hardcore moral frogging about fucking Bo Black's dress pic.
We never moral flagged. We said it was an example of you not keeping your word.
It's fucking deranged, bro. What are we doing here, dude?
We didn't have to out him. You did it on purpose because you're a content suck. I mean, it wasn't enough for you. They probably would have found stupid OnlyFans if it wasn't for you.
What? No, that's not me. What? No, what's that got to do with me, bro? A fucking random account found it and leaked it. It was nothing to do with me.
If you know Bobax is an address.
Yeah, that's true. I think they would have found OnlyFans. There was so much heat on Bo Blacks at that time that somebody would have found that account. I said this last video. I still say this video, they would have found his OnlyFans account. I mean, he's too popular. He was too popular of a creator to be overlooked in that situation.
Yes, you have tons of trolls that are going to search it. Now, I don't give a fuck about that. But
yeah,
all the stuff that came afterwards, yeah, because now now Bobax, let's find it. He's completely content brain. That's what I'm saying there. Now again, fuck Bobax. He asked for it, but you gave your word. You said you would know, and then you lied. Then you lied to the public and said like this is a complete accident, and clearly it wasn't. Now it's like who fucking cares? I did it. So what? Why are you caring about it? You're a kid that got caught.
So now I'm apparently fucking culpable.
If Chud wanted to, he could probably go through Tommy's history and just if he was invested enough, he could probably just go through Tommy's history and find all the times where Tommy's done something like this to someone, right? And then it would just make Tommy look terrible. So what's the rules for thee but not for me? Is that what I'm hearing here, Tommy?
For his fucking queer OnlyFans stuff leaking too. He did that himself. That was his own doing. He fucking showed his email and people put the pieces together and found the accounts.
True.
Because you leaked it.
No. What are you talking about? How does those two things don't go together? He showed his email. People probably used that email to link to other emails, and then they found it. How is that Chud saying the thing about the dress? They would have found it anyway, and then they would have just leaked it that way.
Are you going to call out Augie for leaking the dick pics to Evan? If it wasn't for Aiden, I don't know anything about that. I'm going to play stupid like Chud. Wait a minute.
I don't know anything about that. I don't play stupid like... You just did, dude.
You gave what to Aiden?
You leaked the dress pic, apparently.
You leaked the dress pic? Yeah, that's pretty
It kind of makes sense that Aiden would know about it, but it was just to Aiden and not to the public.
It was not to the public.
Tommy just said that, Blue Jay.
Exactly. I'm not going to call him out because he didn't link it to the public. Aiden's a colleague. There you go.
Bro, what is he on about, dude?
I think he had come out as non-binary first.
This seriously. Who is genuinely listening to this and going, yeah, these are great points, actually. Yeah, it probably is true that Chud is somehow responsible for the Bo Blacks leaks. It's fucking absurd.
He's not to trust you. Hey, let me tell you something. My experience, you want to say, how are you able to predict everything? Look at the way people you trust treat people you don't like. That's a really, really good indicator on what you're in store for. You know.
Okay, that's not. I mean, this says more about you though, Tommy, than it does about him, because right now you're spazzing the out about Chud, and you don't like him. So that's you're basically just saying that this is how you are all the time, from your own words. If that's the rules that you play by, then you're making yourself look worse with that. But Chud looks mad as hell. I will say, Chud looks like he's fucking pissed.
You okay there, Chud?
That guy's coping and seething!
He's coping, mate. You're fucking seething, mate.
He's biting his fucking lip. He's breathing heavy.
So I think this is what Tommy was after this whole time, was just to make Chud mad. And he's got him. He's got him mad. This is the only win that he wanted.
Hey,
this is insane, mate. This is fucking insane.
I'll admit.
Good point, Bob.
I'm not the only one that believes.
Like, if we're going to play this game, then Nick is more guilty than anybody. And the fact that you're such close friends with Nick and you love Nick, but Nick has already done way worse to you, Tommy, than Chud has. Chud asked you to explain some inconsistency. Nick said he was going to destroy your life, yet Nick gets a pass and Nick's a great guy, but Chud's evil. This is where this doesn't make sense. This is where this whole thing falls the fuck apart. Like, if this is the game you play, right, then that's the game you play. But just realize that, like, there's probably 10 times more things that can come out about you than are going to be able to come out about Chud.
That you played stupid with Fast and Loose with Bobacks.
I don't think I'm stupid. I realize I'm making myself a target for the the inner commentary community. I mean, they'll probably make fun of my numbers. They'll probably make fun of the fact nobody watches me if they ever come around to this, or they'll just never watch it. And that's probably what's going to happen. Nobody's ever going to watch this except for you guys here now. That's totally fine. If there was 3 people in the chat, I'd still be going just as hard because your guys' time's just as valuable as mine. And also, he stabbed Nick in the back too, right? Yeah, they both. So I got some inside information on that whole green M&Ms thing, and it sounds like what happened was Tommy had said some transphobic stuff on a live stream. Nick said, "You're going to make us a target for it," and then Tommy didn't back down. And I guess Nick was upset that, I'm not going to tell you guys who told me this, by the way, but Nick was upset that Tommy wasn't, like, backing down about this stuff. And Nick didn't even actually ever threaten Tommy. Nick was like, Tommy took it as a threat, from what I understand. So, and this person doesn't even think that Nick knows that Tommy's, like, going off about this, but Nick will find out soon enough. And you'll hear him listen to it, and he quickly goes, "But we buried it. We're good. The worst thing that could happen to Tommy right now is that Nick gets mad at him again. And I don't know how Nick's going to feel about this, because he's fine with Chud. And if Nick cares about his career, he'd probably want to be more aligned with Chud than Tommy, who's a fading star at the moment. But I think this is, like, kind of Tommy's Hail Mary at a new audience. But if he's going to try to steal Chud's audience, he's not doing a very good job of it right now. And I feel like, if anything, he's probably losing some people that were probably fans of him. Because, while if he just stuck to the good stuff that he has, like the Chud trying to do the get you on him, or I don't think the Willie stuff was very good, or the New Year's Eve stuff, he'd probably be way more better. Like a short clip. What he should have done is just have a short video being like, "Listen, guys, I don't trust Chud anymore. This is why, point A, point B, point C." But that's not what he's doing, right? He's just, like, as Bob had said, he's just throwing everything against the wall, seeing what sticks, and then he's like, "Cool, bet." It's like the amazing movie no one has ever heard of, but everyone should see. Thank you, DSB. I try. One day, maybe. One day. I don't think I stream enough to become, to build a big audience. But again, I don't do it for I do it for you guys who are here, like the 10. If I stream forever and I'm only a 20 streamer forever, as long as those 20 people are having a good time, I'm good. It'd be nice to have a bunch of people in here, but I don't hate it. I like that I can actually engage with the chat. I think it's fun.
Like, what? I don't know. What? Here I am. 6 months go by. Here I am. Now he actually gets to the actual criticism, right? You played stupid. Now he's like,
my videos failing way harder than I do.
Or maybe he doesn't even know the criticism because he just fucking freaked out for the last 30 minutes. But he makes a video on him in his dress. And, I don't know. Okay, let me get this fixed real quick. Remember he tried to do the same thing with Papa Gut? Like he did to you? Yeah. Oh, did he do the definition game? I don't know. I heard I should really watch that, and I might do it. The whole Papa Gut thing. I'm looking forward to that. All right. Actually, I decided against that when I heard it was like camera on shit. That doesn't interest me at all. You're screaming, everybody.
But if I were to totally still man it,
Here's Queeman gonna run a defensive. Here's Queeman. He's gonna run a defense for Chud, right? Or try to come up with some reason why he didn't leak it on purpose. Okay.
I did say in the conversation with Bobax, I don't want to see you wearing the dress, and everyone made a big deal out of that. So maybe
exactly,
he
Bob.
assumed that
Well
Nick had said something.
Oh wow, look at this in the chat. Is Tommy gonna make a point? He didn't let me. He didn't fucking let the. It's just chat. You're not making any point. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's deliberate. I know. Hey, look, nothing against pause, and I do it too. Everybody does in commentary, but I guess if you were sitting around for 30 minutes already, saying when's Tommy going to make his point? Yeah, I could see how you go I'm not making my point. He's been ranting for 30 minutes, or 20 minutes.
Made a big deal out of that.
That's why I'm trying to let it play more, so I can let Tommy get his full thought out before I comment on it, because I can be a Paul Zandy like crazy. But yeah, this is super Paul Zandy on both of these guys, and then you add me in, it's just pause.
So maybe he assumed that Nick had said something about it. I don't know.
No. I think it's a reach because I think I explicitly told Chud it was private.
It was private. Yeah. So I think Chud.
Oh.
So Queeman tried to run defense. Queeman tried to run defense for Chud. I don't know if he was being sincere or not. And then Aiden comes in and says, I specifically told him. I'm pretty sure Nick told him too. And remember, when he said it on the New Year's stream, he said he didn't know. He didn't know that it wasn't already out, which of course 6 months later makes
this is
zero
like
sense
3 degrees of
because it would've been
reaction.
cash cow for any commentator.
I'm reacting to a reactor reacting.
Which he made a lot of
probably
money
why nobody's
on it,
watching.
too. Oh, Bobax, mate. What are you doing? What are you doing, mate? What are you doing? That's why he did it. Again, don't fall for Chud's red herring. I don't give a fuck about Bobax. I don't give a rat's ass about him. I cared that in the commentary community, he was told to keep it on the DL and then exposed it, more than likely for his own financial benefit when he was told. I don't care if Augie gave a picture to somebody else. Don't give a shit. I care about when it was public.
Okay, well, why does Augie get a pass, but Chud doesn't? Like, if that was the rule, right, I'm pretty sure probably nobody would have wanted Augie to give out the picture, right? I'm pretty sure I've heard that going around. Don't share the picture.
You told people when you were asked politely not to do that. That was going too far. That's what I care about. I don't care that Bobax got hurt. He deserved it. He's never been particular.
It's so weird hearing this come from Tommy because I'm almost positive there's probably been situations if we were to go through. I'm not going to do it. But if we were to go through all of Tommy's videos, I'm sure there's going to be sections where people have asked him not to do something, but he's just like, you know what? I'm told not to do this, but you know what? Fuck it. But this is a big problem for Chud because Chud's had a pretty clean image. Right? Chud's had a pretty clean image, which makes his one transgression seem 10 times worse than the several transgressions that happen daily among his friends. Not all of them. I want to be very clear. Not all of them, but, a good, couple of them are a lot more willy-nilly with this shit.
Really nice to me. I care that you didn't give your word. Why do I care? Because I don't trust people to give their word in the
Yeah, I said that last time, Bob, at The Hobbit. You think this is about jealousy? Chud is Nick's new favorite toy, and he's thrown Tommy out? Yeah, I think this is a huge part of that. There's a reason that Tommy hates Chud, and it's because Nick is always up in Chud's chat. I never see Nick in Tommy's. It's like his new squeaky toy. It's like Tommy's the old dog, and then you bring home the new dog, and then the new dog gets all the attention, and the old dog just looks at you like with a puppy dog face, being like, "What? Do you not love me no more? Am I old news?" Plus, Chud is thriving. Chud's got a lot of viewers. It makes sense. So it's like Gossip Girl, right? The new girl in school comes in and starts hanging out with your bestie, and all of a sudden you get mad. So you're like, "I'm gonna get revenge on her. She took my friend from me." This is not, that's exactly what this is. This is exactly what this is. But on top of that, it's not like Tommy's got no points, but it's the real deal. This is the story.
Commentary community and don't hold up to it. I mean, that's pretty simple.
Yeah, Buzz Lightyear. Chud's Buzz Lightyear and fucking Tommy's Woody and Nick Dioreo's Andy. He got his... Fucking Buzz Lightyear. Woody's pissed off, dude. We're going to start calling Tommy Woody. Fucking poor Woody.
Time. By the way, and I've slipped before, too. Hey, Lumpy Willie, thank you. Bobax leaked his emails. That's how it was found. No, yeah, I'm sure he leaked his emails.
Freaking Buzz Lightyear.
You get raped. Let me tell you something. I've been on an hour and a half, Lumpy Willie. I have taken your money, okay? And I have no real reason to keep going because, again, I don't care. Have you been blocked? Have I haven't even muted you yet on Twitter. Eventually I will because you are spamming my shit, brother. You know, I haven't done anything. So Lumpy, let me give you a break. If you think that if you just get the right tweet in or the sheer amount, and I'm gonna stop saying what I'm saying, you're gonna find out you're wrong. Ask Keemstar. How long was our war? December of 2016 to March of 2019.
By the way, the very strange thing happened. Like YouTube restricted this video before I ever even went live. I don't even know how that works. Maybe because it has the term war in the title, which maybe if I change the title it'll change, but I'm gonna have to get this reviewed. Although I'm gonna have to edit it seriously and take out all the R words that get dropped because they'll never okay this. Although it's going on my channel where I don't monetize stuff, so someone make a meme of dude. Yeah, anybody good with Photoshop needs to create a Toy Story thing with Tommy as Woody and Chud as Buzz Lightyear.
You didn't think I heard for
You
all those
are
years
a toy!
that you're milking it for views? Did I stop? No.
Yeah, I deliberately can't, to be honest.
I'm not failing. I'm failing with style.
Is that I didn't
Instead of
obviously
flying.
know 100% that it was completely off the record secret, but obviously.
Wait a minute.
What? Let's go back. Let's go back like 5 seconds.
About this, my perspective on this.
You are Dioreo's
I
plaything.
didn't obviously know 100% that it was
What's obvious about it?
You know what the funny thing is too is I don't think that Chud looks at Nick in such a pristine eye the way that Tommy does, right?
What, Aiden told you this is private?
And I think Nick probably respects that more.
This is private. Queeman couldn't even defend you.
Plus, they're closer in age.
A completely off the record secret.
Tommy's
But
like the
obviously I
old
said
uncle
it
that's
on a bit of an off
desperately
chance.
trying to
Right?
hang
I didn't
in
know
there.
one way or another 100%, and it turns out that wasn't public info, and it caused a funny moment
Not
on
that
stream,
age
which
matters.
I think led Aiden to draw a picture of Bo Black's in the dress. Why are people like? Why is this a serious point to address? Oh, Chud, you mentioned the Bo Black's dress pic on a New Year's stream after fucking everyone had gone to town reaming him.
See, that's this way he's framing it like
shifting.
He's shifting the goalposts. I never said like, oh, poor Bobax, everybody's bullying him. My whole thing is he gave his word and didn't keep it. Or is he going back and saying he didn't know? Is he playing dumb again? You got to really pick a stance.
No,
Todd.
it's a bit both. It's very nuanced,
Yes, it's very nuanced. Yes, I know. The ultimate way to get around the snakes. The snakes. That's really nuance. The tool for snakes. You know, the ultimate tool for snakes. Really.
If the next stream Tommy does call-ins, I might call in and say, "Listen, Tommy, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a good movie called Toy Story, where Dioreo's Andy." You remind me of Woody, and Chud's Buzz Lightyear. Just remember how that worked out. Woody and Buzz became the bestest of friends. I still have hope.
No, it's nuanced. So you didn't know. So he's going to completely mischaracterize my argument. Say that I'm fucking crying about Bobax when I make it 100% obvious in this video. And this is for this audience. This is for.
And I think Nick's a fan of Chud.
He's farming their outrage.
I don't think he's a fan of Tommy. I think he's
he's going to hope and fucking pray. That I just tap out.
All of the fucking information.
The only way Tommy's gonna stop this is if Nick asks him to. If Nick says, "All right, Tommy, you had your moment. Can you cut it out?" Like, I think Tommy would stop then.
About him that you could possibly imagine.
Which would make him the same as Chud.
Imagine fucking every shred of DM.
And didn't I say that? We had everything on him. Everything. We didn't need the dress. That's what I said. So 6 months later, you just drop it on it because you wanted content farm it. Breaking your word. You were told that one's off limits. You didn't give a fuck.
Possible leak. There was stuff that I didn't even cover that got fucking leaked to Bo Black's DMs. And I don't care. I don't give two fucks if it's funny content. Yeah, fuck Bo Black. But now we got a fucking moral frog about me on an off fucking handed reference on a stream on New Year's for a fucking.
I just said you can't keep your word. I never moral fagged about Bobax. That's a lie.
Laugh when I brought it up. What?
I don't know. Play the fucking video and find out, you dumb limey.
This is fucking absurd, dude.
Okay, well, so didn't when Nick and Bo Blacks had their falling out, didn't like Nick go through half of their back and forth like of shit that he wasn't supposed to say about Bo Blacks that Bo like confided in him? So if you're gonna hold Chud to this, why wouldn't you hold Nick to this? This is where this doesn't make any damn sense at all.
I've got a serious to be held to task for mentioning.
He has literally not even let me talk long enough to explain myself.
The fact that Bo Black was a massive queer. What are you on about, bro? It's fucking ridiculous.
What am I on about? I wouldn't know how to tell you. I didn't get to that point yet.
And then guess what happened?
I can really see how this made you crazy, Jeannie.
Oh, of course. When it got leaked that Bo Blacks was a
What do you want? I'll throw you some money for having to watch this. I'm not joking.
deranged OnlyFans non-binary creator. Of course, everyone respected his privacy and didn't cover it. Oh no, that's not what happened, is it? Literally everyone spoke about it and mocked him.
He is a public figure and deserves to be mocked, and so did we, Chud. We did all of that and then some. And I was told not to bring up the dress, and I didn't do it. That's the problem I have. Now, you might not think that's a big deal, and your audience might not think that's a big deal. But remember the name of the video, I don't trust Chud Logic anymore. That is one of the reasons. So you got caught.
But you trust Nick. This is where this doesn't make any sense, Tommy. You trust Nick, who does way worse. This is why this is meaningless. This is why this is pointless. Still good content, though. But this is why, like, none of this shit makes any fucking sense at all from where you're coming from. Nick does it constantly, but you're totally, he's on a pedestal. Chud's not, but Nick does it constantly. You applaud him. Look for him for guidance. Chud does it one time. It's the end of the world. Chud's dead. Chud's dead to us.
And you have been on, but you said, obviously I didn't know. And then even if I did know, it's okay.
Tommy might be in love with Nick.
I don't trust you. Hey, this thing about Willie Mack is bullshit. But there's
Chud does mention that.
Point
Good.
explanation. And then
I want to hear how
go on
Tommy
and say,
responds to that.
That's a
because if Tommy goes out of his way to cover for Nick, then you know that where this is.
That's nuance commentary right there. Nuance, the ultimate tool in the snake shed. Right? That's what I'm saying. Nobody gives a fuck about Bobax's feelings. Nobody thinks they can. No, I mean, what would that be the ultimate hypocrisy on my part if I was actually saying to you that you can't talk about Bobax or going too far or anything like that? No, it's that you didn't. You were told, and you didn't. Nobody can trust you. I don't trust you. That's it.
Because like we made Blowblack sing the N-word song on this fucking show.
I know. I mean, Jesus Christ.
We don't give a flying shit about Blowblack.
There's very few people. I've been abusing him longer than Chud was.
Fucking mocked him relentlessly for a week. Right, okay. But I've got to feel bad about mentioning the dress picture.
I don't care if you feel bad about it.
Stream.
You're
it's
a
just fucking
snake.
Ridiculous, bro.
You're a fucking snake
this is fucking
that cannot be trusted. Oh, and by the way, with my DMs, if you say something about me, and I've been saying this since I haven't had to say this in a couple of years. If you tell me something in private and say something about me or the opposite in public, I will leak your DMs. I don't go for this fucking golden rule bullshit, Chud Logic. It's for snakes.
Okay, that's great. That doesn't sound like somebody who I'd want to be friends with. I mean, I guess it makes sense though if you're saying something in DMs and saying something different publicly. But who other than Bo Blacks, who's dumb enough to do that?
Arranged that he's acting like this is some big fucking point against me that I mentioned. What? How does this make me a fucking snake, dude? What loyalty do I owe to Bo Blacks, dude? Especially after everyone.
So that means you only owe loyalty to people you like. Well, there's another good reason not to trust you, Chud.
Why would you have a loyalty to someone you dislike, though? That makes literally no sense. I hate this guy, but I'm loyal as fuck. Like, that statement on its head just...
Loyalty is kind of like, hey,
blows my mind.
like you only get to keep secret, just fuck everybody else. Yeah, I don't see. I mean, I gotta be honest with you. If you're a YouTuber and you work with this guy, you're nuts. Considering what his community's like, you're gonna have to deal with Queeman and 10,000 other weirdos that live with their parents probably for the next 10 to 15 years, if not forever. Why would you work with him? If you told him something personal, if you pissed him off, if somebody else got a hold of it, Chud's gonna fucking do content on you. He's going to content on you.
So what is Nick? Nick already threatened to do a video on you, Tommy. Jesus Christ, this is hurting my brain. This is like the most hypocritical thing I might have ever heard. This might be... Nick's never done it. Mama Max, Bo Blacks. Jesus.
If you get in a situation where you get in trouble on the net or your popularity goes down and he has the...
Didn't Chud not leak DMs with Destiny's ex-wife when he was getting kicked out of DGG? I'm not familiar with what was going on. That was before my time. But, I mean, it would be pretty silly if Chud to say he'd never leaked DMs if he has. But I guess if he kept it real, then that just proves his point that he's much more trustworthy than half the other guys. Because, you know, if Nick had those, he would be pulling them out. And Nick was friends with Destiny, too. Made videos on him. I mean, Destiny deserved it, but still.
Clout capital to fucking step on you, which is the whole reason I don't trust him. He'll do it. You just have to be a bad person in his eyes. Or, no, a bad person in the internet's eyes. Oh, man.
Has gone to fucking town on him and leaked all the DMs. Why am I expected to have this loyalty to Bo Blacks when everyone else has already fucked him over?
So will you. No, I kept it quiet. I knew about the dress for 6 months. So you're wrong.
10 times over.
Like it's
and
not,
I was never
fair.
Yeah, I'll go down. I'll fuck you up. There's no doubt about it, especially if I don't fucking like you. But if I make an agreement with other YouTubers about not leaking something, and by the way, I have
I'll fuck you
accidentally
up.
spoken about stuff. It's been a long time since I've done.
I don't think if Tommy thinks he's fucking shut up, that's an alarming statement. I'm not sure that was a throwaway comment in the President Sunday vid on Pixie. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've seen that video too. So I must have missed that part.
On it that I was told to keep private, and I apologize for it. And this is my whole thing. It's not the fucking. It's YouTubers can't trust you. You're nobody's friend. Your policy, even though it's not public, is everybody's content. This is about money.
It's a business. You've said that. You said that several times in the last video. It's a business. If there's people who are kind to me, I'm not gonna go out of my way to fuck them up, right? It would take a lot for me to make a video on someone. Like, you have to be doing really terrible shit. But I'm never gonna. I would never leak DMs. As small as I am, I still have engagements with other creators, and those are never gonna be leaked. Even if they do turn on me, I guess, because first off, I don't talk to anybody like that. I don't get that personal with anybody. Secondly, though, I'm not trying to screw myself over in the future from having other potential friends in the scene.
Friends with him, I knew of him and been on streams with him. Why have I got any fucking... What do I owe to Boblax, bro? What do I owe to Boblax to not mention that? Like, Aiden is...
You did, well, so wait a minute. Is it you don't owe him anything because you didn't say it? Or is it you didn't know? He's talking out both sides of his mouth again.
I think it's like it's not loyalty
Did he
to
not
Boblax.
know? It's not
that's like not the argument.
Oh no, I know.
It's because you got told by other fucking
red
people
herrings
not to
and
leak it,
goalpost shifting.
It.
Red herrings, goalpost shifting, and mischaracterizing my argument, like saying like I'm making it poor.
I will agree that's not a great. That wasn't a great point from Chud, because he, if it wasn't about Boblax, it was about whoever else asked you not to talk about it. So. I thought Chud has made it clear that he's here for content. Yeah, he doesn't shy about that. Those guys, like Nick specifically, was like trying to bring him into their circle of people. And Chud's always kind of been like, I get added to these fucking group chats. I don't even want to be in them. And so it's not like he's been pining. At least this is what he said. I don't know personally because I'm not in that shit. Oh, nice, Raven. Welcome back. Yes, how many exposes YouTubers do on each other? It's a good rule of thumb to keep other YouTubers. Yeah. I mean, you don't become best friends with your YouTuber friends. You can be friends. You don't want to become besties though. Who'll be like, I'll ride and die for you, baby. I'll let, if you want to call in a little bit, Raven, that'd be fine. I just want to get through this part particularly because we've been waiting for Chud to address this stuff. But then you're fine to call in after.
Is what he has to do because he knows there's a point.
Can't be fucking trusted, Chud. That's it. End of
that's
fucking story.
That's it, Chud. You can't be trusted. That's it. That's all. That's all. It's not okay.
God forbid anybody tells you anything.
You can't be trusted. You can't be trusted. That's it.
The one that told me about it, right?
Exactly.
And I wasn't 100% one way or another whether it's up.
Tommy, you realize that everyone is.
None of us were there.
This? No, I have specifically had a policy where I won't do that, and I think if you do that, you're a snake. So now you're just telling me, well, I don't know how you can't be a snake and not have that policy. Hey, Chud shits on LGBTQ. Also, Chud, why no pussy? I didn't know he did that. I'm not. I'm just laughing if that's true. I have no idea if he shits on LGBTQ. Clearly, Chud is LGBTQ.
So I thought it would be funny to bring it up regardless, and then obviously got shut down. That was funny, and then fucking Aiden drew a picture of it as a laugh.
Look! Here's a dirty secret. Hey, Queeman, don't trust stickers. He's been writing me on Twitter saying, "Hey, that video did on that Technicals did. Yeah, I think you might be right on that. Hey, give TommyC some credit. Chud would. Actually, this is your word, stickers. Chud would fucking. What did he say? Blow Hitler to move ahead. Oh, is that a joke now? Dickers, I know what you're doing.
Hey,
you're too funny. You're too funny. As soon as
Dickers went on to say though that I believe in the chat, he said that they've never DM'd and that Tommy made this up. So I guess it's he said, she said, unless one of them wants to release the inboxes.
Dickers realized I wasn't gonna that it wasn't that it wasn't gonna I wasn't gonna get a majority on my side, and then I told him he's no good. That he's no good. That he's like, fuck you.
All the people involved in this process thought it was.
I would agree with that. Dickers sucks. I'm just kidding, Dickers.
Funny and don't really.
It's my job to just rig on you though.
Care. But now
What's important? I don't care that people don't care. Is that the whole thing? It's okay if people care. It's okay if I can sell it. How about keep your fucking word?
Yeah, I'll get you in, Raven.
How about if I tell you something, I don't have to know it's gonna end up in your show.
Just want to get through this.
6 months later, TommyC's upset about
these
it.
allegations.
So I've got to fucking address it. Apparently, it's fucking stupid.
Wah! His face is
What have I got
red.
to answer for? I will not be apologising for that. It doesn't make me a snake.
Yes,
and if
it
you
does.
think so, you're a fucking retard.
You're a
And if
retard.
you disagree, we can have a conversation about it. But oh wait, you're too much of a fucking.
Why would I have a conversation with if you disagree you're a retard? But we can have a conversation about it.
Let's talk about
That's
it.
literally like one of the best reasons is the harmful opinions thing where you just started calling him names. So he makes a definitive statement. If we disagree, you're a retard. But come on, let's talk. Okay. Call me a pussy all you like.
Fucking gigantic pussy.
Okay, that's fair. I'll agree. Chud does get pretty aggressive towards people he disagrees with and calls them retards and shit. It's not a conducive environment for a conductive conversation.
See, to have that fucking convo because you don't like me.
Listen, if you disagree, you're not fucking good. But let's talk about it.
And I'm a snake. It's fucking pathetic, dude. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Thank you for the super chats, guys.
It's fucking funny.
Uh-oh.
That's a super big criticism.
There's some teeth to Tommy.
Schizo take. I bet he hated that. Schizo take. It's always the British. No, I'm not going that far. I will say this. I do get the sense that Chud is not like a working class Englishman.
He was. He already talked about it. He quit his job when he started getting popular on YouTube, and then decided to go full on into that. But he did work. I think he worked in an office. I think so too. He's self-projecting. We talked about this earlier. We were laughing, Raven. You missed it, but Chud's Buzz Lightyear and Tommy's Woody and Nick's Andy, and that's why this is going the way it is. Not agreeing with Tommy right now about not having and Converse. Yeah, but Chud has probably given up on talking with his. Yeah.
I don't know how to read. I know they can tell by each other's accents, and I'm not that familiar with it. But something tells me no. I wouldn't be surprised if Chud came from money. First of all, I also wouldn't be surprised if. But yeah, something tells me no. I think he LARPs as one. Because I remember I asked him that question in his interview. He looked uncomfortable. I wonder.
Yeah, because most people don't want to talk about their income. I don't talk about my regular income on here.
Uh-oh.
That's a super big criticism.
There's some teeth to Tommy's criticism here now.
Oh, in more ways than one, my white knight friend. Yeah, so I'm not the only one that believes this. And by the way, this guy's going to take your audience. 100%. You don't have to worry about Nick not shouting you out. You don't have to worry about Willie being nice to you. He's going to take your audience because Queeman is willing to do what Chud won't.
I don't think Queeman's going to take Chud's audience.
Is this some sort of weird effort to put some
Tommy's
sort of wedge
Woody.
between me and Queen?
No.
Chud does
I'm
kind of
actually
like
being quite literal.
Buzz. If he shaved his beard.
And I'm taking a break after this, so you guys can talk.
We'll go to the break, and then I'll bring Raven on, and I'll talk with Raven.
I absolutely believe and have 10 times more respect for Queeman.
Because this video, we're not even halfway through yet. We're not even halfway through, so I'm not going to get through the whole thing tonight, but I think that's a good spot to leave off at the break.
All you have to do, if you want somebody, if you like Queeman stuff, just watch him because Chud.
And if anybody else is interested in coming on and talking, giving your opinion, let me know.
He's got people on a little more on all sides of the aisles, whereas like
you got to get in the
Queeman's just
Discord
out and out
though.
Extremist, right? So, but you balance. I mean, shit. You say something's good and something's bad in the same sense, like the Willie Mack clip I played.
That Willie Mack clip was bullshit. It was obvious what Chud was saying, that the guy was on to something, that Willie was too close to Destiny to not maybe be compromised, but Chud thinks that the overall arcing accusation doesn't hold a lot of weight. So I don't understand why Tommy's still hung up on this one. Probably because it's Willie, and Willie's his buddy.
I covered all his points. Oh, wait a minute. I covered some of his points. Oh, wait a minute. I covered the important ones. You'll say fucking anything. Anything at all. Over and over again. He's talking out both sides of your mouth. So Queeman just spits it. And again, see if I get a hashtag. Hashtag sub to Queeman. 150%. Probably most people in there already are.
Yeah, they kind of like already are, yeah.
This strat's, it's not a strat. It's not a strat. It's just fucking funny to me. Sub Queeman. You will find out what Chud's thinking, and he'll have, balls.
I think that's Queeman's new dono sound, actually, Tommy.
Here's another thing, too. What's that? Is that what the dono
That's his new dono sound. It's just you saying
I'm sure.
Queeman.
Yeah, no, I mean it. 100%.
I fucking bet it is.
I got him. He can use me. I don't fucking get upset about this shit. I got him. He can use me. Absolutely.
Someone can be compromised.
Let me give him one. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, sub to Queeman. There you go, bud. There you go. That's a good one. Absolutely. Sub to Queeman.
Now Queeman would probably take it down because he doesn't want, if I was Queeman, I would stop using Tommy's alert because of that reason.
Because that guy will come right out and be a shit. This guy, he's just a fence rider.
I think that Tommy's trying to glaze Queeman a little bit because he's trying to draw, he's trying to make Queeman and Chud against each other by trying to appeal to Queeman a little bit. But I don't think Queeman's gonna give in
until he gets caught, and then he freaks the fuck out. At least you go with somebody that isn't afraid. I mean, Chud's afraid to criticize Nicholas DiOrio because it might cause drama.
You don't do it either, Tommy. You're like the biggest Nick DiOrio glazer there is. How can you sit there and say that with a straight face? Yeah, this is very cringy.
No, but he's willing to start shit, see if the balloon floats, and then when it doesn't, get in a call with me. Get it. You ever seen another pattern?
Yeah, that's usually what happens. It's like, you have a disagreement with me. I think I'm right. You think you're right. Let's talk about it and see who's actually right. But Tommy's like, no, I'm going to deny that because I think I can drag this out a lot longer.
In there too. Get in a call with me. I completely fucked it up. Let's talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. I mean what I'm saying. I'll be right back, guys. First off, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take 5, get a coffee. We're in for a long night.
Play some music.
Sarah, my brain, my brain is fried. Work went through rheumatologist, back to work studying. Oh, okay. Cool.
Music.
I don't think I can. So I think you have to. I think you have to sing. What do you think of that, motherfucker?
All right.
Yeah, Chud. I mean,
sing for the next 20 minutes. No, 20 minutes.
I mean, maybe Tommy's doing this as a way to kind of build this up so that when he eventually does talk to Chud, there'll be a lot more energy there. I'm gonna be mad if more people give Oreo credit. I think he's just kind of an aspect of this drama. He's not the center of it, but it's the aspect of it, and he is a Oreo glazer for sure. Wasn't this one of his original talking points that Chud was calling out Nicholas DiOrio? Yep, that's exactly why. Because Chud pointed out that Nick was like kind of overly doing the H3 stuff, and because I guess that someone in chat, Chud's chat said, why don't you do the H3 Hassan stuff? And then he went on that big rant, and that's what I guess started the spark of Tommy wanting to call out Chud. Tommy's super protective of his little boy Nick, his little Nicky.
It's 5. I'm going up, making a coffee. I'm coming down, and then God, I would love somebody to make.
All right, now the mod starts yelling at Chud's people in the chat, but we'll save that for tomorrow, or we'll save that for the next stream. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. If you want to call in, Raven, and give your thoughts real quick, go for it. Go for it. But yeah, just complete insanity right now. Nutso. So how is he afraid of DiOrio when he literally does call out DiOrio? I know. That's what I don't get. Like, that's good point. So this whole thing is about Chud calling out DiOrio. Oh, there he is. What's up, Triton?
What's up, BG lately? I am back, guys. Back to give my Tritonist thoughts on this. I think this whole thing is just stupid that Tommy's crashing out, and he fucking he's hypocritical in a lot too, because he says that Chud Logic's afraid to call out Nicholas DiOrio when this whole thing is about Chud Logic calling out Nicholas DiOrio.
Yeah. Yeah,
and not only that, but he says sub to Queeman, saying that Chud Logic is a shield for Queeman, and Chud Logic copies and pastes opinions from Queeman. Doesn't TommyC do the same thing with DiOrio? He literally copies and pastes Nicholas DiOrio's opinions. Doesn't have an opinion of his own. In fact, one of his streams is literally logging some random nobody DiOrio hater. So it's like it's clear to me that TommyC's projecting on this whole thing.
There's been a lot of hypocrisy going on here. For
a lot of it.
Because you're gonna say that Chud is bad because he one time broke a rule that he was specifically asked not to do. Yet Nick does it constantly. But Nick is the bastion of responsibility, I guess, and Chud is evil because Chud tries not to do that shit constantly.
No, but Chud, it seems like Chud's evil for just thinking for himself and not going with the crowd. It's like TommyC wants commentary to be closed-minded and only agree with DiOrio. No open voices can be in this community, and I think that's stupid. And that's why a lot of people don't really like commentary, because people do that bullshit.
Yep. Bobbit says, and even then it was a soft call out. Yeah, he was just busting his friend's balls. He's friends with DiOrio, so it makes sense that he would call him out. Because he knows that. I guess Nick knew that he would be joking or whatever. But
in fact, like, aren't your real friends? Like, your real friends are supposed to call you out. fake friends are the ones that let you fucking destroy yourself and encourage you to do bad behavior.
Yep.
Real friends are the ones that tell you, hey, you're fucking up or you're acting dumb. You probably need to chill. It's like Chud wasn't even hateful to Dior like I am or like most of Dior's critics are. He was just giving him a softball criticism. And I guess that's enough to start a commentary civil war, is a softball friendly criticism.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Nick does with this. I think Nick's probably just going to act like it's not happening because I don't think he wants to.
Because that's what he's doing so far, because I looked on his Twitter, he hasn't addressed it yet. And I feel like he should at least calm the waters and call TommyC out and tell TommyC to chill the fuck out.
I think that would break Tommy's heart if Nick, because that would be Nick siding with Chud, you know. If he's like,
and he needs his heart broken. Like, come on, he's like, Nicholas Diorio's younger than you, bro. Like, why are you treating him like he's your wife? Like, they're literally TommyC's literally treating Nicholas Diorio like he's like Nicholas Diorio's his bitch or some shit, that he needs to protect Diorio at all costs.
I think that Tommy's still hoping that Nick's going to become so famous that he could just throw Tommy a bone and Tommy will be right there with him. And maybe Tommy feels like, it was always supposed to be you and me, man. Who's this fucking Chud guy? But Nick's not going to ignore the fact that Chud's on a come up. He's still on a come up. Chud's still growing every day. I remember when he used to have 600-700 people in his chat. Then all of a sudden he had 1,000 constantly. Now he's getting all the way up to like 2,000. It's the same thing that Nick's doing. Nick, though, had a huge jump from like 3,000 to 6,000. That's because he's doing that H3 stuff. And I think that was all by design, too.
Yeah, and that's the thing. TommyC's jealous that's not him, because he thinks that Chud Logic stole a spot of being the number 2 guy under Diorio. He thinks that he should be number 2, that he should be Diorio's second in command and not Chud.
Well, I don't even think Chud looks at himself as Diorio's second in command. I think Chud just looks at himself as Chud.
That's the funny part. It's TommyC's twisted mind that he makes him feel like that. So I feel like TommyC sees Chud as like a replacement in reality. Chud doesn't even see himself in the group.
Yeah.
Like the clip you played, Chud even says, I don't even want to be added to these fucking group chats.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't. Because he just wants to make content. He does it for the content. He doesn't do it for friends or for narratives. He just comes on, makes content, and says his true opinion for content.
I think
there's nothing wrong with that.
He cares about how people view him because, and it's not because he wants them to like him. He just wants to he wants to keep his reputation of being fair. So if someone who he's friends with,
he wants to be credible.
If he wants to, if he criticizes someone who is friends of his, then they know that they're going to keep getting it straight from him. And I think that that's very important to Chud. And I think that he'd be happy to lose friendships if it still means that people look at him and say, well, we can at least count on Chud to give us his honest opinion on something. And he's not going to just cover him because he's friends with him, which has been a culture in commentary for a long time. If you're in that inner circle, you're kind of protected. If someone comes after you, they come after everyone. And if that happens, then you're going to get Lyrics doing a video on you. You're going to get Nick doing a video. That's just the way it is now. And I don't see it. I mean, I think that Chud breaking away from that trend is making Tommy realize that that is a fundamental shift in how Tommy feels like he was in that circle, and now he's not. Like that circle is being broken up by Chud kind of doing his independent thing, and that's going to cause other people to want to do their independent thing. But Tommy needs that connection, or else he's going to fade into oblivion.
Yeah, no one's going to know who he is, and not only that. Wait, what was it? But not only that, but he says that Chud Logic copies and pastes from Queeman. But I've seen times where Chud's called out Queeman right to his face because Queeman was acting retarded. Chud's like, hey, you're kind of acting stupid here. In fact, one time when Queeman just popped into the random interview, Chud's like, get the fuck out of here, Queeman. Like, Chud's not scared of Queeman at all.
Nah, and I don't think Chud's scared of this. And Chud has Chud does play it up. Chud's a performer, as I've said several times. So Chud will spurg out even if he doesn't technically feel like he needs to spurg out. But he knows that if he's just super calm, and collected the whole time, he's going to lose viewers because people are there to watch for him to start snapping. Like, that's why they poke him and prod him and try to get him fired up during streams.
And that's the thing. It's like I know he ain't scared of anyone, but TommyC's scared of Tucky Tom, fucking Willie Mac, Dioria, like all them guys, because all them guys have more clout than him, and he does what they say.
Clout's king, man. Always has been, always will be. At least until YouTube makes some kind of fundamental shift in how.
And I don't know if you addressed this part, but what the fuck is Willie Mack do? Because I see Willie Mack on Twitter and TommyC's comments fucking encouraging Tommy and fucking, encouraging this fucking drunken behavior. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Willie Mack? Like, why are you encouraging this? Saying, there's something in here. Chud is a snake. TommyC's right. It's like, what? All because Chud made a softball criticism to Willie Mack as well? Because what was it, over the Destiny stuff?
Yeah, and Chud overall defended Willie at the end, and said that this guy had was making a stupid point. But he said the guy's on to something, but overall he doesn't really have a whole lot. And that's basically him saying Willie's good. But that, I guess Willie took offense to the fact that Chud would even hint at that being a thing. But go through, how many times has Willie appeared? Like, Willie's been on Destiny's show several times. Like, it's not hard to put together that maybe, we should listen to someone other than someone who's so close to Destiny. I don't know why everybody had such a hard time about it. It's like Willie's like, how dare you question me at all? You should never, even though.
Yeah, that's what he's basically doing. It's like, how dare you question me at all? It's like, Willie Mack's literally the king of questioning people. In fact, he got sued on that Tarla bitch for just questioning him, and he made the same point against her. It's like, bro, all I'm doing is questioning. It's like, you can question, Willie Mack can question everyone in the moment, right?
Yep.
But they can't question him.
Exactly.
And I think that's not fair.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, do as I say is not as I do.
I mean,
or if you do as I do, only to the benefit of me. That's basically what he wants, is only the benefit of me. If it doesn't benefit him, he doesn't want you doing it.
How dare you? How dare you question me? And
how dare you question me? That doesn't benefit me. That makes me look stupid. It's like, aren't you the guy that questions everyone else?
And it's not like I know that Willie does solid, like, he does his research and stuff. Well, I guess he's got a team of people who do the research for him while he's putting it together. But I mean, that doesn't make you infallible, Willie. You can mess up just like anybody else, and everybody has the right to question. I mean, it's like, I don't understand why Willie can't understand why people would want to be like, well, Willie, aren't you like pretty close with him? Like, is there even a possibility that maybe you are a little bit too friendly with Destiny for us? Like, you would never be able to represent him in court because conflict of interest. And it's like, okay, well, no, how dare you do that to me? And I don't even, and that was a light criticism. That was a light criticism.
Yeah, it was and that's the problem. It's like, such a light criticism like that makes you a target in the commentary community. They hate light criticisms. Like, if you question them, they get a whole army of people to come after you. And I think that's bullshit. It's like, aren't we allowed to question each other? In fact, it's like, when you question someone, it doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just clarifying. Because if I'm not going to ask the question, or Chud's not going to ask it, someone else will. You think we're the only people that have the same question?
Yeah, and it's like the question, like, usually Chud's pretty good at asking the question that he thinks most people would want to hear, right? That's not, and I just think that a lot of people are just like, Paul, I'm appalled that you could even insinuate that would be. It's like, how are you appalled? Like, that, it's pretty common sense. Like, if it's something that we shouldn't be worried about, just tell us that, you don't have to worry about that. I think it's kind of silly. Don't get all upset and butthurt about it, because now Willie throwing his hat in with Tommy's kind of making, I don't know, now Willie's going to kind of get drug into this, and that's Tommy's fault. And,
Well, that's also Willie's fault, too, because he shouldn't have liked those comments. He should just stay out of it.
Yeah.
Because all this started, it seems like this whole thing was a coordinated attack with Tommy and Willie behind the scenes, and who knows, like, which I know a lot of people's like, oh, you can't accuse Nick Diorio of that, but what if Nick Diorio's secretly involved in it, and that's why he's not saying anything publicly, because he's letting TommyC do his dirty work while he focuses on the H3 Hassan thing? That's possible.
That'd be scandalous. I don't know if Chud could take that much of a full frontal attack from all of them at once, but that would make Diorio really look like a shithead if he turned on, because Chud's always been very good to old lips.
But he's turned on people that've been good to him before, and it's in his nature to do so. And in fact, it's like a year ago, like when Chud Logic started working with Diorio, like around like 2024, 2023, I was like, yeah, I know one of these days, Chud's gonna get like they're gonna eat Chud alive because of how like fair Chud is, because they don't like when people question them. And so far, it's obviously and Willie are trying to eat Chud alive. Now it's like, is Diorio ready to, or is he going to defend? It really depends on what benefits Diorio the most.
It's gonna
what he's going to go with.
It's building to a point where Diorio is gonna have to eventually say something, because now everybody's gonna be waiting. Oz says people that sit around all day criticizing people can't handle criticism. Who'da thunk? Yeah.
Which I want to bring this up too. Diorio hasn't said something about this other situation. Do you know about the Doc on the Radio situation?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
So basically, it's just like some serious like situation, but Doc on the Radio is like one of like someone that Nicholas Diorio and Augie's promoted over the years, and apparently he's quit the internet like 2024, and the reason that is because he was a 17-year-old that set his dick to like a 13-year-old.
Oh Jesus!
And Toastified Smaggle hid the story for an entire year before talking about it, and then they only talked about it because Aid had leaked it. And Nicholas and people asked Diorio to talk about it. Diorio's like, "Nah, this is small drama. I don't want to talk about this." And it's like, this is literally your friend that got caught being a pedo. You're not going to talk about it or raise awareness to the guy that you literally promoted for several years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with it enough to really give a take
I know
on
you're
that,
not
but
familiar. I can give you some videos that covered it that do really good at like putting the facts together if you're interested in researching off air.
But that would that would not be a good situation to be in for sure, because
Yeah, no.
Plus,
but that's just
small
an
drama
example
is
of like
fun drama.
Diorio like covering for his buddies though. And
I think I lost you for a second there. Your connection went out.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, someone's calling me. I'm back.
All right. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that it's kind of there's kind of a mob or a wolf pack, if you will, that circles the commentary community, and if you don't play ball, you could be next. But then there's also like, see, I don't want to just hate on them just because they're like I guess a pack. Because then you become an anti, and then you're not taken seriously because you're just going against them just to go against them. That's why, like, I can acknowledge that Willie does decent videos. They've all done their thing.
It's not good to just. It's not good because a lot of people mistake that for me. They think I'm just the anti that goes after him, just go at him. It's like, no, I'm not like that at all. Like because Willie Mack's done great work in the past. He's done great work on the James Charles coverage. Like these people have done great work. It's just whenever they do something I personally don't like, I can't help but speak out about it.
Yeah, and that's how it should be.
How I am.
Like, nobody's above
it's
criticism.
It's not me being an anti or being a cherry on the purpose. Because if they do something I agree with, I'll say it. Like, I agree with Diorio that Hassan's a piece of shit and a terrorist. That's something I can agree with Diorio on. Like, I'm not a full contrarian. It's just he does some shit, some other stuff that's, that I don't like. Like, I don't like how he gives people special treatment and then goes hard on certain other people for less.
Yep. Yeah, that's a big issue. It's got to be consistent all the way around, or else, I mean, it hasn't really affected his career, unfortunately. But in a perfect world, consistency would be nice, and I think that's what Chud is best at, is consistency.
Would you in your stream want like some old like funny lore about TommyC and Diorio? Because TommyC actually did the same thing he did to Chud to Diorio, but Diorio is a lot more nicer.
Are you talking about the green M&M?
I don't know if it was the green M&M, but this was like a while back, like 2022, 2021, like around like beginning 2022. TommyC, like, I think it was like over some political debate, but TommyC was like, I can't trust Diorio. I think he's recording calls. I can't be his friend anymore. He's going to snake me. He's saying like he's afraid of Nicholas Diorio, and did a whole cope stream about
Yeah,
Diorio.
we watched that last stream.
Oh, you
that's
did?
the yeah,
Oh,
that's
see,
the
y'all
green.
do know about it.
That's the green M&M.
Oh.
I got some info on that, some insider info about that whole situation that I was telling everybody about earlier. It's just has Tommy basically was saying some homophobic shit, and Nick was like, "You're gonna make us a target for," because it was during the time where woke was like really powerful at the time, and cancel culture was a real thing, and Nick got mad about that,
And I know at the time, like that's when Nick was really involved with Destiny at the time. This was like before the way before the Destiny allegations came out. But yeah, and I saw that, and I noticed too that like Dioyo's kind of being a lot more like sensitive. Even did the same thing to Augie as well. He said, "Hey, we can't be saying that on stream," like because he was trying to get the Destiny audience at the time.
The green M&M is just a reference for because I don't know why they called it the green M&M, but they had a green M&M up when that was going on. Hey, Tippy.
Oh yeah,
what's up,
they
Tippy?
did. Oh yeah, now I remember now.
Tippy's in the chat, Raven.
Who?
Tipster.
Oh, Tipster. Oh, it's
He-
been a long while since me and him talked.
Oh, you've spoken with Tippy before. Tipster's cool. He's
I mean, me and him kind of have had a bad falling out 2022, but that's years ago though.
Oh no,
I don't really agree. I'm gonna say this, like I don't agree with him politically, but do I hate him as a person? No, because I don't hate anyone over the internet. Because I think that's stupid. But I still, stand by.
Tipster's like, wait, who are you talking to? Lord Triton.
Lord Triton, one of your old mods from the Discord.
Oh, it's one. You were a mod for him, were you?
Wow. Yeah, I don't know if he remembers me or not. Because I'm not gonna lie, I am like a nobody. I'm not someone that's really, and he's had a lot of spurgs he's beefed with. So I don't know if he remembers me or not.
Tips felt firsthand what these guys can do to people. It's not pretty.
Oh, I did too, because I'm not gonna lie, I dogpiled with these guys on Tipster, but then I seen like what they could do to me, so it's like, yeah, I'm gonna just stay my own lane and not be with these guys. Because even though me and Tipster disagreed on a lot of stuff, at least from my point of view, because I know like he probably sees me as a nobody, which is fine. But
he responded. He said, "I do remember you, and I don't have beef with you. The past is the past. No hard feelings." See, that's
same here, man. Like same here. It's like I know like this. I'm not gonna lie, like we may not align politically at all, but I do miss your gaming streams and stuff. It is really no beef from my end either.
He's doing his political thing right now, and he's getting back.
And that's the thing, and that's how it should be though. It's like we should be able to agree to disagree on political objectives and not just call each other retards and and all that over political objectives.
Well, the thing is, like, especially for someone like me who's been doing this for about like a year and a half, like a lot of these guys have been doing this for a long time, and a lot of shit happens on the internet. So eventually, you're gonna run across people who you've either have disagreements with and stuff. But I like to think I hold the opinion that people can grow, learn from their mistakes. Lord knows I was when Tipster was doing drama, I was literally shooting heroin up in Kensington. So I can literally sit here and be honest about how people's growth is a real thing. So I try not to I tend to a lot of times get like mixed up in oh well I had a issue there and people who've had disagreements, but I try to I try to look at everybody for who they are now and how they've treated me, and if you're cool with me, I'm cool with you, and that's kind of how I hold it. If anybody does me dirty, it'll be different.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like someone does me dirty. It's like I don't even hold grudges. It's like if someone does me dirty and repents and actually is sorry about doing it, I forgive. But if someone does me dirty constantly over and over and over, it's like at that point, it's like you got to pull the plug. And sometimes you don't even want to like cut off a friendship or do anything like that. But sometimes people force you to. It's like, bro, I'm not gonna defend you if you keep acting like an idiot and keep on doing the same thing I told you, like, hey, you probably should not do. And sometimes people say, oh yeah, I'm gonna stop doing it, but then they keep doing it over and over and over again.
Well, you're a young buck, right? What are you in your early 20s?
I'm 20. Yeah, I'm 20 now, and I was a young buck when I started.
Yeah, damn, man. Well, how old were you started modding? Like 15?
started modding when I was 15. I was actually picked by his head mod Irish because she thought I was cool and fair because of how, like, you know, I treated a lot of the situations in the server. So she was like, "Oh, this guy's fair," and she asked Tipster, "Hey, I know this guy's like 15, but he seems like a mature guy that can handle situations." And for like the first
I'll
year
send
or
you an
two, the
invite,
call-
Tipster, to my server so you could join the call. You
Oh
gotta,
shit!
yeah,
Talk to
he's coming
Tippy.
on. He's coming. I told you, Tippy's
I'm
chill.
running. I'm trolling. I'm not running for shit.
Nah, I don't think he's gonna come on and give you shit. Tipster's pretty chill now. He's always been pretty chill. I don't think he just said too he don't got a problem with you. He probably just wants to come on and see how
Yeah,
you been or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you talk about, like, who knows? It may just, because all that old stuff's just dumb, anyways. And I don't even talk to a lot of the people I ran with, anyways. Back then.
Yeah, I mean that's the cool thing about the internet is you never know who's gonna like pop in or say hi
And you never know, like, if you're gonna talk to someone that that you've had a falling out with ever again.
yeah, I'm interested to hear some of the backstory of that. But you don't have to talk about it right now. Maybe not best idea to bring it out right before you talk to him.
I mean, we could, if you, I mean, all I'm gonna say, it's like, probably no point, because it's all just fucking Discord shit anyways. It's like, if you want to hear about some cancer Discord drama, then by all means I can tell it, but I'm not gonna lie, it's just some fucking Discord age mod drama.
And then Tipster, once you get into the server, just go into the stream request line and I'll pull you in.
Which I haven't watched Tipster's channel in a minute though, ever since like 2023, maybe early 2024.
What's your favorite slur? Don't
What's
say it. Don't say it, Triton. Whatever your
Wait,
favorite.
I could say, wait, can I? What if it's the R word? Retard.
That's fine. That's a good one. What's up, Tippy?
Yeah,
How you doing,
What's
brother?
up, Tipster? I never thought I'd
Hey.
ever talk to you again. Holy shit, is that the real Tippy?
That's him.
Yeah, it's me. How's it going?
It's going good, man. How's life been? It's been like what, like 2-3 years since we've ever spoke.
I think well, I mean, it depends
shit-
on what you mean by since we spoke. Are we talking good terms or bad terms?
Like probably probably both, really. Because I know,
Because
like, ever
because
since
good
you
ter-
blocked me
good
2022, we've been kind of just going our own way.
Yeah, because like good terms, it's probably been about 4 years, and then bad terms, it was like a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were in like a Twitter space together or whatever.
Oh
But,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, how's it going?
Oh, you do remember
It's
him.
been going good.
What was that?
I said you. So you do.
I said-
You do remember him.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, like you're talking to someone who like used to be a mod of mine, and we had like a falling out, and then they became like my biggest A-log. So you don't forget a person like that.
You say I'm a bigger A-log than Diorio was?
No, Diorio definitely took your place when he started.
No, yeah,
A-logging,
yeah.
But
When-
prior to
I meant-
Diorio,
I'm
you
not-
were my
I'm not-
biggest
I'm not-
A-log.
I didn't mean by when I said that, I didn't mean clout-wise. It meant by like actually like like actually like, looking into
if I had to like actually like rethink about it, it was probably Boblax who was like my biggest A-log. But prior to like all the drama, it was you for sure.
Yeah, I was like the small commentary, biggest A-log, and then everyone took my place when big commentary kind of piled on. I'm not gonna lie, because I A-logged them too. When they piled on, I was like, man, it's not as fun anymore, because I don't feel like the bad guy. I don't feel like the bad villain like everyone treated me. Like if I lost
so
that, I
funny.
was like, man, I'm not no villain anymore. Man, everyone's, and I used to get mad at them like, bro, you're stealing my talking points, not even giving me credit. Because some of these people take what I said word for word. I'm like, oh, whatever. So kind of ruined it because it's like, damn, I'm not the famous contrarian anymore.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, like I said in the chat, like that's all old shit. I don't really hold many grudges against people, so like
Me
it's
either.
in the past. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
The way I kind of saw it at the time is like, you were young and like you disagreed with some of my positions, and we kind of had like our little falling out and whatnot, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the
Yeah.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, you live in
It
your
really
lane.
does, eh? because it's over stuff. It's like that doesn't even matter because a lot of that stuff is like old, and I don't even talk to like AP or the people that I was defending at the time anyway. So it's like it doesn't really matter, especially because I don't talk to those people.
Yeah. Gotcha. So what else have you been up to then, since you're not on the A-log game anymore?
I'm still on the A-log game, but I've been A-logging people. Well, not really A-logging. I just, tweet about like people covering. I actually started my own small commentary show called Ravencast. I've been doing interviews with guests and stuff, and I've also been kind of A-logging the Kino Casino, Andy Orski, and PPP, because I think them guys are like, just very hypocritical and stuff they preach a lot.
Gotcha. So you're not Lowell Twighton, talking about the walking L anymore.
No. Well,
he used to call me that. He used to do these videos on me, and he would say, "Today we're talking about Tifta, the walking L."
That became a big meme in commentary too. Everyone used to have that as a soundboard.
I literally had that on the soundboard for the longest time. When we would shitting on someone, we'd play you saying the walking L.
Oh, that's crazy.
Tipster, someone in the chat, JFA asked if Tipster still holds a grudge on Miss Mansheehy. Oh, is that Bobby?
Yeah, that's Bobby. It's funny you asked that, considering the back and forth I had with them today. They had some tweet where they were complaining about like people. They said Happy Pride Month on their like community tab, and like people were shitting on them. And it's like, well, you kind of cultivated this kind of audience, and now that you're out, you expect them to like respect you? Like, no, they're not going to. And then he like responded to me on Twitter with screenshots of like a handful of videos that he did that were pro LGBTQ. He gave me the setup. So like I responded with all the videos he did shitting on me for supporting like LGBTQ plus causes, and then shitting on me for being queer and shit like that.
Isn't that funny how that works?
Yeah.
Honestly,
and then
I
he
think y'all
DM'd
should
me
be
like
allies
hoping.
again, because y'all have like the same political objectives, have the same enemies now. You guys are in the same position, you and Bobby. You and Bobby should mend the bridge.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Well, no, the thing is, like, I actually did talk to him privately for a while to try and like settle things and like maybe even potentially mend the bridge somewhere down the line. But he's just so fake. Like you can't do that with him, because the last straw for me was multiple times he had apologized to me behind the scenes for the bully streams and talked about how sorry he was and how it was wrong the way he treated me. And then like I find like some small commentary stream where he calls in and they're like basically circle jerking with him about how awesome the bully streams were, and he's reminiscing with them about how they're good times. So it's like, so wait a minute, are you sorry for those, or do you think they were good times? Like, which one is it?
Yeah, I feel like he can't stop.
Really weird.
I don't. He doesn't have any actual opinions. His opinions are formed based on whoever he's talking to in that moment.
Yeah, and
So
that's
if
not
he's
a place
talking
to
to a
be.
group of people, so if he's talking to a group of people that tell him bully streams based, then he'll go back on his apology towards me and he'll say, "Yeah, those were pretty cool now, weren't they?" So yeah, I don't fuck with Bo Blacks. I don't have like I wouldn't go as far as to say like I have like a grudge or anything. It's just like I just don't fuck with him. I gave him more than enough chances that most people don't know about because it was all private shit. He didn't deserve any chances from me considering how he treated me. But I gave him a shot anyway. And he fucks up everything. Anytime anybody tries to show him any kind of charitability, he fucks it up.
Yeah, I think it's just his personality's defective or something. He can't stop himself from. It's like almost an addiction to betray people or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So to answer the chatter's question, it's not necessarily a grudge, but I definitely don't fuck with them no more. Like they're on their own.
Well, he added, Tipster, I would just let Bobby be. I don't believe he has any intention of fixing things with you.
No, not at all. I mean, if you're apologizing to someone for something in private and then publicly you're talking about it, how it's like a fucking based meme and shit, it's like, no, you're just two-faced. You tell me what you want to hear, what you think I want to hear to my face, and then you'll tell somebody something else if they're like, if it's beneficial to you to say like bully streams based in that moment, then you'll just completely change on a dime.
And that's when
That's
how he got himself in trouble in the first place, right? By doing that to too many people who eventually started realizing what he was doing.
Yeah, and obviously, like for me, I think that there's a lot of valid criticism to be had towards him because he's dishonest and shit. But obviously, you know, coming from my position as a progressive, I'm not in favor of the way people mock him for like his, you know, being non-binary and shit like that.
Mhm.
But this whole like notion of like everybody just has to be nice to me now because I'm like non-binary now. It's like, no, like you've for years cultivated an audience of people who shit on people like you, and now that you're out and who you are, you expect them to treat you differently because you're Blacks? Like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, you weren't.
And I think as well, I think the reason why he's like that is because a lot of people commentary, including you, Tipster, and I don't mean to like as disrespect, but I feel like every time Blacks fucked up, a lot of people gave him a pass and he felt like he was special for all these years. And then once people didn't want to give him the pass anymore, I think he realized he didn't get the social cue that he's not special anymore, that he can't fuck up, that just because he's autistic, he can't do all this shit. He can't, fucking stab people in the back and do all that. Because he's done that for years, and because he was doing it to other people, not the CC group, a lot of people let him get away with it for so long.
Well, a lot of like the backstabbing and dishonest stuff, we didn't even know he was like, we didn't know he was like that. My first experience realizing he was like that was during my conversation with him and Keffels, because like everybody said I stabbed him in the back during that stream. So I reached out to him and I asked him, hey man, like it wasn't my intention to like wrong you in any way. So if you feel like you're wronged, I apologize. And he assured me, no, everything's fine. It's good. But then when everybody came to support him for me supposedly stabbing him in the back, he changed his tune real quick and he went along with what they were saying and just let me get shit on, right? So that was my first experience with his backstabbing nature. But I will say that you're totally right that he got a pass for a lot of dumb shit, like the copyright situation back in the day, for example. I think a lot of it comes down to, as fucked up as this sounds, I think at the time we were just kind of like, well, he's he's kind of looked at as like the special needs kid of the commentary community. So I think that's a lot of the reason why he got a pass for a lot of the dumb shit he did. But I don't know. It's hard to say for sure. But no, you're right. We did give him a pass on a lot of shit back then.
Yeah, and that's why I really that's where my issues really started with it, because it wasn't just you. Like I saw like y'all as a group doing it. That's why I went after like everyone as a group, because I saw the group. It wasn't just Bullbox, like y'all giving other people's passes. So it's like, come on, like because I remember like the coverage I liked. It's like you were saying that no one should be giving Susie Lou a pass, and I agreed with that. And then Sue's giving all these other people first the pass for copyright striking, like Bullbox thing, for example, when you made your whole channel going at Susie Lou. I thought that was a little dishonest and hypocritical back then.
Yeah. And to be clear, like what happened there is one of the opinions that I've had, because I know a lot of people think that like if you're covering drama, like you have to cover like every drama, including drama involving your friends. I've never really believed that. It's just like, okay, there's certain things, it's obviously a conflict of interest, so it might be best to stay out of it. So with that particular Black situation, I didn't talk about it publicly, but in private, I was like, dude, you made us look really fucking stupid when you issued that strike, because we gave you that whole defense. The issue at the time was we defended him on the argument of like fair use archives, which that is a thing within copyright law. So we played that defense for him. And then he issues a copyright strike on a fair use archive. And so my thing was behind the scenes, I was like, you made us look really fucking stupid when you did that. So it wasn't like he didn't catch any heat. It just wasn't public.
So Tippy, I want to ask you real quick, since I have you on here, what are you have? I know I had you had are you familiar with what's going on with TommyC right now, and Chud and all that?
I know a little bit based on like the conversation you and I had. I think it was it earlier today or yesterday or maybe both.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I lose track of time sometimes. But yeah, apparently like Tommy did some like crazy call out of like Chud, and so now there's a back and forth going on.
Yeah. What do you think?
He thinks Chud is a snake or whatever, right?
Yeah. Why do you think he's like? Do you think that this has anything to do with maybe Diorio and like maybe the fact that Chud is kind of becoming Diorio's favorite right now, and maybe Tommy feels a little feels some type of way about that? We compared it to this. We compared it to him being like Chud's Buzz Lightyear, Tommy's Woody, and then
Oh
Andy's.
my god, that's funny. That's funny. Based on like what I know about like the relationship between like Diorio and Tommy, like the history of that, and then on top of that, like the little bit that I know about this situation from what I've seen from like the videos you showed me and stuff. I just think it's another case of Tommy's really protective of Nick. Like if anybody goes at Nick or is perceived to go at Nick, then he gets like super defensive. Sometimes to a degree where it's like, well, this isn't really that big of an issue, and like he's kind of making it an issue. I kind of think that's what's happening here because like Chud made that comment about how he's getting tired of like the coverage of like Ethan Klein and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And he called out Diorio specifically about how he's just like always covering Ethan Klein and in his mind like basically just giving ass pats to Ethan Klein constantly. So he kind of did this call out, but I saw it as more of like a joke, like friend call out. You know, like when your friends like doing something that you think is kind of dumb, and so you'll do a call out, but it's not like an aggressive call out. It's just kind of like, what the fuck you doing that for, bro? Chill out, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of saw it as that, but I think Tommy looked at it, and I think Tommy saw it as a legitimately aggressive call out, and so he's on the defensive for Diorio, which I think even Triton here will tell you that's common thing with Tommy. If anybody goes at Diorio, whether it's lighthearted or not,
that's what I was
he goes on the
explaining
defense.
earlier. Like he's
Yeah.
been doing that for years. Like Tommy, like every time someone went at Diorio, Tommy C would do a stream. In fact, just this week alone, he made a stream on some random fucking hater that no one even knows, just because he literally wants to kiss Diorio's ass that much.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to call it like ass kissing. Like they are close friends or whatever, right?
I think it's ass kissing because originally Diorio was under Tommy, but Diorio surpassed Tommy, and now that his underling surpassed him, he wants to make sure he gets the clout for making Diorio. So he's gonna ass kiss and do all this shit just so Diorio never drops him.
I will say Tommy did say that if Diorio rated him today, it would be awesome. As if Diorio ever rated him in the past, it wouldn't have been as interesting. So I think that does hold a little weight in how he views Diorio now.
Yeah, like he views him as some like king.
See, I still disagree, and it mainly just comes from the fact that I have history with both of them, and I've kind of seen that relationship develop over the years because Tommy's always been protective of Nick, even when Nick wasn't even a content creator himself yet. Basically, anytime anybody would come at Nick, there's Tommy like coming to his defense. So this isn't something new. This is something that's always kind of gone on.
Where do you think that
I mean,
stems
don't get me wrong. He probably would like the rub, right? If he got like a raid from Nick and got some extra viewership, I'm sure he would appreciate that for sure. But I don't think it's just a clout driven thing. I think it's just he's just really protective of Nick.
Where do you think that comes from? That weird protection that he has over Nick.
I just think that they're genuinely close friends, and so there's a lot of loyalty there. And kind of the same way where like when I have loyalty towards people, I go out of my way to like have their back to the point that sometimes it gets me in sticky situations. I think it's the same thing with Tommy.
I'll give you some.
It's kind of a generational
right
thing
now,
where like
though.
us older people tend to like appreciate and take more seriously like loyalty when it comes to friendship.
I would agree. We're not
I
so
think
quick
that was
to
one
throw
of
it away.
the biggest. I think that was the biggest things like you did in your career that kind of was like a mistake because you backed up for all these people, knowing like some of them were wrong, but a lot of these people wouldn't have done the same for you. In fact, those same people threw you away like you're nothing.
Well, the thing is, like, anybody I went to bat for, I didn't, as you put it, know they were wrong in the moment. What it was is I can kind of look back on those situations in hindsight and think that, hey, I could still be supportive of those friends, but it doesn't always have to be let me run out in front of, the bullet for them and take the shot for them. Sometimes it's just fine to kind of reach out to that friend privately and say, hey, I see you're going through some shit. I'm here in your corner or whatever.
Yeah, like
you don't
like
always
you don't
have
gotta make
to
a
run
like
to
you don't
their
gotta
defense
make a
publicly.
video on like you don't gotta make a
Right.
video on them, but at least like either don't say anything at all or like let them know privately at least like, hey, what you're doing is wrong. Like don't just sweet from like, because I know like some situations, like you said, you were kind of tricked, like the John Swan thing, some other things, and you can't really blame for that because sometimes you want to take a friend's word, but at the same time, it's like even your friends, you gotta research them, you know. You gotta research everybody, especially in this online space, because you never know who's telling the truth and who's lying.
Yeah, for sure. I think what it comes down to is like there's nothing wrong with being loyal and supporting your friends, but it's also you got to be smart and pick your battles more wisely. And that was like an issue. That was really what the issue came down to. Is it wasn't a problem of loyalty. It was a problem of not picking my battles wisely.
But sometimes as well, it's like if a friend cuts you off over light criticism, that's not your friend. Because there's no way you should
Absolutely
cut off
not.
someone
Like
over light
that's one thing
criticism.
I'll say about like my falling out with like the commentary community is like whether it was like other commentary creators that I was friends with or like just people I met through the community and I became friends with them. I very quickly learned who my real friends were and like just fuck those people. Funny enough, I put a tweet up recently because one of those people, now that it's it's no longer cool to shit on Tipster, they try to like reach out to me, hey, how's it going, and act like nothing happened. And I just fucking blocked them because I'm like, no, I'm not gonna play that fucking game. You thought it was like
Exactly.
cool to shit on me before, and you dropped me like a bad habit at the time, and now you want to like try and come crawling back and pretend like nothing happened? No, fuck you. You're fake. I don't deal with fake people no more.
Yeah, that's
No.
impressive because that could be sometimes a hard situation to be in.
But
'cause
sometimes
a
that's
lot
what
of,
you have
hang
to
on,
do.
Lord,
It
hang
wasn't
on,
hard for
Lord,
them.
hang on
Oh,
a
go
second,
ahead,
buddy.
go ahead,
Yeah.
man.
I know
My
you're
bad.
eager. Let people get their sentences out, then you can hop in. I promise. There'll be a spot for you to talk.
No, you go. You're good.
So like that's got to be a hard position to be in because one, I'm sure there's got to be some part of you that feels like if you were to re-engage with these guys, there'd be some validation there, or some what's the word I'm looking for here? Some some justice to show that you were kind of wronged, and now these guys are all welcoming you back, but you still have the self-awareness and the self-respect to be like, no, I'm not interested in being your friend. Did that cross your mind at all when that happened? Like, were you ever like, well, if I do become friendly with these guys again, it's gonna vindicate me? That's the word I was looking for, like some vindication.
There's a couple people in the community that like I've had conversations with on and off. And there were apologies that were given there where they were necessary, both from them or like from myself. But for the most part, a lot of those people, they didn't have a hard time dropping me, so I have no problem whatsoever keeping them, cut off. Fuck that shit. That's how you got to look at it, right? You got to look at it from the perspective of like, okay, in this place, in this particular relationship, I can see where I did wrong and I can own that. And then in the other ones, it's like, well, they dropped me very easily, so why the fuck should I pick them back up very easily? No, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lord. You wanted to add something?
Yeah. I just think like that's a good approach to do because like a lot of these people, especially like the Spurgs in the RFC community, they're just gonna keep on like trying to find ways to shit on you. Like they're not even trying to take you in because they truly like you or something's changed or they had a good conversation with you like we're having. They're just doing it just so they can get more content out of you and just kick you down even more. A lot of them are fake just so they can kick you down.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Well, I mean, it's been a long time since we've chatted. Is there anything you'd like to ask me while I'm here, Triton?
So, why did you end up like defending Keffels even though like she went after you for like a while? Because I remember like before you went at her, like you did a lot of coverage and she was like advocating for like the platformation of a lot of people and used to be against that. But then when commentary went at you, you kind of flip-flopped. It was like, well, I gotta go defend Keffels now. It's like, do you did your opinion truly change? Like what happened with that?
So me and Keffels, we kind of became friends. We just kind of, I don't remember how we started the conversation, but we just kind of, we got into a conversation. Through that, got to know each other a little better. Started to realize that we had a lot of misunderstandings about each other. And then on top of that, there was a lot of like common interests and stuff. And so just through talking in private conversations, a relationship like naturally formed there and a friendship just naturally developed. It just kind of happened. It wasn't like a planned thing or anything. It just kind of happened.
When you were talking to her, like, did you still have the same views of deplatforming bad? Like, did your views on that change at all, or did you like tell her about those views, or is that something like you all agree and disagree on?
I think that her views on deplatforming has changed quite a bit, and I also think that while my views have changed to some extent, it's not as extreme as you would expect from most people who are kind of leftists. You know, I know the people in the online left get a real label put on them of like being super pro deplatforming. And that's not the case for me. I think that there are some instances where it's appropriate, but those are very extreme cases. So I'm not exactly your very common leftist that's all in favor of like 100% all in on deplatforming. That's not my view.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
don't know if that, I don't know if that
like
answers your
some
question, but
cases
yeah.
some cases deplatform is necessary, but it depends on like what the person did. But over opinions and stuff like Keffels did a while back, and I get those were years ago, but it's like that's why like I took big issue with it personally, because it's like you were calling this person out for deplatforming, but then you kind of stopped calling out deplatforming when you became friends with her, and it seemed like to me at the time and to a lot of other people that, oh my gosh, you changed your view on deplatforming and you can deplatform anyone you don't like if it depends. And not only that, but a lot of people tell me like, oh, Tipster used to never be left, and it's okay to change your political opinions, but it's like you changed everything for Keffels. It felt like to me, like you threw away your religion, you did a lot of stuff that I found kind of weird.
I'll say this. It's really
And I
funny
don't mean to
because
get personal and make it a gotcha.
No,
That's just
no,
stuff
you're
I
fine.
found
You're
personally
fine.
weird.
I opened it up. I let you ask me the question, so it's fine. The
All
funny
right.
thing is, I've always been pretty left wing. I will say I'm not. I wasn't as left wing previously as I am now. A little further left now than I used to be. But I've always been pretty left and pretty progressive. It's just one of the things that people will tell you in the YouTube creator space is at the time, don't talk about your politics. You're going to alienate like half your audience if
They
you do
still
that.
say that.
So exactly, it's like an unwritten rule in some communities where they just tell you just don't talk about it. So I just didn't talk about it. As far as the because I've seen this one a lot, that I gave up my religion for Keffels.
Because
Any
the reason why, because around the time you put like you're not Christian anymore, and that's why we came to that conclusion, because it came like a weird coincidence to us.
It's just funny because like Keffels and I have never ever, even to this day, had a conversation about religion, ever. That conversation's never come up. Uh, what the reason why I did what I did is because, as everybody knows now, I've come out as pansexual. Within the past like year and a half, 2 years or something like that. I don't know how long. I think it's been like a year and a half. Um, and I kind of had this like internal struggle for like many years where like I would have these feelings, but I was kind of in denial about them. And a lot of it stemmed from my religious beliefs growing up. So I kind of had this weird conflict of like, my religious beliefs growing up have put me in this weird stage of denial of who I really am. And so it was one of those things when I finally accepted myself, I kind of had this weird resentment towards my religious beliefs. So I kind of let that part of my past go, if that makes sense.
I will admit,
So you
there's nothing sexier than a non-stick pan, or is that not what that?
And that's fine, because I know a lot of people IRL that do the same thing. Like they used to be religious, like when they're younger, but then as like they get older, they kind of just let go of it over time and just throw it away.
Yeah, it's a pretty common thing, especially if you're someone who was in denial about your sexual orientation, and then you finally come to accept it later in life, and the reason why you were in denial about it was because of religious beliefs. It's very common in those circumstances.
So since you're here right now, I want to ask you this about what's your take on the Carl Jobs and Billy Mitchell situation, because you used to cover that like extensively, and I watched a lot of your coverage on it.
I'll say this,
and I know even then, like even when Billy like made that when Carl made the claim as well a while back, even though you're defending Carl, one thing I liked that you did was you still called out Carl, said, hey, you probably should have not included that in the video, and I kind of wish he would have listened to you back
Yeah.
then.
So you're someone who does remember when I said that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
do.
not many
Yeah,
people
'cause
remember that. But
I
yeah,
actually still,
basically,
actually even like recently, like I've given you credit, like when I like argue with people, like yeah, Tipster, like I hate giving this guy credit, but yeah, even Tipster was the first person to tell Cole, hey, you're going into it the wrong way. Don't do it. You need to get out. Like you, like we're on it. You literally told him, hey,
yeah,
don't do it, and he didn't listen. So I think he even
yeah.
watched your stream too, didn't he?
Yeah, he used to watch my streams. And then also, like, we're friends, so we talk in private. And so my stance on it is like I don't think Carl's like a bad guy. I see a lot of people attributing like malice to a lot of the things that he did. I do think that transparency would have been a lot better for him, obviously. I think he should have been more transparent with the details of the lawsuit. I understand that you can't really talk about that stuff because it's a legal thing, but the way he kind of communicated things kind of misled people, whether that was intentionally or not. Um, and yeah, I think the original like point of that video, kind of putting Apollo's death on Billy, that was like he shouldn't have done that. I mean, what can you
And
say
he
about
should
it?
have
It's fucked up.
retracted, like he could have avoided the whole lawsuit if he could have just made a whole video retracting it and saying, "Hey guys, I got that wrong. I'm sorry to Billy. Like I still stand by my criticism of him being a cheater, but I should have not included that part of the video as that was false." And but he didn't even do that, and that's why, in my opinion, like I think he does like have some sort of malice towards Billy because he, for years, even knowing it was wrong from friends like you, Keemstar, and other people telling him, like, "Hey, you're wrong," he still never retracted it publicly.
Yeah.
He just fucking cut it out silently and tried to hide that it didn't happen, knowing that people were harassing Billy. So I watched Billy's original video as well, and in the original video, he was saying he was getting a lot of messages from Carl fans because Carl put that out, and Carl didn't even give a shit, in my opinion, and that's why a lot of people think he was malice. And I know like you're friends, so you may have a different perspective, and that's fine. But from an outside looking in, like it does look a little malice what he's done, his action at least.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I'm not gonna shit on my boy, but at the same time, I can understand why people are coming to the conclusions that
Yeah.
they're coming to. When he talked about the lawsuit, he always made it about cheating, even though he likely knew that it wasn't about cheating. And he shouldn't have made that comment about like Apollo. It was Billy's fault that happened. Um, yeah, I totally understand why people feel the way they feel. I think at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is something that a lot of creators end up dealing with is they just get too high off their own farts and their own ego.
I was gonna
And I
add
think
that.
that
Yeah.
happened to him.
I think
Yeah,
it.
they just
Yeah,
get
he just maybe he probably had been dealing with Billy Mitchell for so long that he was like, everybody has to see what I've been seeing, and kind of just, was
Yeah.
like whatever it takes to get people to see what I see. And I think, yeah, he just, as the person said, the judge, he called in an airstrike on his own position, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean that happens to a lot of creators. I can even admit myself in some of my past coverage of various different topics. Like, yeah, you get high off your own ego. You start to feel like, hey, everybody's like, praising me for this position that I have, and you just think you can do no wrong. And I think that's what happened. He just got high off his own ego, and it caused him to make quite a few missteps.
Where were
Oh, I
you? Where were you
remember.
at when you were at your top of your? When you were at the top of your game, what was your average like viewership for your lives and stuff?
My live streams at peak were doing anywhere from 500 to 1200 live viewers.
Yeah, see,
So
so
it varied based on topic, but like at minimum it was like 500 live viewers.
yeah, see
Yeah, I remember
I
like
could
when I
see.
was around, it was like
Lord
around
Triton.
that.
Once
my bad.
you just talked for 20 minutes. It's my show. Give me a second here.
I know, my bad.
Yeah, I can imagine like when I get like I stream 2 nights a week. I don't imagine I'll ever become a huge streamer. I do it kind of more for like the most dedicated people of my community. But I guess the way I equate it is like when I get a video that does really well, right? You just feel like I'm doing something right, like, and then you get a bit of a confidence boost. Now I can imagine being a streamer consistently getting big numbers. that's got to just be like, I can't lose. Like, look at me, I'm just on an absolute roll. And that can, and for people who've a lot of the interesting thing about social media is, right, you can take a guy who's been down on his luck for a long time, throw him in a channel, he starts finding success, luck with the algorithm, starts catching wins, and there's somebody who's not had a lot of luck with, luck in their life, and they end up just getting an inflated. I'm not saying this happened to you. I'm just asking because I wanted to see what it's like to be somewhat like this. Just correct me if I'm wrong. This is how I'd imagine it. You get on this winning streak, and you're just like, you start to get that bit of it. It's going to be like this forever, and then it just
yeah, it gets like once you're getting the big numbers, you're getting the big live viewership, your pre-recorded videos are doing really well, that revenue's flying in. Yeah, you get a big head, and you start to think that you're, in a sense, invincible, like you can do no wrong, and that's when you start making fucking mistakes. I mean, look at me, right? I was at my peak, I was doing really well, and then I started making some stupid fucking mistakes. I mean, granted, there's a lot more to it than that was happening behind the scenes. I don't like to play the mental health card to try and like make it seem like I'm making excuses or whatever, but there was some shit going on. But no, like part of that was also ego. You just think you can't you think you can't do any wrong, and then that's when you start fucking up.
And I think so. Here's something weird that I've been experiencing, Tipster. One of the recent videos I've done is performing better than almost like it's probably like the third top video that I've made. It was just a silly video I made about John Walker, and I feel after that I feel 10 times more pressure to recreate that success than I do if I put out a dud. And it's weird. It's almost like I'm more mentally fucked up when I do really well than I do when I flop. Does that make sense to you?
That's a common thing. No, that's a very common thing. Is a lot of creators, the numbers end up driving them, and it gets to this weird point where like you start to feel like genuinely like depressed and shit because you aren't getting the numbers that you got on like a previous like video or something like that. It really fucks with you. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was just me or not.
No, I feel like everybody experiences that at some point.
I'd rather flop, and then I feel 10 times more motivated to put something great out, as opposed to when I put something great out, I'm like, shit, I gotta do it again.
For sure. But I hate to dip. We've been having like a great conversation here.
Hey, no worries.
So maybe
man.
I'll like have to join you again sometime so we can like chat some more. But before I go though, Triton, I have a request for you.
What's the request?
For one more time, for old time's sake, I want you to call me Tipster the Walking L.
Only if I get the unblock. That's the only way on Twitter.
What's your Twitter these days?
Wait, what?
What's your Twitter these days?
Hold on. Let me. I'll send it real quick. It's
You don't know your
Triton
own. You don't know your own Twitter?
No, yeah, it's Triton Not. Yeah, Triton Not.
Triton. Not.
Yeah,
Okay.
capital T and capital L. Oh, capital N.
The profile picture says Ravencast.
Yep, it's a blue check mark 341.
Done.
Look at that. See, how many commentary channels can you say people come on and leave friends as opposed to coming on and leaving enemies?
Hey, look, I didn't say we were friends. All right, we're just chill.
I mean, no, we don't
We're
gotta
chill.
be. We don't gotta be friends. But
Let's not get parasocial in this bitch, okay?
Yeah. You know what I mean.
All right, I did my part. Now you gotta pay up.
Tipster the Walking L. What about
Let's
Captain
fucking
Planet?
go.
You remember when NBA used to call you Captain Planet?
Yeah, he used to. Yeah, true. He used to call me Captain Planet because he was like basically saying I was fat like a planet. Yeah. There was something else. Oh, he used to call me Snorlax too. Remember that?
Yeah, he used to call you Snorlax.
Yeah. Do you remember when he came on to have it? Because he did that whole live stream making up all kinds of bullshit about me.
Yeah,
and so
I
like I
remember.
invited him on my stream and confronted him. And then when I called him out on all his bullshit with receipts to back it up, then he threw his like co-host under the bus and said, "Oh, that was him. He said that. I was just repeating what he said."
Oh yeah, on Rumble this year actually, like I think it was like February or April, he made a stream on you on Rumble, and he still was repeating the stuff that he blamed his co-host did. He was like saying, "Yeah, Tipster went and went for Susie Lude's news," and like repeated the old allegations that you already debunked. I was like, "Damn, this guy's still in 2020."
The funny thing about like the Susie Lou nudes thing is because that was like something that like some of her like trolls started, that she was selling nudes through like Patreon, and like that was never actually a thing. She never sold nudes through Patreon, so it's just completely like bullshit. Do you remember when Susie and Stejo tried to say that I actually did have her nudes, and it's just like, how could I get them? She's never, that they're not out there in any capacity. So how the fuck am I even supposed to get that? Let's, hypothetically speaking, if I was a creep and I was looking for that, there's no way to get it. It's not out there.
Early
So
AI
it's really-
access.
I guess so. I guess so. But yeah, I got a dip, but it was nice talking to you too. Have a good one.
Thanks,
Yeah, you take
Tipster.
care, Tippy.
Anytime you want to come on, just shoot me a message, brother. Well, he's already gone. But how about that, Triton?
That was a good. See, Nerd City was right about you. You are like a good like good neutral platform to go on.
Well, I try to treat everybody fairly. And I tend to like everybody too. So that's you know.
Yeah, even if they're like controversial.
If you haven't fucked me over, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna treat you like I would anybody. I'm gonna treat you fairly, and Tippy's always been pretty chill with me.
Yeah, just because we have that that's the thing. It's like I don't hate Tipster because that was a good convo, but I still don't take my criticism back. But at the same time, it's like I feel like that's what we need is like us to like work it out and talk and tell each other what our issue is, and don't silence it or sugarcoat it at all.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
it's
we're
like,
all
you just tell it how it is without being aggressive, then y'all actually get somewhere.
Yeah, we're all human beings at the end of the day. So I think that that's something that a lot of us forget a lot of the times, that,
Yeah.
they just see us for the content that we make and not the person that we are.
I didn't mean to like interrupt too much. I apologize. I was just so hyped to talk to Tips.
I know.
It's been, not hyped. It's been like years since I talked to him.
I had to reel you in a bit. Yeah, him and Nerd have disagreements as well. So, and that's totally fine. I like them both. Obviously I grew up being looking at Nerd as like the greatest content creator ever. So, of course I love him. But Tippy I met kind of accidentally, and I've just always enjoyed just how down to earth he is now. I don't know what he was like back when he was creating content before, but now he's a very relaxed dude, and I think it's cool that he comes on and he's literally like, ask me anything you want, bro. I think, and then you went right for the most controversial thing with Keffels, which is funny. But he didn't, he doesn't
really
shy away.
wanted to ask him. I really that was something I really, really wanted to ask him, because I was like, if I ever want to talk to Tipster again, I want to ask him like why he did. And it seemed like he just became friends with them, and it was like more just like like not really a business connection, but more of him just liking her personality, I guess.
Yeah.
From what I got from it, which is fine, but I just wanted to know, like, is it more than that? Is it to spite people? Like, I just wanted to know, so I just asked him. I didn't mean to like put him on the spot, but I just wanted to ask him honestly, because I feel like I would never have an opportunity like this again. So I felt like, what, we'll just ask him.
Well, I want to be too sure. If you just, I guess, don't A-log him for a little while. Show him that you're a good faith dude, and you're like me, and you just believe in the truth, and that's all you care about. He'd probably do a talk with you at some
I don't
point.
even have any interest in A-log him like I used to, because I'm more of like really a Diorio hater of anything, because I know, like, if you brought Diorio on, that conversation would be different. I'd be calling him Fat Oreo. I'd be insulting him. It would be a blood sports with me and Oreo.
The last time I had him on, Diorio came into the chat, so that was, but Tipster called it out. He said, if I stay here long enough, Diorio will appear. So I was keeping an eye on the chat, because
hey, if Diorio's here, you could come in and debate me, loser, fucking fat loser.
Whoa.
Sorry, I want to yell at him. I want to confront Diorio so bad. I want to just whip into him. I would not have no filter, bro, because everyone's scared to do it. No one's whipped into Diorio like since Taka saw.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he seems to get it pretty rough sometimes on X, but I can understand why people dislike Nick. He pretty
Which
much
I don't hate him
he
personally.
makes
I
a
just hate his
living.
online opinions.
He makes a
Wait, go
living
ahead.
off of like people's suffering.
Yeah.
You know, but so does Chud, I guess. But I guess Chud's a little more ethical about it. But
At least Chud lets them call in and lets them talk to him, because Nicholas Dioria literally blocks the people he covers. Literally just blocks them and doesn't let them come on, let them speak or anything, because he's scared of them. And I think that's stupid and bullshit.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not Nick, so I can't speak for him. But yeah, I mean, you know, he's definitely an interesting. I definitely don't like the way that he is towards Nerd, but you know, the guy's done something right because he seems to be doing well. But I guess I really kind of understand where you're coming from though. With I don't know how he does it, but he's done it. You know, it's at that thing. Like if you stick at it long enough, because how long's he been on? He's been on the internet for a while, and now he's
been
finally,
on for a while.
Yeah,
But
so
the
now
reason why he go ahead.
no, you're fine. You're fine. Tibby's gone, so I was just trying to be. I was trying to keep it
I
organized
didn't
for
mean
the
to
three
like
of us.
interrupt like that. Yeah. Okay, anyway, so the reason why he's big is because he has connections to Keemstar, now H3, and like all these creators promoting him,
Mhm.
and they're telling him, "Hey, he's the next, thing." He's going at Hassan, and everyone and the mama's been promoting his Hassan coverage, so that's why he's doing big, because he's been a-logging Hassan, and everyone hates Hassan, and Diorio's like the guy that's gonna bring Hassan down. When in reality, Hassan's gonna be here forever, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to war anytime soon. Well, Triton, is there any last thing you want to add? You want to plug your channel real quick for everybody?
Yeah, I'll get off here and let you end your stream. But make sure you guys subscribe to the Ravencast, as we do interviews and cover some commentary, drama, and all variety of topics. Make sure you go subscribe to the Ravencast, and I will see y'all later. Thank you to EG lately for letting me come on, and thank you for letting me talk to Tipster.
Hey, I
That
remember
was
the last
crazy.
time I talked to you, you were like, I want to talk to him. So I'm glad I was able
And
to
it just
accidentally make that
randomly
happen.
happened.
Yeah, exactly what you
Looks like
see.
God answered my wish.
You put
But
it
yeah,
into
I'll
the
let you end your
universe.
stream, though. But you take care, man.
Yeah, no
You have
problem,
a
brother.
good night.
You too, man. Take care. Ravencast, everybody, and Tipster. You never know who's gonna drop by. That's the coolest thing I love about this channel. You know, I try to be fair to everybody. That doesn't stop me from, kind of being a little provocative sometimes. But sometimes people just have arguments that kind of get me riled up a bit. And I just want to be very clear. I don't hate TommyC. All right. Again, like I said, I understand some of the criticisms he has towards Chud. I just don't think that they're first. I mean, coming from that particular camp, considering some of the people that he surrounds himself with, it's not great, but I try to be fair. Yeah, that's the one thing I love about Chud is I do think he's fair, and I kind of model a lot of what he does here. Anybody can come on and talk to me. I haven't been I haven't been around long enough to have a whole lot of beef with people. I'm sure if Tommy saw my coverage, he'd probably wouldn't be a fan. But my interactions with Chud have always been very positive. Chud's always treated me very respectfully, treated me like a human being, and sometimes that's enough for me to see the value in it. And just as Tommy got annoyed that Chud said something to Nick, I was getting annoyed that Tommy was saying something to Chud. Chud's not my close friend or anything like that, but I respect him as a creator, and I don't think that he kind of do that. That is my first beef actually was like about a year ago with Savannah Marie. That was my first beef ever on the internet. But that was pretty funny, and she's hated me ever since. So. But I've had a couple beefs since. I know that I seem like I'm like an absolute noob with my 11 people, which, by the way, 11 cool people. I don't really care that much about that number. I kind of more care about as long as the people that are here are enjoying themselves. That's what's important to me. And I think that you guys got a fun little stream tonight. Who else are you gonna get the chance to go? I got Tipster to talk drama tonight. All right, he retired from drama. Scammer Paybacks, how I found you. Yeah, that was my first drama. there. Not with Pierogi, obviously. It was with Savannah Marie, who was the one attacking him. So, yeah, that was my first drama. 12 people. Sorry, 12 people. Well, all 12 of you are dope as hell. I appreciate you. This for the last time since we changed it to EG Live. I'm going to have to create a whole new graphic for this stream. We're going to send you out with the Later with Lately theme. Share, I'd say share the live, but I mean, can if we want. You can if you want. Other than that, guys, take care of yourselves. I'll be working on some content this weekend to post for the main channel. With that said, I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace. If I could find oh, there it is. See, I'm good at this. I'm getting good at this. GG's.
EG lately standing for what's right.